SAL.
Good morning.
I guess they had it in them.
Good
that they could get
morning.
close, that they could even,
What do we
set
got
Furia
today? We got
over time.
some
They've shown
Brazilian Pro
potential,
League. We're
but
back.
clearly when you look at these players
We
and
are
when you
back
look
to
at
watching
the
some
performance so
goddamn
far,
games.
you can clearly see the label of inexperience. They cannot close the games. They are on a loss streak. You know, it's the perfect comeback for FaZe right now. If they need some boost of confidence, if they need to feel dominant again, it should
What's up,
be
Herm,
against
Ali
90.
mine?
And if they don't get a relegation win today, I think it would be a trigger for warning here, Jack.
Damn, Herm,
One
ego
of my
in?
big problems with 9Z, and I think it highlights that inexperience and inconsistency.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that Herm guy. You gotta be real careful
Entry rate. If you
with
look
that
at the
Herm guy.
statistics, there's only one player on the team that's actually negative. Most of them are positive. The team has a 50.
What up, Splash? What up, John?
Now that's actually decent. It's decent enough for a team that's making the step up. Where the problem lies is they only have a 48% conversion rate when they get that entry kill, and that's kind of the problem. They're setting themselves up in the early round pretty good, but they're then letting it go in the mid to late round, only converting less than half of the rounds you have the advantage in. If they can manage to find a way to close out some of those rounds, they will have a lot more success.
FaZe versus 9G, our first game. 9Z? Did I say 9G?
Into actual wins.
Common mistake.
Can they do it here? Can they push FaZe to overtime and even maybe more?
Just got glasses so I get to see Mid's beautiful face for the first time in ultra crisp detail. Well, welcome. Welcome, Splash.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe is going to get rid of Bank.
Do you usually do contacts? If I had if I had to get glasses, I would just rock glasses. I don't think I could do contacts. Ooh, Lair, guys. Ooh, we're taking FaZe to Lair. What up, Peak?
In fact, the last time that they played Lair,
morning is, you know, morning's fantastic.
close 7-8 loss against Team
Down in the coffee already.
A long time now, a few months to sit on this map, and they chose to bring it out. Traditionally, in terms
EWC has seen a lot of different thoughts about
history,
its status as another Mickey Mouse event that reduces the value of what was a major with SI points per line.
based on this map veto and the fact that FaZe is starting defense.
I don't want to be controversial, but EWC is in the pro scene is definitely not Mickey Mouse. We definitely do not consider it Mickey Mouse at all. In fact, it's literally as big as an SI. Going to EWC as a pro player is extremely important.
So it used to be a huge favorite for them.
I'm just telling you what pros think.
Very much a high preference map for them. Whereas on the side of 9Z, they've banned it quite a lot. It doesn't look like a high preference. I assume that's that's the way to throw them off the board, and that's not something unusual from a team that's not expected to win against FaZe.
Turn it up a little bit.
What map is FaZe weak on? I mean, I'm not really too sure about that. Here we are, though, in our 5-person.
Here for
call.
either the worst
Hello,
massacre
Centurion
since
Links.
M80
How are
and
we doing today?
nice. That's pretty much.
Doing good?
I think I'm doing well.
Who's playing after? I mean, schedule-wise, we got ENX Loud after. We got Liquid Los after. We got to see if Liquid can keep up the wins. We got NIP, W7M, arguably the biggest match of the day. 2 top 4 teams, but also Furia B, Black Dragons.
More harsh view of 9Z's performance than I do. Perhaps that's the optimist in me, but I personally think it could be very exciting.
Well, I'm going to leave you to it then because our game is about to begin. You know what? I'm thankful for good friends. Links, Extra Trucka, take it away.
I would agree with that. I think friendship is one of the great virtues of life.
Yeah.
Or disagree with that, but something I think we certainly would call a virtue.
Again, replacing a major, I mean, sure, does it suck that there's not another major in there?
For either of these teams, it can get a bit difficult.
Yeah, but again, EWC is basically like for pros, it's basically like having 2 SIs because
They really do.
like
And
SI is obviously the historic event, but like it's the prize money, right? Major being like maybe a mil, but like we're literally talking about like literally SI prize money, like 3 mil. I actually haven't even looked if it went up or down.
Tomorrow and the other, of course, next week.
But yeah.
The teams that are in that top 3 conversation right now, regardless of where you thought they would be coming into the stage, that's where they are. So I'm fairly surprised at the map choice coming out here.
Also, let me tweet because I never do that because I'm a fraud.
Chalet is a map that, I mean, you just do not take FaZe to it. It's very low preference for them at the moment, but it has historically been a very strong map for them. We're on Lair again.
Sophia says 2 mil.
Strong map for this
but yeah,
FaZe
still
team.
more than a major,
For
right?
9Z, I do just worry a little bit coming into this fixture. We've just not seen them have that critical bite when required. They had a massive chance. They had an open net last week against Furia, and they weren't able to convert off it. And I don't think they're going to be getting given an option or an opportunity like that again.
It's very unlikely that they would, and I think that's fair to say. And if the phase that shows up is the phase we typically see.
Have I seen the with the Grim? Where yeah, I have seen that. Yep.
Gained by an enemy team,
Like
which
week 1.
Jack mentioned on the desk. 9Z, even when they get the opening pick, convert less than
Doesn't help their legacy. I mean, I'd agree with that. I like to poke jabs at him as well. That like, hey, what's the next event coming up? Oh, it's EWC. Yeah, I predict Falcons are gonna win. If it was a major though, probably second place.
Unless the phase that plays against Loud showed up, the one that is constantly overswinging.
All right, what do we got here? Lair, top floor. FaZe taking out Monty Grimm. 9Z taking out Clash Warden. So we are going to see a lot of Ying. We see Tuku on it. And or Glaz. A lot of teams will stuff Pebble's door with the Glaz. Operations-esque take. We see the Ace and Blitz helping him take control. So now we layer back. Cyber's going to be bandit tricking the interior mask walls. This is interesting though, because normally you combine this with like after this, Handy should be pressured here from bathroom window. Maybe someone walking up the rocket stairs, but we're not seeing that. We're instead seeing operations, and we're about to do. Oh, we took operations just to open the wall. Okay, just for pressure. Now we're taking bridge. We want the entire map. All right. Let's be a little greedy. Why not? Now we're doing a bridge take.
The attackers of a Malusi Banshee to deal with, but with a threat coming in from below, it isn't easy for King to stay in there for the moment. Great Candela thrown in through that drone hole. Not sure how much impact it's had, but slowly but surely, 9Z are taking some good control
I'd be careful wasting all of them, though. I mean, it is a good drone hole. We've seen Spirits do it on DZ for bunks.
FaZe were able to get off a pocket reinforcement. You can see they have 2 unused reinforcements in pocket. I imagine the play was back off and shut off that hole completely.
If we're going for a plant, we need somebody to go to the display window, unless we're just going to rely on that one Candela. Kind of risky here. And 25 seconds left. What's the plan here? Okay, we see Tuku did rotate. He's at the display window. He's got one Candela cooked. They should just run across and plant at this desk. KDS is going to be blind, not going to be able to do anything. Here comes the smoke. Here we go. Plant. Boom, Candela went out. Tuku did go down. They're able to flank, though. Yep, they were able to get through. And we took way too long on that. Good job by FaZe. And that's why I don't know if I agree with going leading side. Like, it took like a minute and a half just to go into operations and open the wall. And we were just slow as hell.
They just sit there
what I'm in.
Like, oh, right, okay. Like, what do we do? You start baiting out util, quick. Pick a plant spot.
Can you do more round strat breakdown?
Some of these defenders around.
What do you mean?
Well, FaZe were just more than happy to be like, yeah,
what do you need?
There was no pressure coming in from elsewhere. There was no consequence to FaZe moving out and getting onto the top corridor and playing on rocket stairs, or there was nothing coming through
North American teams might start contesting the top of Brazil this year.
No one had died right up until those last few seconds. Super weird.
Yeah.
And I think FaZe recognized that and just
I definitely think we can.
Yep, let him take it. We're happy to hold. We mentioned they had a lot of denial. Goyo canister, that did quite a lot of work. We saw the flames on the rotate for quite some time. We had the Toxic Babe canisters, cutting off the doorway, cutting off the rotate.
Oh, do they? Yeah, do they mean the? That's what I was wondering. Like, do they mean the strat videos?
To really burst in and take control of the site.
Yeah, the strat videos
were used, but they weren't used for.
Yeah, I'm still kind of working on those.
It wasn't as if they had a Capitao or
still kind of working on them.
Really block lines of sight. A few smokes going out there.
Right now, I got to go with like what the algorithm's working, and right now it's the POV videos. So I got to pump those out a little bit more.
Yeah, if we're gonna see linear attacks like that from 9Z, like you said, no pressure from ops, and especially not even able to open the double wall in A site. That was electrified and reinforced the whole time. That's gonna make things really easy, not just for FaZe, but really any defensive team on Lair. 9Z, you're gonna have to add some new dimensions. Obviously, can't go back to that site. Likely
Go back to lower here. Okay, we went to lower.
Cyber trying to get aggressive, doing cyber things. We'll spot a couple drones. Honestly, with this aggressive position, him and KDS are both
Like
trying
a
to get
full
in.
bunker. We see souls on the blue, like the filter stairs, but everyone else is just in the basement. We are giving the entire map.
Press forward again.
9Z, instead of taking the map, we're gonna go right into a bunker.
KDS in a bit more of an aggressive stance.
Don't know if I agree with this. We're just gonna walk in some doorways and contest.
Blackbeard and Striker
Wow.
both made worse for wear,
KDS.
but massive plays by Nitro
Oh
and
my
Naza.
god, this guy's on an island.
Easily
Oh
committed
my
2v3 at
god,
this
the
point.
movement on him.
KDS, highest rated player
Oh
for
my
FaZe
god.
inside of Brazil. Tries to find his third,
Man.
but it's only 2 he will get on that round. And FaZe in the disadvantage.
Well, trades worked out for 9Z, but again, it's a little weird. Hey guys, there's 5 guys in sight.
Probably take it.
Let's go at sight.
Or even any of the 2 really that died, you'd probably.
I feel like that's just not a top tier call.
It's just a little bit more dicey, isn't
They're
it?
giving you top floor.
The Ying and the Blackbeard both.
Where's the
gone.
ram?
The brute force for pushing through the site. There isn't any vert, so it's going to be a flat push. Vulcan canisters will.
All right, able to get the backstab there. Soul's killing him. Now it's just the 2 players on the garage side.
Just when he needs to leveling this out.
Got a C4 and 3 smokes too.
On the clock as well, but both defenders have been softened up at the moment.
Oh wow, that guy aggressive play there. Aggressive play to just run through the fire, but Souls is so clutch. So clutch. Oh my god, one of the most clutch fucking supports.
Oh, Souls, that's one of the reasons why we love watching you play. Such a great clutch factor.
And ironically, a bit different than.
Have I gotten in
9Z
trouble for the
lost
POVs?
round
No.
1, as it was a very linear push.
No,
to
because
structurally
they're
speaking,
actually
for FaZe to
posting
wrap
the
their head around
POVs.
that time.
I think I just saw recently that they posted the NAL ones. Like they're gonna be like a week behind basically.
They were pushing the front side. They find a lot of engagements and somehow land a 3v2 advantage. And then you have Joe pushing the backside. You have one player pushing.
I know
Souls
you've
at
talked about
1v2,
different regions and their contrasting
isolated and
playstyles.
separate
Is
from
major
his
success
teammate
more
pushing
on
the
the
Souls as
style
well.
of play
He's
or
given
playing on
3-1v1s
LAN?
in the process that
Do some
I
styles
mentioned
translate to
KDS
LAN
is the
better?
highest rated FaZe player inside of Brazil.
Yeah, I mean it's a mixture of all that and like
behind either.
people also shake on
Extremely
LAN.
well for himself at
People get
number
nervous playing in front
9
of
in the
crowds.
league. Again, KDS number 2, so
Some people are more
Again,
experienced at it. Brazil was ahead of the game for a while since their pro league was on LAN, which is what I feel like helped NA for a while too.
all of his first 3 kills in that round and gives FaZe their second.
But no, it's definitely just contrasting playstyles and not having
maybe
enough
an alarm
experience
for round
against certain playstyles. Like if you Furia, if you look at how they're played regionally, they're like 6th place. I mean, well, they'll make the event. Of course, Furia is a great team, but like they struggle regionally because teams know how they play. But like you go internationally,
teams, if they get that opening pick, they are able to work with it, and that's where you start seeing some of the better. Goodness me,
especially some of the newer teams that have never had a chance to play against them. Plus, they're also like a really heavy prep team. From what I've heard about them, they seem like the first 3 rounds they always like it's counters, and then they go back to normal style, which is why it always feels like they're doing something different. So I think that helps them at international events compared to regional play, where they're kind of just doing their thing. They're just playing.
On the back of doing what you pay Cyber the big bucks for, playing in a bit of a solo position, trying to make himself as much of a nuisance as possible, though he's a bit closer tied to the team here, playing at that Kiba barricade down below, just holding the bottom of green stairs.
This is just a green take, a bridge ISO. Losing the Capital is gonna hurt here big time because there's no Warden.
Will be pushed back, and Vidiking, as you can see, not only has some support directly behind him inside of an
So they would have been able to just kind of smoke up the holes, find a plant spot once they get the BPs in sight. Maybe EMPs are for that as well. They do have 3 more nades as well. They could just get rid of the BPs, but remove the vision, plant and smoke is the plan. Surprise FaZe didn't bring Solus.
Problems as they can in front of the attack, and so far, not really resulted in any solutions acquired by 9.
So you see a lot of teams doing this. You don't actually have to full take top floor. You just use a gridlock. Sometimes it's a nomad, and you just hold top, just like this. Like you don't.
Have spent a lot of time.
Don't need to contest.
That
guy got aggressive.
Right now. There's an FNAT above him, which still hasn't been
At the same time, they're working lower green. Tuku did find the player probably in sight, which is Cyber there.
This isn't really much of a danger zone right
wow.
now.
That guy just got smoked. How did the Blackbeard die like that?
Disrupt these players on the top floor. Fair play, they've gone for the top
They're
floor
flooding
player in
site
the
at the
first
same
place,
time,
but
looking for a
they
plant
haven't
spot,
really merited
and they
it.
just
So
need
you've
top
watched
floor
two people
aggression, but it
attempt
don't
to
matter.
plant now.
Again,
That isn't gonna
2v4.
last long. Oh dear.
Oh dear is the word for it.
How
Absolutely
different
the right
is
two
Siege
words.
online compared to playing online? It's a lot different.
I kept
like,
waiting for Joe to push up. I kept
People have really
waiting
bad
because
habits online where they
Cyber's
just
known
full
at the bottom of
swing
green
every
stairs.
corner,
Obviously, he could
and
run.
like
Nothing you have to be worried
someone
about
holding
that.
an angle
But they still had people
will
watching.
almost always win.
But Joe's sitting there the whole time, pushing up passively, so scared to try and pinch
Was I ever
FaZe
offered a
defenders.
talent or any
And
job
they're
from
facing a lot of pressure
Ubisoft?
from front.
No.
Obviously, FaZe end up
I've been
winning the
offered,
fight,
like,
and then when 9Z going
small
down below, they try to
casting
speed up the
gigs
pace, but
for
because
other
they've
leagues,
done nothing to deal with the hurt, Vidaking literally just looks down and shotguns the guy with the diffuser.
but nothing like
And then they
official
just kill
from
the guy that picks up
Ubisoft.
the diffuser next from the same vertical holds. 9Z really struggling for solutions on their attacking side right now, in stark contrast to their game last week against Furia, which majority of the rounds, despite them losing it, 4 rounds.
Is it their
acquired
strats?
only
Are we
as
saying,
9Z
like,
side, in a game that arguably
what makes
9Z
Brazil the best
should
with their
have
strats? I
won.
definitely don't think it's their strats.
Here on Lair, where I think Ollie, we
I don't
both
think
agree the attacking side faces a lot
The
more issues
most,
than
I don't think they are the most
Not at
strategical
all
region,
coming as easily as it did
personally.
No.
Um,
And
I do think they
we
have
kind
good
of
strats, but
rewind a little bit to that game and sort of mentally
I just
go
think
through it and
they just
well,
know how to play together
were 9Z
better than
really
any other
playing that
region.
well, or were
Like, it actually
Furia
feels
really
like
bad?
full teams, full units over there.
I kind of land on the side of Furia being quite bad in some of those rounds. Because, I know we disagree.
What sub for a pug stack in my T4 league playoff tonight? Best of 3, 70. I can't tonight. As soon as stream ends, I have to record a video,
I know that nobody sees
and I am traveling tomorrow, so I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow. But I have to be up at like 3 a.m.
against Furia last week,
to
and that was a
start
game
driving.
that they really should have walked away with the full 3 points from. However, they didn't. FaZe, honestly, have they even gotten started?
Buzz?
They just look like they're going through the motions right now. We're not seeing anything incredible from FaZe. Yeah, we get a Soul's clutch. I mean, it's not that unusual, really, is it? That's kind of what he does. Cyber, opening kills, that's also kind of what he does. We're not really seeing anything too outrageous here from this FaZe roster, or even the operators that they're choosing at the moment. Second round of bans has come in, Smoke and a Ying. I don't know how much that's going to affect, because the smoke was a real big part.
Yeah,
in
like
this
Brazilian
top
style,
being a success
I feel
last
like is
time.
just
Those
like it
kinda
is
support
gunfight heavy.
that
Like
valuable
they're not
time.
afraid
They
to take
did need,
50-50s.
because 9Z,
Where in
despite
like
them not having a
NA,
great plan of executing, they did a reasonable
we
job of
think
actually
more
getting into the
like
building,
logical
which was a kind of in stark
gunfights.
contrast
Like
to what we saw
if
in
you guys know
round
who
three,
is like
because they barely got
Astralis
into the building
when they
in
had
round
their
three. So,
success in
I don't know what
CS:GO,
to
it's a little
expect
similar to
here
that,
into
where
round
like
four.
when you think about a gunfight, like if you sure the round starts off. Maybe the first gunfight is a 50-50, maybe. But, like, in general, now it's, like, set pieces, so you try not to do 50-50. So let's just say it's, like, a 60... as an attacker, you're trying to take, like, a 60-40 gunfight. Like, we have drones. It's prepped, right? But as we start to get man advantage, like, now it's a 5v4, 5v3, you start looking at it like, we don't want 50-50 gunfights anymore. We want to play logically. We want to play, like, don't take a gunfight unless it's a 70-30. Okay, now it's a 5v2. Okay, now don't take a gunfight unless it's an 80-20. Like you start thinking like that. Where in Brazil, I feel like they like to play gambly Siege. I think Furia is kind of like what started the gamble Siege. Like they are not afraid to take 50-50s at any moment and stack the rosters with like just gun power, and like everyone is fully confident around each other.
He's given a shadow to be chased, and he's got KDS coming to kind of cover his retreat a little bit here and cause a little bit more distraction. It does look like 9Z are posturing for something a little bit different this time. We've got
All right, this is looking more like the operations attack that we should have saw from the first round. We see this Capital sitting outside. He's sitting on a drone right now, but he's sitting outside bathroom windows. If you guys watch my Lair video, this is looking exactly like my Lair video. We are going to see a sense wall come across, and you're going to see a cap fire right here in the hallway. Boom, there's the cap fire.
Sure wish they had.
Ran across. Boom, there's the fires. Now they have top control. Now, once they have this control, you got 55 seconds left. Hopefully someone is on a cam for the flanks. It does seem like they know. This is a pretty common response from defense to flank this attack. Blitz going down is huge. But that's a good pick. Almost always a web of cams on this attack.
Now
So it's
Joe
very
has
hard
managed
as
to
a
backstab.
defender
Caught
to
the
just
boss
flank
completely
that.
off
They
guard.
almost always know.
Blitz on low HP, but KDS battered
But now
from
you have two
earlier.
choices. Do we go for a
Below 50
push through,
most
or
of
do we
this
try to
round. Now
plant
he's
mask?
spotted.
This looks like we're going for that push through because they tried stuffing the mask plant. Souls over here, Desk, Azami, really powerful. They can't just walk through the door. Demo's track, boom, he's dead. Now they can do whatever they want. I'd expect them to just go for a plant at this point, but they could just 4v1.
1v3 with multiple 1v1s. He's got a much more difficult position, but still low.
Yeah, there we go.
Only
Just go for
7
the kill.
seconds left, and Will might go down, but 9G just have too many players and too many angles. First attack
What up,
comes in
Spider?
round 4.
Much better there from 9Z. We kind of asked him to go for a little bit more of a two-dimensional
Primary
approach.
roles that every
In
team,
the
comp,
end, it
or
was
ranked
still
have
kind
to
of
have.
one-dimensional because it all sort of came from one side, but they had a much easier time of actually getting in, as they
That's
weren't
quite the
funneling
question.
themselves through
I
a
don't believe in
single
rolls. I believe in a
door.
rollless
They have
siege,
loads of options. And
personally.
once you take
And
control
I don't
of
think you need
rocket
any rolls in
stairs,
ranked.
then you can start to branch out, and then you can really start to, you know, spread your sort of control and force those defenders back a little bit further.
I
You can
did
see
see
that FaZe was
the
struggling there without the
DM
smoke.
spider. I
It's
woke up
gonna
this morning
happen,
and
isn't
saw
it?
it. Sorry,
Because
I was
once that
gone
gets
all day
removed,
yesterday. I
they're
think
not
it's really
moving back the
good.
door too much.
I was
They
gonna
didn't
mess
bring
you.
a lot
I
of
think it's really
C4s, they only
good
had one. So not looking to try and
for
lean
the
into that too
game,
heavily.
but then
They are
once a team
really
has
looking to
prep
go
on it,
in
it
gunfights.
could be.
Fortunately for Jao, he was able
Not
to get
pointless.
really impactful kills in that round.
But
Deimos was
that's the only
pinned,
thing. But I do
he
think it's
didn't
really
score.
good, and I would be pissed off
And even
if
though the advantage wasn't for
I
long at
was
the start,
an
the open
attacker
pick was traded
and
back
I was getting hit by
relatively
something like
quickly.
that. I would
It
be
was still
pissed.
a round
So I think it's
that
good.
9Z came away with.
That is definitely comp.
Good work for after their tactical timeout. FaZe choosing not to go upstairs again and instead stick to a rotation. Now, if we're going to be critical of FaZe, and we've been critical of 9Z, so it's only fair that we criticize both sides.
Yeah, the BP.
This
Yeah.
round really came down to a
I just like that
versus
Spider
three.
was finding the
If Souls
tech.
was
That warmed my
away,
heart.
The scoreline starts to look very different.
When Spider's finding
So
tech, I know he's
I want
locked.
to see FaZe in particular here really tighten things up because they went for that extension over into warehouse.
How were the
Maybe got
grains?
a little bit greedy
Oh
with it.
man, fantastic. Fantastic. I wasn't having the best day, but
Maybe just a little
of
bit.
course I saved the best for last. 18th hole. I think I got like my 3rd ever birdie, 4th ever birdie, whatever it is. Ooh, that felt good.
9Z here.
And of course it happened on the 18th hole. Now I want to go play again. I was fired up.
Do you see a lot of defensive players get aggressive on this doorway? Sometimes, often ill-advised, I would say. So if Handy does decide to cross, that could find himself falling early on, but the action really is in what control has been acquired by 9Z so
What up,
far.
Element?
Remember, Ollie? Complete direct on that bottom side, no vert whatsoever. You can at least appreciate that they're trying to get something here.
We
The
have
match
Ace
might
up.
keep them but not
Why are we
at all
running a
making the
Bana
same
here?
mistakes, not having that same greed of position that 9Z had before.
Am I crazy?
They've got the tools to do it, haven't they? They've got
I
the
guess that
round, they've
worked.
got the Hibana for the hack.
Why-
It looks
why
like they've been
complain?
able to deal with that Cade Claw effectively. A worry at this point would be that there's a lot of them on that
All
top
right.
floor. Not really
FaZe running
doing
their
too
bunker
much
again.
apart from
This
opening
time
up the
9Z is like,
so
hey,
these defenders
you know,
can move
let's
without
take the map. I
consequence
like
on
this. We
sight.
got the Ram.
The drones are starting to come through now.
We got
It'd be very
some other
ill-advised to drop
operators.
through that much with Vita King
I personally think this
watching
execute is
CSG or
very,
even
very good with either Aurora or a Capital when you get
Oh,
top floor
Zhao
because you could
gets
just
away with it
cap
there.
stock off, cap loaf off, or same
Oh,
thing
he's
with
not gonna go
Aurora.
for the double dip.
Oh,
dear.
no.
Nothing the defenders can do at that point, but we do see a 4 impacts. Holy God. We are ready for that.
Oh my god.
Nah,
Yo, hit the shot, Vita King. Come on.
That's crazy.
Wait, hello?
Oh my God,
What?
this flank, they don't even know. Oh
What?
my god!
How?
Joe's so tunnel
There's
vision,
no
so
one?
hungry for Vita King. Has allowed the Goy
Oh, he's
to
getting
creep
3
up,
here.
Find both the Ram and the Sens.
This is
Handy,
like too free.
who
This is
was
just
playing
too free.
a game of cat and mouse with that Brava earlier.
Wow.
Finally finds his prey. Cyber on for 3.
Wow, wow, wow.
Complemented all of that control, and when Vita King calls that Ram is that Ram is staring at him for 5 minutes, Cyber's like, I've got an idea.
Thoughts on Handy? I think he's got a pretty good grip on this game.
We credited the control. We credited the top floor player.
Which I think we have to.
However, I did say this at the time. My only worry is that there's 5 people up there.
Yeah,
doing it.
snooze. I think
It doesn't
so.
Take 5 of you. And I also said the defenders can move without consequence.
Yeah, he 100% wouldn't have done that with the TCSG. He needed the vector there.
You can foreshadow that
He needed
effect.
it.
What is Cyber going to do?
What are some guidelines to follow when putting down
He's gonna look for a
BPs,
run.
Valks, Maestros?
You could have had,
I
and
mean,
there's
just
no
making sure you have vision on your
efficiency
gaps or you got vision in sight,
You could
basically.
have put an air jab, you could have put track stingers, you could have had drones watching it. He'd have still gone for it.
I think
He'd have shot
stacking
his way
vision
through and
sight's always
still gone
good,
for a
but in
little
ranked,
bit
I
of
don't
a
know,
look, just
because
he's that
no
kind of
one's hopping
player.
on that,
That's
Johns.
what he's paid to
I'd say
do.
that vision ops are least important in ranked.
9Z.
Vision's more of a comp, or
I
like
just
you got
struggle.
people that
It's
actually
like it
hop
takes
on
the whole team
cams,
to do one thing, and
kind
we
of stack.
really need to see that sort
But
of-
vision's
that
powerful
splitting
and people
off
use
the,
it.
You know, little 2-man, 3-man teams or whatever it might be. People being able to operate and work solo without, you know, everyone being stood in the same room. It's almost as if that.
I just want to
want
start rookie in the comp scene. I'm used to swinging risky fights in ranked because I can just diff most people. I just think it's just trying not to do too much. I think in NA we have a lot of rookies that like,
This game, just for clarity, everyone is in comms all the time.
yeah,
It
maybe
feels like that's a
haven't
mindset
learned
right
like
now.
when you should take certain fights. And again, the way I like to describe it is kind of like a scale in my head, like one of those balance scales. And it's like in the beginning round you can be risky, right, getting map control and stuff like that. But like as you get man advantage and later in the round, you have to realize, like let's say you're on defense, time is on your side. Realistically, Siege when you're playing defense, it's a 6v5 because of the clock. And like if it's a 3v3, a 2v2, like whatever's even, you don't need like taking gunfights is helping the attack. Because now you're taking a gunfight on, like with time up. Just little things like that you got to think about.
But when it comes to either hitting the site or actually pressuring,
I've been impressed with like
either do it so slowly that it feels strange.
the rookies over in EML.
You can
Or
see
EML.
Vol can
Yeah,
see
yeah,
right
the
there
Europe
defending
League.
down below, but again, we
Maybe
know
I mean I
this
think it's more of a
guy is-
playstyle thing because they are like more
I've
passive
seen
players,
how
but
this
like
attack's played out before
like
with a
Stomping
Bog
right
down
now
below and two shields
and
over on the bridge, and
Wizard both like
it's been a
not
example of
forcing
just
any
a 9Z
fights,
problem
just
when
letting the
Valorant's
game come to them, and you just normally don't see that. Some rookies just try to be the hero because of bad habits from ranked.
Basically saying you're not good enough on the shield for us to ban it.
By the way, the big difference between that last round, FaZe actually able to get off that reinforcement.
It's the same take here. Same take, except we don't have the Yang. We got Tuku on Striker.
There's an F now that has just been activated in there as well. So
We got more time up for the execute, sure, but maybe not. Here comes the Goyle fires.
45 seconds. Vulcan
Yeah, we have no smoke, but like, boom, there's.
through the next one.
Wow, we're flanking with TCSG Goyo. Okay, all right, Handy.
You do.
All right.
You do not want to be an attacker that hears a Goyo creeping up
All
on
right.
you today, because it could be cyber, it could be handy, but you're getting pelted with lead. Go trying to get more angles on this bottom
Wow,
floor, but the
9Z just
shields
literally
fall.
falling apart. They get into control, like both times on Master Operations. They got full mez bathroom control. Kind of stalled out. I mean, I guess they did go for a push through and they won it on that one. But both, like all these bridge takes have been like just bad. We're just not going. We can't get anyone out of these positions.
And they lose by
Literally
even
nothing bridge side.
worse margins. 2 flawless rounds in a row for FaZe.
D1.
Close out the half 5-1.
Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Honestly, just the casters alone, boring.
Considering that
Glad
FaZe
you
have got
streaming
a lot of
this.
big games coming up in
Appreciate
this,
it. Thank you.
Not necessarily being a big game because of
Who
the
doesn't
opponent
want
that
some
they're going
mint
up against,
commentary in their
but
life?
Big game for the standings.
Some mint hate.
They're giving a very good account of themselves right now. 5-1 lead going into the half.
Is Handy allowed to use the TCSG? He can.
Crazy.
I don't want to say another
Think
grip
of
joke.
Any other outcome than FaZe winning this in regulation and walking away with a full 3 points. We have seen a couple.
Also
of
been
different
impressed by
sides
EML
this
rookies
FaZe
playing like that and
roster
getting
so
picked
far
up by
this stage.
by
We've seen a
T1.
very loose and aggressive and a team that just wants to take gunfights, and they got punished against Loud. But since then, we've seen them stabilize a little bit. And they've played a lot more like the FaZe that we know and enjoy watching because they play good Siege.
I feel like that passive playstyle is why EU and NA can't beat Brazilian teams in finals.
What we've seen
Really?
already so far today, I'd say that we're seeing
Really?
the latter again.
I don't know if I agree with that because you look at FaZe.
This has been good Siege.
FaZe is literally a team of mailboxes, guys.
5.5 on Lair defense has been,
Souls, mailbox. Vita King, mailbox.
Well,
KDS,
been-
mailbox.
the scoreline
It's
evidence
literally
is
the
good
X
Siege,
factor is
but
Cyber,
we could
and the
have
Handy
easily got
also
it
gets a little bit
with
active,
9Z
but
playing
like,
terribly,
it's-
and I don't think that 9Z have played
like
bad.
FaZe is such a
They've not played
passive
great.
team.
Well, FaZe have gone through the motions and they haven't got too aggressive with it either. I think everything they've done's been very calculated.
I'd agree.
We got to get more Spirits Glaze in the chat. We need more Spirits Glaze? I thought I was doing too much.
Very large map, a lot of corners. Especially that on this Arc 6 room. If you've got a smoke that can really hold down that sky bridge, even if he has to use some of his toxic canisters early, you can have a really
Spider, mailbox.
top floor. Maybe it's surprised, I will say that.
We need more people. We need more postal carriers. All right.
Sure, but we saw how much that tripped up.
What do you mean by mailbox? Like, okay, passive players. Sorry, passive players. Players that like don't. Yeah, they're just passive. They'll wait for you to peek them. That kind of thing. Like, not technically supports, but like, yeah, they're passive. They're some people call them baiters.
KDS watching that sky bridge. That's just been punched open. Maybe they are going to just rotate. We can see Bitter King getting himself into a position as well to start watching onto that. Just give a little bit of presence there, not give the peek from Skybridge for free. We can hear the Selmas.
And they do like the same things every. Like if you watch FaZe, they do the same things every round. Where Cyber's kind of the one that mixes. Like he's their X factor. He'll for the most part. Usually it's his job to kind of switch up what he does.
FaZe already can now start to.
Love a video breaking down the top-down macro why Spirits does what he does within the time frame of an entire push on the shields and the pocket strats he pulls out.
You've got the lifeline as Zafir, it can do a little bit. They should be fairly comfortable now with that breach open, and Handy can rotate himself around to the bottom of Rocket.
The one attack we saw success from 9Z is when they rotated this Rocket.
There's a frost trap there? Wow, that's a rough frost trap. Holy cow. I would be pissed. Yeah, you ain't hitting that with that gun. Sorry, Souls.
Early 5v3 should be able to close.
Yeah, I would 100% die there.
All the positions are intact. Still holding on to Rocket, still holding on
Mailbox play in power positions. Yeah. On defense, I mean, mailboxes are really called like I call them like sentry turrets on defense, right? Because they usually are like your better gunners as well.
That kind of felt like the start of the 3-2-1 that FaZe were trying to pull off, and now it's not really going to be too much of a 3-2-1, is it? You've got a couple of players.
Yeah, they don't know he's there. Oh, okay.
That's about it. Great
okay, he did. He did.
But immediately traded. Cyber and Souls with a lot to do in 25.
Doesn't seem like it's possible, unfortunately. Soul says one impact and the Legion. Okay, hold on. Ooh, I was about to say Nitro probably doesn't need to go for a little waddle like that.
Oh my, Soul's about to.
You're gonna push a position you should.
That was scary for Souls there. He almost hit another frost trap, almost died to a thorn.
That's what they do. Oh, we'll get the deployment.
Dies to that guy. All right. My God, what a round for Souls. That was a little terrifying. Oh no, Evan in the chat.
3 versus 1. Like, do you really need
You'll see that Frost Matt in EML. Oh no.
That's a disgusting angle to be holding in a 3 versus 1.
If that happens one more, like if that happens in EML, we'll make a video on it. One Frost Trap to win every ranked game.
We're holding NJR angles in a 3v1 with 5 seconds left.
Good start for 9Z on the defense. That whole round comes down to one single Frost Mat. I really want to see what FaZe we're going to do if Souls doesn't get caught in the Frostmat there.
TMs today? No.
Because he doesn't all of a sudden stall at Rocket Door right in the middle of it. And just
SAL today, because it's going to end at what, like 3 my time, and then again I gotta pack.
Bit of a shame.
We're doing traveling tomorrow.
FaZe have got themselves a really nice buffer, and 9Z need to get a little bit more active in.
Not going to be streaming the games tomorrow.
Well, so be it. It just means that they've got.
I am traveling and I will be somewhere else for a month. I mean, still streaming, but just not tomorrow.
One round closer, and FaZe only need 2. Naza going to be bringing the Scopos, looking to stretch his legs on that top floor a little bit, give himself.
Haven't I made an Evan Glaze video yet? True, that's on me. That's true.
As well, this kind of telegraphs a roam-heavy setup.
I'm still figuring it out, guys. I think we're gonna pump out maybe 2 POV videos a week at least. I still want to just put out the commentary videos that I've been doing, but I might try to pick the better, like, I don't know, maybe I haven't been doing enough job picking the content games. And then maybe some operator guides, I'm kind of thinking. I don't know. I need to be leveraging, like... I don't think there's good shield guide videos out there. And I think I know a thing or two about how to play shields.
Cyber creeping up. Dokubi call goes out. Scopos on the phone.
Fun traveling or work traveling? Fun, like we're
goes out. Really good timing.
Visiting girlfriend's parents, and we're gonna be there for a little while. It's also just a nice place to be.
Deal with the complete mid-floor setup, which I believe encompasses Joe and Will milling about.
And some Vulcan packs on the floor as well.
Really like this.
Get away from the summer heat.
They've invested quite a lot into this mid floors. Castle
begging for operator guide since the beginning of content.
They really are going for it.
Yeah.
And why not?
I made a blitz guide when I was on DZ.
When you're attacking this basement site.
Like
FaZe have doubled down on that soft
6 years ago.
We're clearly looking to take full advantage of that. The more time that they spend up here chasing shadows, the less opportunity they're actually going to have to be able to do that. Cyber can take advantage of the skeleton key there and destroy both floors, mid floor and
Fanu, thank you so much for the raid.
Actual basement.
Thank you. Hope your stream was fantastic.
Seems as though FaZe have taken control for the time being.
raid.
All of this has taken them quite some time. Bit of an engagement there for KDS.
You guys are free to do the 10-mans in the Discord, by the way. I mean, even because I know ranked is horrible. I would love to try to get the Discord a little bit more active with 10-mans, but I know almost every 10-man dies. Every 10-man server dies.
They start to come in.
So in my head, I've been trying to think of how to solve that issue, but
he joins in for the third. Nitro can slip past for the moment.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Off the diffuser. He's been found in the vertical.
What was that?
And no teammates today. Handy Cyber give FaZe their third flawless round on Lair so far.
Co-streaming oh, okay, EUT2. Did it just finish up?
That was round 8. Never mind.
POV video, whoever Evan plays, help him with his prep indirectly. That's genius. Evan, who do you play this week?
3 of the last 4, actually. That's a 75% fall.
Since I'm not streaming tomorrow, but we'll have the Pasha video out tomorrow.
I can't believe that so many kills came from that hatch.
#1 rated player in the world.
Like, as the defender, you know where the hatch is. You know, like.
And then, like, let's hope for some stomping. Let's probably get a stomping one up. Why not?
It's almost as if the bodies on the site were just there as pure bait and distraction for the players above watching through the hatch.
Well, actually,
yeah, sure. You just
IGL POV, so we can. Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
literally something I thought about as the round was going on. You see,
I mean, Evan's 100% right. Like, people will ask me, like, "Yo, let's watch Brid." Guys, do you want me to watch a guy sit on cams the entire game and get 2 kills? Like, no way that video's gonna bang. Do you just want to know how much a guy sits on cams?
It really feels
how much a guy, like, what the guy's droning?
Not really putting too many feet wrong today. And 9Z, unfortunately, no timeout. And it feels like they've kind of not really got too many answers. I enjoy what they did in that previous round. I like the fact that they tried to take the fight.
What would you say makes Pasha so good? I mean, we're about to find out. We're about to find out together. I'm going to record it after the games today.
When we're bored of that, we're going to drop off back to the site and play a little bit more turtle-based. I like that. And it worked to a point. It wasn't that failed in the round. It was then FaZe's sheer dominance once they got that control in manipulating what was happening in on the site. That's not really something that you can do too much about.
Why is EML having a super week? Wait, are they?
It was successful. Oh dear.
Oh no. Is EML having a super week? I gotta go check the schedule. Oh no.
It just sounded sad. Just an AK-12 spray and the castle goes 1-9.
They played Monday to Wednesday? Oh no.
I think it was 3.
I'm not gonna be able to stream Wednesday. I was thinking they were off. Oh no. It's alright, we're here for July 7th, which is the matchup we've all been waiting for.
We'll round down. We'll say it was 3. Another 5v4 for FaZe. But so far has been a game of FaZe opening advantages. Hey, this being the 9th round, it has been 6 out of 9 that they've got the opening pick. On only 3 out of 9 they've lost it. And honestly, the first one doesn't count. Nitro got an opening pick.
What's going on here? We're doing a little bit of a green take. Supply walls reinforced. So FaZe could take full top control, which this is the call. You take full top. Sometimes you have a grid or a nomad. Like, I don't think we need to get this kill. Like, you just hold the guy. Do top down. Get hatches open. Ideally, if you can get breach open, you get breach open. Because against this kind of defense, I think just walking in and planting bunker after you do top down is absolutely free.
There are a lot of players that are lurking for him right now. But at the same time, they're a little bit out of the fight. FaZe have still got a lot of time left. They've got a minute.
Navi on the 7th, be the zoo. See, that sounds like a ton of fun.
Could be a bit of a problem for anyone that's trying to hop in. It looks like to some degrees, FaZe are struggling with the same problems that 9Z themselves struggled with.
Nothing but green takes in size that much better of a push. I mean, it depends.
Where are the rest of them?
It depends on how the defense is set up. So like right here, they're contesting, right? A zombie's up, and they have a mute playing in supply. So this is not a green take. This is a full take the top floor kind of. And this is usually the other version of defenses. I think FaZe did the right push here. But I don't know if I agree with how they're trying to end the round.
But look at the cost, which he's had to pay. There's one. Nitro maybe getting a little too antsy. 15 seconds isn't a lot of time, but it can be enough if you keep giving Vidiking these 1v1s. But Joe has control of the vert. C4 goes down to open it up, but I don't think he can find it. Vidiking can get this down completely and move us into the post. There's no angle by which he can see him. Joe's trying to do some reconstruction. He will secure the kill on KDS, but Vidiking completely leaves the building. It's vacant now. He can get this post-plant position, and now it's Joe with the lackluster intel. I mean, neither has good options, don't get me wrong. But you favor Vidiking here. He knows where Joe has to go. Joe's got no idea where Vidiking is, fires a couple shots. That's the doorway where he was. Go in to start debate as Vidiking will creep in. Just only a couple
behind
chances
pillar.
for Joe to try to close this out. Already halfway gone. Springs doesn't even fall off.
I thought he would at least get off the plant there.
But Vidiking commits when he needs to.
I thought
7-2 for FaZe, all but securing playoffs on Lair.
All right. Well, that was a game.
Right,
That's kind of what we
FaZe.
expected.
I mean, the scoreline tells one story, and there are 2 rounds in that game that tell.
Going into
a
bunks
very
real quick, I'm
different
gonna
story. We had
pull up a
Souls
little
clutch
bunks
early
blueprint.
on, and
Hang on,
Vidiking
or
clutch
Lair.
to close it out. But through and through,
Give me something to talk about as we're
from FaZe. And they'll be
so
very
like
happy with
it just
themselves
like
and
how I
they
was saying it
played
depends
there
on
today.
defense. At least this is how I think about Siege, right? So normally a defense on bunks, let's just you got the walls reinforced, you got one guy in sight, and then you do like kind of one of those like
you can't say anything bad about him throughout the whole fixture. Wasn't in, you know, in with massive Hollywood moments.
4 top kind of holds, something like this. I don't know. Just go with me here. And you kind of play it similar to Master, where you fall back, you reinforce off wall possibly, and you play 4 top with one guy in sight. That is why we see the green take, because where's the gap? If they're playing all backed up like this, well, the gap is taking green side because it's that shit is free. That shit's free. Like, that's all the space. That's why we see a lot of green takes. However, what that defense was, and usually it's the second defense that people are starting to run on that site, but especially with a zombie up, you can contest the green stairs, right? And you can reinforce these walls off, and you could play this side of the map.
You know what, Lynx?
Where's the gap on this? Well, it's obviously it's the other side. It's where the blue is. So you do a full top take. Bring Ram, bring Buck, whatever. You need to bring an IQ because usually this defense is paired with like Valcams, C4s, hatches are almost always reinforced on this. So you need to think about your operator lineup, but like, yeah, you want to bring like an IQ, you want to bring something to open up the hatches, you want to bring like a vert op. Once you get top floor control, you make sure they can't go through this one door here because they full reinforced off supply. Don't push this. Don't push green. Just hold flank, maybe even gridlock. Hold flank, top down, open up breach, clear all this from top down, walk in, plant. All you got to do is hold screens from above, right? That's the only way this can be stopped. And then hold green door from above, but...
Yeah, I think so. I think for 9Z it was.
But that's kind of like the 2 ways to play bunks and what people are thinking about with the tax. And again, more people run that first defense that I was talking about, where they just kind of layering, backing up, and that is why you'll almost always see green takes because they're very, very good against that defense.
It was a 1 versus 2, but should have been quite an easy round to convert.
Yeah.
So it actually should have started out with 9Z being 2-0 up. It ended up being 0-3 down, and they really didn't.
Where'd I get the blueprints?
I thought FaZe were very, very good.
I just have them. If you want blueprints, if you want templates, anything like that, it's all in my Discord.
And realistically, from then again, 9Z all attacking the basement, all on the middle floor. Nobody's sat there controlling the flanks. Flank drones, hello. It's the same kind of symptoms that we're seeing. And one of the best teams in the world at exploiting those issues is going to be FaZe Clan with that talent that they've got on the roster.
Yeah, and
All right, let me
I feel like you saw the
change the title. So next game, what do we got? We got Loud ENX. Probably, we'll see if it's a close one, but Loud have been on fire lately.
Ideas of attacks. The reality is, you have FaZe with incredible gunners on the side that were trying to be disruptive to that plan. They knew that 9Z, should they lose 1 or 2 players, had no issue, or I guess no adaptation or solution to win.
With the anti-green hold, would you play like 2 up then?
In a situation where they're in the 3v1?
Yeah.
Why is that guy picking here? Why is he picking? Why are you picking?
See, they played it a little differently. I like to play personally.
9Z came in again.
I think it's too free if you kind of play like that. I like to play. I don't even know if I still have the blueprint up. I don't.
Lose one more time.
All right, one sec.
Well,
I like to play still 4 top.
Our winning team. Coach JP joined us from FaZe Clan on the interview.
Let's hear the coach thing real quick, though.
Hello, and good
I like to still play 4 top, though.
Congratulations on the win.
And instead of reinforcing the supply walls off like they did, or the weapons wall.
How does it feel? And
what is that room actually called? I don't know. We call it supply. I like to still contest the bathroom entry. I like to still contest operations, but then you fall back in and reinforce off server with a pocket wall. And then you play a bunker there. That's how I like to play
I'm not
that.
the only one that could not hear JP. Good.
Because that way you're not giving up top completely for free. You're still kind of contesting, wasting time layering. Because if you give them top floor with like a minute and a half, like they're going to be able to work a plan.
Smiles there, Leo. It's
you got to waste a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean,
but some people like to play maybe 3 top and you play like a Valk or a Pulse and you roam on the medic side. So you at least have, if they take top, you got the C4 potential.
See them fall to the A Psychers, I guess. So I kind of want to see them play in playoffs and BO3
what up, Shady?
qualify to another event.
Well, let's bring him in now. We got JP on here. And there we go. JP. Wonderful. Yes, we can. The beautiful voice, exactly what we needed today. JP, congrats on the win. Why Lair today? I see smiles on your face.
Yeah, I was saying like we're expecting today we might play a map that we didn't have info from them because that map they play like Club, Bank, Chalet, and Cafe. 4 maps that we like to play. So we have info from them on 4 maps that we like to play. So we are expecting them to try to bring to a map that we don't have information from them.
I'm surprised people aren't trying to go Chalet a little bit more against these guys since they used to ban it.
The map like mostly came down on the defense. They're planning to attack us. They have like double shields and things that usually you expect them to play quick and fast, but they didn't. They were.
Where's MSI at?
So I think like was their biggest problem. Like they should play fast. And like was an easy read. They play slow with double shoots. It was like very easy to defend.
Fair enough.
When you're going against a team that you don't have information on, so you know when you're going on to Lair, you don't really have any information. How did you prepare your team for that? Because obviously you've not seen necessarily what they're going to do.
Yeah, usually we see their preferences in the other maps that we have info. So how they attack, usually like their most used operators and stuff like that, their style, and we like focus on our game, like reviewing our defenses, our attacks, and just go to the game. To be fair.
JP, I need to ask you, as part of the coaching staff, I assume you have an.
You already took FaZe on Chalet and FaZe 1, I think. They did, but like FaZe used to ban it all the time, so I'm surprised they're not being challenged a little bit more than just that Furia game.
I always like to watch Secrets. Like I was with them last year, and I like to watch their game, so I love to watch them playing. I respect a lot Vivas and Twister, so and Savage. Those 3 guys are very smart, so I love to see them play. In particular, I like to watch them.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they're super entertaining. I would be actually amazed to see Secret versus FaZe at EWC. It would be really cool.
We hope that.
Maybe something that we get to see here. Now, look, JP, this is going so far. quite well for FaZe today with the 3 points that you collected. You're of course number 1 for the day. Next playdate is FaZe. After that, is NIP, then W7M. There's 2 tough opponents to close out this stage. What's your take on that?
I mean, if you want to finish first, we have to beat the both teams. It'll be hard games. NIP is playing like they never been playing the last year. Basically, they're playing very well, very aggressive play style. We like to play against them, but to be a hard game. Both games. W7M is playing like amazingly, but we are being preparing to play those guys. Hope we win.
Okay, there you go. Gentlemen, thanks so much for this, and thank you, JP, for joining us on the interview. Good luck in your next matches. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Dave. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And here we go. We got to hear a secret fan, which actually it does not, surprise me, obviously, given his past, but also given who the staff is on the team.
No, and I also think that clearly if you have been watching other leagues, there are some teams.
Yeah, the music's from them, not me.
Stepping out of the.
Do you think we should be allowed to listen in on the coach talk to the players during a timeout or not? I mean, as a viewer, I love it.
That's kind of the answer I was expecting.
Personally,
I'm assuming he has.
I just think it should be done fairly. Like every region should do it, and not just EML.
I'm no surprised to see Secret out there as his first pick.
I'm 50-50 on it, them taking it away from EML. But like again, my biggest thing to take it away from EML is like if NA doesn't have to do it and SAL doesn't have to do it, then EML should not have to do it. Like that is competitive integrity right there. Like why should they be the only region doing it? But if everyone was doing it, I really don't think it's as big of a deal as some people are putting it out to be. I think most of the timeouts that I'm hearing anyways aren't like we're worried about a coach listening and then using WhatsApp and communicating what another team's doing. I really don't think there's counter. I'm telling you, I have not heard a single really good thing out of timeouts that it's like timeouts are not strategic, and it's not like let's go this site next and then we're gonna run these operators, right, and then you're gonna go this site after and we're gonna run this operator and look for this flank play. Like that's not like timeouts. What I'm hearing is like, guys, we're not talking, let's talk more.
Second worst rated. He had a neutral entry.
What the hell is the other coach got? Yo guys, they're gonna start talking more, be aware of that.
And so today he stepped up, and today he made the difference.
They're looking at their paper, guys.
So
guys, they're actually looking at their paper after that timeout. We should start doing something else.
It's good to see then this excellent performance from Cyber and
again, like
in general, because here on
Lair, of course, no hate, but I've heard a lot of times like another time that I heard was like it was Julia that was talking about it, but mentioned about.
I don't know if there's other people that fall into that same thing. Lair still confuses me.
Hey, let's start running Valk. Let's get some info. And it was like,
for attackers once you figure out
yo, Valk's banned.
Yeah, I think so. I think once the attack have got their attacks down, it's a very, very good map. And it's a
lack of quality. I mean,
the flanks are usually quite easy to control.
The thing is, like, you can't judge I personally don't think you can judge a coach just based on timeouts.
Or if they're not controlling,
like coaches do way more than just timeouts. Like I'll literally hear blasphemy like from people saying like,
for the most part, 90 actually.
Yo, that coach knows nothing. Like after a timeout, right? Like that guy's useless. It's like, bro, people don't know what coaches do. People have no fucking clue.
To be fast and aggressive, and they weren't. And they gave a lot of opportunity therefore for the flanks to happen, for the late round clutches to happen. Take those away. That's a much closer game on there.
I think if you think of the way they've been playing it, I would say in general there, Canada looks like if you take away the basement, Canada feels like a coastline. It's all about getting the first, I guess, zone control, and then you have to crack and work on the bomb site. And if it's any of the middle grounds one, you just work with a vertical play.
What do coaches do? I mean, it depends on the team. I don't know. It depends on. I also can't judge. I also can't judge what other coaches do because I have no clue. What do I think coaches should do? Well, one, culture. You should build somewhere that players want to play in an environment that people want to play in and that is productive, right? One player is not putting in more work than other players. everyone feels a part of a fucking team. You got to establish hive mind, right? You're all speaking the same language, call outs, things like that. Being able to, yeah, I mean, there's so much. Like, that's just number one. Okay, I have to mute these now, by the way, because the music and shit like that is just getting copyrighted. So I'm gonna throw on some like non-copyright music for the breaks. Hang on. Let's find some non-copyrighted music. Chill. We're gonna do our own music. Here we go. Don't advertise. No, don't advertise it. No, I don't want to get no. Yeah, other than culture, like, I mean, I am a big strategy, but if I like doing strategy and doing all the feeling like I want to put the players in the right positions, feeling like the game is chess. I like doing strategy. I think that's a big part of being a coach, but I know some teams have like really, really good IGLs that are also like really smart at the game and they want to do the strategy. So in that case, you kind of are a mental coach, kind of just someone in the background. And those kind of coaches, I don't exactly know 100% what they do. Like sometimes I feel like it's almost like team dad if you're not involved in strategy and things like that. Like, because again, you're making sure the culture's right. Yo, can we get this advertisement off? I don't want to be copyrighted here. Do we need music? No, not really, but you tell me this isn't sick. Oh, you know what? I forgot. We actually don't need music on this stream.
What can ENX
because there's no breaks in SAL. At AEU, we get like 8-minute breaks. We are flying through games over here. I forgot.
Yeah, absolutely. They're right on the precipice of attacking themselves into the top 6. It would take a big upset today, I think, for them to get there. As we can see, they are currently in that 7th position. 6 points.
Game of the day. Give me the rundown. Not till later. Not till later. This game, I think, should be a blowout, personally. Loud have been hot lately. Taking down W7M, the #1 team, who have also been hot. They've taken down FaZe 7-4. They took down NIP 7-3. All top 4 teams. Loud as actually just kind of, I don't want to say shit on, but like they're back. Loud versus ENX, which is the 7th team. I mean, I expect this to be pretty easy for Loud if they stay on form here. As far as actual game of the day, we're probably looking down here. I mean, the next 3 are pretty good, but Liquid got their first win over Black Dragons. Now they're playing Los, the worst team. Are they going to be able to make it 2 in a row? Right? Or if they lose to Los, we're like, oh god, Liquid. Oh god. Last week was a fluke. So that could be a fun e-game to watch. But anyways, NIP, W7M, 2 top 4 teams going at it. Right? #1, #2 team technically, but I think NIP is probably more likely like a 3rd, 4th place team. But anyway, so that's definitely match of the day. But Furia, Black Dragons could be as well. Black Dragons, 3rd place team. Furia, 6th place team. Black Dragons just got absolutely dismantled by Liquid last week, which is why I don't know. We're about to see if that's going to be quite the game.
Here on the squad, of course, Sexy Cake being back in competition, as we're talking about here with ENX. What is more to them?
Are you an abusive coach like Fabian, or are you a buddy coach? I don't think I'm abusive.
Other than the name of Sexy Cake, that
I think. I don't know, I just like to consider myself like a strategic coach. Like, I don't know, like who's that Dolphins guy that he's like the young guy that's like not buddy, but like I'd say I'm a player coach. I think it's important to also be like being able to be open with your players and have them be able to talk to you and almost like a big brother figure in a sense where like if they need to be put into their place, hot and cold, right? It gets a little bit of an ego sometimes. If he needs to get put into his place, need to tell him to stop his bitching and things like that. He'll listen to you. You still have that respect. But yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, I feel like I've always prided myself on like strategy. I made all the strats for like the first 7 years of my career until I finally got help from like BC, and then Troy, and then Nafe.
below 50% attacker win rate. Actually,
So I feel like I've always had an eye for
40%
strategy.
attacker win rate, which places them 4th worst
And
team
as
in the world.
a coach, it's definitely my favorite thing. It's like I can't play the game, but like I can still play the game. What I like to do.
Gate away. I think you should try and have other things than that. And even if it's a crutch, I don't think it's been that much of a successful crutch for these guys. So I think they really need to step up over there.
How do they fare against a team like Wild, for example? Very randomly.
Well,
Dolphins
I
guy,
would say that
yeah.
has better chances of over, I guess, upsetting big teams. I think from what I've seen last week, beating Liquid and
One
beating
Pokemon
NA,
I keep as a pet, IRL, Eevee.
they were
Oh, yeah, that's
consistently
easy.
Doing
Eevee.
a good job at fighting some of the biggest.
Good to see the mustache making a comeback after being wrongfully and ruthlessly cut down Hobicrows despite all the
And,
haters.
with
Oh,
Loud
it's
here, I
coming
mean,
back. Yeah,
there's a
you can
lot of
see it in
pressure on this
progress.
team to just get it
It's
across the
growing.
line, Jack.
I'm
it
gone
has
for
to
a month and I'm
happen
not
after
even bringing a
reload,
shaver.
after the difficulties of the stage, they're so close to getting across the line.
Yeah, I think so. I think they joined a big organization, obviously, for Reload, and actually that, I think, did okay in terms of their Reload performance. They then started the stage very, very slow. And it's actually taken them to come on strong as the kind of form team.
All right, let's go. Let's read on Loud.
In terms of the style of siege that they play,
God, Prez actually shitting on people.
Very, very heavy for the plant statistics. In fact, that guy on the right-hand side of your
Oh,
screen,
that's DK too.
12 plants. He's leading worldwide for plants in terms of
Best planner in the
anybody else-
world sounds like
nobody in the
content.
world has more plants than him across every professional player.
Batman both do it perfect, close to the
league.
players relationship wise, but if
However,
drama shows the team, they can definitely put something.
Interestingly,
Yeah.
he's also 0 and 10 on the entry engagements, which what that says to me is that this team gets to the plant in 5v5 often, and either Basetto gets the plant and they win the round, or he gets C4'd or killed.
And the other thing I kind of pride myself ego-wise is like I was also a pro player for a very long time. Not every coach, not many coaches can say that. Like I was in the like I know what my players are going through.
So the beginning that was struggling in the stage, and then
I
last
was
week, they beat FaZe, they beat
in the
WSNL,
trenches, so to
everyone.
speak, for a
They
very
deserve
long
to be in the
time.
Big Six that makes it
So
into this.
anything that they're feeling, I would like them to be able to come to me. Like I know the mental side that they're probably feeling in their head when people get into their head, when like someone's like, how do I get out of a slump, things like that. Like I can give them experience. I was in a slump myself, of course. Of course, I've been there.
So obviously, ENX being a new
How do I
team,
deal
we
with pressure in a
have
high game,
AS,
like in a high pressure game? You know, like we go to the grand finals.
only
Okay,
based on
well
the
I've been there.
Champions League
I've lost the
No, they
grand
played it
finals.
on Chalet actually, and played it quite consistently and used it as a crutch all the way back at the end of 2024 when they're trying to qualify to Manchester, to Montreal Major through the LCQ. Quite consistent
Chalet.
Played it 5 times. Won it
This is
4.
good. We're
That
not
was
not
against
watching
their
Boulder
teams.
Bank like we were last
Look on
week.
the
This is
side of
good.
Loud.
Lair,
It's not working
Chalet,
too well. They actually
Loud.
played it
Last time they
at the
played
beginning
Chalet,
of this stage, were the Moldish 7-3.
where they got
And
destroyed,
now they also
7-3.
played it at Reload and also got
And they
the
also played it at Reload?
Was in quarterfinals against Furia, and it
Quarterfinals
was an
against
absolute
Furia?
nightmare for these guys.
And they got destroyed as well.
The aggression of Furia. So
Just
it's
came
not
up with that in
looking
my
good
own
for
brain.
them. 0% win rate with that roster on that map, but at the same time, I will say this: it was against some of the biggest teams or the biggest momentum, and learning, losing. Sorry, is learning.
Jesus.
So to play it against ENX, I assume that they've learned a lot.
For me, I would
Gentlemen,
say, if you look at how both of these teams play, you've got one very shield-heavy, kind of aggressive team in ENX.
Oh, I got a nice tan yesterday, 4th of July. I hope everyone had a good. I don't know how many Americans are awake at.
It would speak that that's much
I guess it's
more
1 p.m. at this
favourable
point,
to the
Eastern.
Shield team, but I will say,
I went to
so,
Lake
in terms
Winnipeg
of just
last
the
summer. It's fun
raw
except for the
kind of how
bugs.
their games
Ugh.
play, but I will say Loud, in my opinion, are a higher quality team, and that probably
Ugh.
balances the equilibrium a little bit more.
But I love 4th of July. Nothing better than a like. This is how I know I'm gonna be a dad or a real good dad. Like I can't wait to have a grill. I can't wait to have a grill and be grilling some hamburgers and hot dogs. Playing some cornhole in the backyard. We had a baseball game on. We were watching. Who are we watching? They're
I'm not gonna lie. Links.
our friends are from Denver, so they watch the Rockies versus. Oh my God, who do they play? Oh, the White Sox,
To the last match?
which was a stinker of a game. But hey, baseball on in the background,
For this
little
match,
barbecue. Couldn't
I'm
ask.
talking
Couldn't
all
ask for
about
better.
It feels weird that Louder in the position they are. I feel like because of how slow they started, both in terms of their results and the game pace, I kind of don't really think of them.
Spectate video on some of the high entry rate. I think it would be useful to see how pro players who have a positive entry rate are taking their engagements. Yeah, we could do that. We'll do Pasha, and then
just because of how they play the
I think
game,
Mowgli has the best entry, so it could be worth looking at. I think there was one game he had like 6 or so. That could be worth looking at. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think that Loud are a great team. Obviously, there's some nice old names in there that old timer like me will recognize from when some of these.
The town was covered in a
came onto the
gunpowder.
scene inside of Brazil.
Sheesh.
So it's always good to see players that have progressed and developed and where they've ended up. And like Leo said, Loud, it was a big pickup for Reload, and this roster's looking to sort of make a start. It does feel strange.
Didn't watch any fireworks because we since we got the new puppy, we didn't know how she was gonna deal with the fireworks.
It shouldn't be too difficult for him, really.
And she did not like it, so it was a good choice. She was wild yesterday.
If you're a Furia fan, you better be worried.
I don't know though. I saw Sexy Cock doing
new puppy. Wait, you got a new puppy?
Oh,
it's the one that runs around in here every once in a while.
What?
Well, that's just Sexy Cake.
Where was I? What? Naz. I probably.
Is that not what I said?
How long's it been at this point?
I mean,
oh yeah, it was the foster dog that we now have as a dog.
Sorry,
maybe
I
a month.
Recovered mentally from that. Lynx, I love your outfit. That's all I'm gonna say. To Lynx's point, ENX, they have upset so far in the stage. They have over the past couple of
I'd call her, but she hates this room. For some reason, she hates this room. Like, she does not stay in here with me. She does not fuck with me.
It definitely can hit today, Lynx.
So she's just in bed sleeping right now until her mother comes home.
Yeah, Leo.
In like an hour.
Recovering from it.
And then we got a busy day. She's gonna be sitting in the car for about 8 hours. That's how long the road trip is.
I've gotten into gardening quite recently.
So we'll have to see how she does with that.
In real life.
We got a pack today. Oh man, busy day. That Pasha video is gonna take probably at least an hour and a half because it was an 8-7 game. It's not you. It's not. Wait. Oh, it is you. It's not the room. Probably. It's probably me.
That was clean.
She's literally a shark.
Dude, he was holding
like she's 9 months old.
Like, who does that?
And just wants to bite me.
I don't know. That was
like playfully bite, but oh my god. Every time she sees me, it's just high energy.
Just ADS like that. That's all you need. Who needs rifles? Just with a pistol at 15 meters distance.
Lynx just said sexy cock.
I mean,
that's a Hey.
Turns out, by the way,
fair mistake.
Not for just the fact that we like to yap. But apparently
force to tie energy, that's who you are. Yeah, it doesn't help that like I come out of the room and I always like try to scare her. Like I'll stick my head around the corner and then she picks her head up and then I just jump out like
and we want them, like, we see them, they have the skills to make it
mom doesn't like it.
In the top 6 currently, but honestly,
but it's fun.
Have upset before. They can potentially do it again. I mean, they've hurt Black Dragons. They lowered them a bit. They're in 3rd place kind of because of that. Can ENX do the same or more?
I think it's very difficult, isn't it? Because it's a best of one.
Wow, not even doing that good on the entry. 29-39.
But based off the siege that we've seen, bear in mind we're in play day 7 now. You've got to look at it for what it is, and I think you've got to look at it and say, ENX, maybe.
Who's the spare human? Wait, what do you mean?
But against the top teams, they've really struggled. And against the teams
were you able to fall asleep yesterday?
It hasn't been a very good game.
What was it, 2 nights ago at this point?
It was the best game they had, and it was an overtime.
After Phasmo, how long did it take to go to sleep?
Game in a stage. It just depends on who they have it against. So, look at the 9Z game. We were talking about that in our previous game, 9Z versus Furia last week. Like, it just is one of those things, isn't it? Everyone's going to have a bad game, and there's going to be a chance, but the better team on the day is going to get that win, and it tends to be the more experienced team and the more storied team.
I don't want to talk about post-Phasmo night. We still have to beat the farmhouse.
The siege that we've seen, which is fair to do in play day 7. I think ENX have got a big battle on their hands today.
That's very fair. Thank you, Jack, for your incredible analysis.
I disagree.
Oh,
you died every time? Hey!
I disagree.
But remember that one time you hid successfully, though? Remember that one time we were getting chased down the hallway of the asylum and you hid behind a bookcase and for some reason they walked by you?
I mean, you know, like,
How
to be
fun
fair,
was that?
I mean, obviously, I think Lair
Huh?
is the favorite.
How
opponent.
fun was
I think
that
Jack's
moment?
point is the most noteworthy, which is we're going to a map in which ENX's playstyle is going to be the most favored. I think you got it. You can't discount that on a map like Chalet.
I was a little bit raging when the ghost was hunting, but the flashlights weren't flickering.
But I'm gonna leave that for another day.
So I thought it was one of those where the ghost was like just showing themselves. So I went to go take a look, and then all of a sudden the flashlight started flickering.
You level a charge against your opponent that you don't let him respond. That's why.
Left me alive last, and I died crouching in a corner.
Jack made. Like, what's he gonna
It's
say?
not our. We died.
Arguing
That's not our
against his
fault.
own point?
Oh no.
Yeah, you gotta quick peek him. We're just Shaiko peeking down the hallway. Just
But I guess you can respond.
Well,
Not
I
a-
can
not a
respond
bad
now for
idea.
the next 40 minutes directly
all
to
right,
you.
Chalet. We're finally done yapping here. We're dialed in, huh?
Yeah, but I think
Chalet hasn't looked good for Loud. Again, the last 2 times that they played on Chalet have not been good. But they are playing ENX, who is a weaker
Chalet,
team.
bit of
Chalet.
variety.
Can
I'm
they
shocked.
have figured
2
out their
bans, or
Chalet?
2 shield bans.
Not shocked with the 2 shield bans at all, because all Sexy Cake
Blitz,
plays
so
is
good. We got
shields.
Ban him twice.
But Blackbeard, Blitz, 2 BL shield operators. That
Brandon
also
didn't want to
makes
talk to me, hurt my feelings a bit, then he tried to kill me. Yeah, right? It's messed
I would
up.
just be careful with the wordplay if I was you.
That's messed up.
I'm sorry. I didn't try to do wordplay. I made a mistake.
At least we finally found the ghost. Like, that would have drove me
Yeah, it's
crazy if we
anyways
were
up on the attack
we're
here.
still walking
Now
around the
on
asylum.
defense.
Like, where is...
There's no massive surprises here in the bans. I would expect full 3 shields to be banned, realistically, because of how well we've seen ENX utilize those shields. And it's been a big part of that plan strategy, and likewise for Loud as well. It's been a big part of their strategy as well. So it's probably going to be a Chalet where not many shields are played. Now, are shields that important on Chalet?
Yes.
Yes and no. I think
Yes.
there's a lot of other good things.
This is Chalet is one of Blitz's best maps. Being able to run through the canine door, jump through bathroom window, jump through games window, jump through the library single window. Like,
Obviously, one thing you have to consider on Chalet. is
Shields are
having
very
a
good
lot
on
of
Chalet.
Exterior angles, right? You can get a lot of control, a lot of pressure on the defense without having to enter the building. But then, if
What's
you're
with
trying to, say,
Sledge?
play office and you're holding piano,
if he's going into lower
you can
garage,
shoot
it could be
and pop
good.
behind
Like,
you and
lower
things get right in
snowmobile.
front of you and things get real complicated real quick.
Let's see.
And so taking
Other
out
than
the
that,
shield's good, but
nades.
The problem still exists and can still be abused with different operators left on the board, like a Ying, a Dokkaebi, a Capitao, a Grim, all these operators. And by the way, none of them have been brought in round 1. Now, obviously, maybe it's because it's a different site. It being basement, obviously, Ollie, as we
Maybe
can
they
see,
thought there was a castle.
you're going to have
Oh,
a lot
we're
more focus on
sledging open
vertical,
windows. Okay.
a lot more focus on hard breaching. So much so that while we don't have 3 breachers, we have 2 sets of hard breaching and 2 sets of EMPs.
There should be
Every time I die, my voice cut off. That's why the
Well,
proc
look at
chat
the
was
wall.
actually
They've got
tech.
the wall open. They got a couple of nades. They got some flashes. Soft breach charges, for goodness sake, on the Thatcher. Not really too sure what this lineup is good at, aside from getting something open.
It's great at attacking Chile in 2017.
I mean, and guess what? They've got the breach open. But now what? This could be a minute and a half of not a lot, really, which is a bit scary when you consider what the defenders have brought.
So Sexy Cake, like they're opening. It's like a back take. We're opening
Lesion,
boiler wall
Little
here.
FNATs,
We have the guy on.
C4, bulletproof.
Hatch,
They've got
though.
things going for him. Not only that.
Are we
they're also
pulling
spread out a little
pressure,
bit as well. Live's
making it
still
seem like it's a
upstairs.
back take? Because we're also taking
I say
library.
still
We
in
see
kind of
3 guys
gymnastic
taking
way,
library
even
side.
flashing on it, because
Thatcher,
it's a minute left on the
Thermite,
clock and
Sledge.
no one really from the attacking side has gone up to clear that. The hatch is open above that breach. You cannot walk in.
We're rotating back out the
Just like
breach.
Classic Chalet basement conundrum. I mean, I've been seeing this.
We're just
hatch
walking.
problems in that breach for
We're
years
just
now.
anacondaing. Oh my god, we're breach. We're walking down blue, but that's the Vector. Of course, Staffo got 2.
Now another
One of the best guns on
Already drops
defense,
the hatch,
baby.
been completely undealt with. Daffodil letting that one slip away.
I wanted
just a
him to get
little
3.
bit.
I was hyped for the 3rd one right there,
2
but it didn't
breachers
happen.
Getting active, each on for 1. We've got some intel going their way, but their control of the site is tenuous. at
Swing, you got the best
Daffodil's in
gun.
firm control of
Swing.
blue. Harris
Swing.
dropping down the hatch in turn. Basetto in a really difficult spot that finds himself with both feet in the grave.
Nice.
It's
Nice.
taken a long time for Lair to start trading these kills effectively, and finally they've done so. A lot of time has been burned.
Ooh,
In the 1v2,
Perez.
Perez gives it
Oh
away.
my God, Sexy Cake's gonna get picked
Furia
up
might
here.
just have time to pick Sexy Cake back up.
No, he's not, because that's the
Pushing in, but
vector.
he doesn't land the shots.
1-5 on that thing?
Individual play
1-5
from
on that?
Davido,
I might have to
but a whole
rock
lot
that.
more required of him by the end than we thought would be demanded at the beginning.
Nice little bait there as well, like going for the revive, giving that sound cue, coming off, going for the swing.
I've really been every game
I feel
needs
like you have
proximity
to
voice
swing there
chat.
as Dan.
I
don't think
agree.
You can let that player get revived. There was 11
I'm
seconds on
gonna
the
show
clock when
my
6K
age a little bit
is getting
here,
revived
but
there, and you just think you can't really let that
I
happen.
miss-
That's too much time for it to be able 2 versus 1. Yeah, you know where both of them are, but all it takes
Before-
all it takes is 1 headshot.
Like on
Flow
Xbox,
already
like
did
when they
shot
came out with
earlier on in
Xbox
that
Party
round.
Chat, I get
Strange to
it.
see
You
it
want to
come
talk
down
to your
that
friends.
close, and
I
even
get
stranger,
it.
in my opinion, to
But
see the
it
man count
ruined
advantage flip
for
to the
me.
side of ENX in those final
It
15
ruined
seconds.
like just gaming.
Because Loud had really good control.
Everyone
And
sits in a
ENX
party
not really
chat,
taking
no
any
one
sort of map
calms
control, they were
anymore.
Just kind of trying to walk in and drop into sight, and you just sort of think, is that really what we're doing? If a lot of denial had been
I know
all
that's a little bit
about,
different
it
than
would've been
proximity
even
chat, but
easier
like
to keep
then
them
it
out.
then it moved to
They'd have got
PC.
smoke. They'd have
Even
got
in
anything like that.
Siege,
If
people
they'd have
don't
got
calm. I'm one of them. I don't calm.
anyone from ENX had even gotten into
I'm
sight.
sitting in a Discord with people.
Over.
Kind of ruined gaming a bit.
Been
After
rough to say the least.
Xbox Game Chat came out, or whatever the hell that's called,
I'm glad to see in this next
I don't
round
think I
that
added
Perez
another
switch
friend.
up their lineup, bring a lot of
because
them
everyone's
forward.
again,
A lot of
everyone
operators
sits in their
on
little
the board. I
parties
mentioned
with their
Grill.
already
Obviously, didn't
friends.
mention Deimos.
I don't think I
Marcus
added
will get
another
banned.
single person to my friends list for
Anytime
years
deeper.
because of that.
When you look at the other things the attack usually has available to it.
But anyway, games with proximity
This is the
chat.
lineup I would have to deal with the library hold all
Like I think a
Obviously,
survival
you got
game with that
the
would be
points for the
sick.
execute. You could use a couple of them early on too.
I love the fact that we're like
Use the Deimos
making
behind the
AI
towers,
being able to respond to your chat too.
intel on the guy playing mezzanine to try to just power through that position, especially give intel to these 6 nades.
Would
being
you
brought
say
by
this map has the
ENX.
most playable set of
For the
foresights?
benefit of that Jaeger change though,
Hmm.
SDK is going to feel a whole lot more at home.
Yeah, it's one of them. Trying to think. Bank, you can definitely play all 4. I'm a big fan of tellers.
What are they going to do about it?
Border, you
Yeah,
can
you
play
know,
all
it's
4.
here.
I'm a fan of
Very good chance
customs.
that someone
People
is gonna
don't
be
like it
there.
though.
But what are you going to do?
Chalet, you do
I'm
see
waiting
all
for a
4.
nade to get parkoured
So,
in. Okay, we're going to throw a Twitch drone at him. Little shot drone.
what else? What else? What else? Consulate,
Daff is
you
there to support as
you
well.
definitely see all 4 as well because of the split sight's actually
Okay.
good.
Got rid of one of the ADSs. Now you've got 6 nades, so you don't really need to do that. Okay, he's tanked 1.
If we want to go for this, why do we not bring
Still got
Capito?
5. Where are these nades coming from? Because
Why are we
I
just
don't know.
nading?
Start throwing them in.
Oh, missed the C4, unfortunately. That is a really good C4 that would kill that guy on that angle. He just
Okay,
unfortunately
okay, 2 nades have been thrown now.
missed.
I have no idea where they've been thrown.
Why are we not
Throws
running
1 nade to that spot,
Capito?
by the way. Throw 2. You don't pay per nade.
There's a nade fee.
Are we just stalled
Why?
now?
We know he's there.
Oh, he might have moved.
Are we rotating more nades? What's
He
happening?
might have slipped the net. You never know. You can never be too careful. Someone's going to die to STK.
Oh, here we go.
guarantee it.
Nade.
We've still got 3 nades.
It went
Another
down the
one
hole.
gets sent in, and it's fallen down. It's fallen down the hole that the first nade made.
Oh
Now, that's
my
why you don't throw
god.
nades
Did people
one at a
not
time.
know the
Everyone
lineup
watching.
for
That's why
this?
you throw nades in 2s. Because they can't then fall down the same hole that the other nade made.
This is brilliant. Oh my god, this is awesome.
All right, guys, we
Please
can't
use
get
it,
him out.
Please use the third. Please use it. Please use the third. If you use the third, I'm gonna cry.
Siege of Chalet, STK, tucked in library.
It's a
July
siege chalet.
2025. He's still there. Another nade is getting tossed in. It's got caught.
It's
ADS there, yoinked it straight away. Then the flash goes in. I mean,
They haven't.
it's
They haven't
it's
even burned
GD.
the
STK
shield.
got a kill.
He killed
STK
him!
got a kill. Brilliant.
Oh, 4v4 though, and SDK trying to thwart every single attacker coming his way. We've got 3 people
my
on this
God.
Aruni problem, and it's taken 2 minutes and 55 seconds to solve. Whoa, what a round!
That was a round of CJX, everybody. That was a round.
My multi-chat broke again.
6
So
nades.
sad.
2 Twitch drones, 2 death marks, and we couldn't
One-
get the Aruni.
One a Rooney.
What a Rooney!
Tune in
Oh,
next
that
week.
was that was.
Mr.
sick.
Skies, how we doing?
You got 2 kills.
How we doing this fine morning /
What was
afternoon?
on it? Like, where did it's on?
We didn't see the first one. We saw the second
We have
one. then
outlines
the
now.
horde
No one
started
knows
to come in.
lines
Oh
anymore.
my god, he just
Okay, well.
literally Sexy Cake solo hopped
Come
in the
on.
double window.
You're telling me, as a professional team,
that's not even
clearing library corner is obviously your strat, and you don't bring in Capitao. You're telling me you never sat into a lobby for 10 minutes and just practice that?
Previously, there was only Capitao that could
Because
really
if
do anything
we're clearly showing that we haven't done that.
ADS down, you know you're pretty safe. Usually, you play it as a dock.
Yeah.
You don't often play it with a DMR.
I mean, I even
All right, we're
seen,
going
like,
to kitchen.
Liquid at, I think it was Montreal. They even ran a strat where they had Maya play that corner as Scopo.
Seeing a Sen, seeing a Grim, probably going to see maybe
There's a lot of
possibly
different options you can
maybe
do.
possibly a Sun take here, which I would prefer. But we do see Perez on mute, starting to counter out these Grims a little bit.
And not exactly.
I also
not
think
exactly- yeah.
Capitao is much better for Sun takes than Grim is.
Observers.
But I think, Ollie, if we were to say anything, not the kind of round you want to see for a pretty standard hold of library at this point. The only change being ADSs, which, sure, they've been out of play for a while, but everyone on the planet knows how to deal with an ADS at this point because of how oppressive Jaeger was for so long.
Yeah.
And ample utility to do it. The fact they were struggling with that.
But this is
On
okay, yeah.
Chalet?
With the Brava, this makes perfect sense. Did that guy just try to breach charge the window?
Sound cue on that breach charge. That's why we shoot open barricades.
Huh?
Sometimes that can happen.
Was that the sledge in the previous round that like sledged the window open?
Barricade.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Is that guy just allergic to shooting his bullets?
Because
There we
now
go.
we're going to shoot it open because it was a bad idea to put a breach charge on it.
He wants an angle from the... Okay. He wants the angle on the
Checks
bookcase.
out, right?
What do you gain
Sure.
from breaching?
All right, we're poking
What
site.
do you gain from that?
Trying to find the site player. Where's Sense at?
Is this
That guy just got fried.
guy in trophy by himself?
This is a weird... Like, what are we doing?
So they try to.
I
pinch the guy,
get the
but
theory.
we
Once we kill the guy in
Jaeger was by
sight,
himself
yes,
inside,
they
and
can
the shot
usually
just
like use
died.
top down holes and stop plant, but we have Sense. Yeah, so we could maybe Sense off and plant somewhere where holes
I'll be
can't
honest,
see.
I don't really see the vision.
No, Loud probably just take that because they've literally got a lot of information from the Warden dying. They know where at least 2 people are now. We know we've got one on Solar Repel. We know that we have one outside of Trophy. We've got a hop in there. Gumine's going to have to be removed.
Morning Ions.
Ash
Morning
left on 1
Sleeper.
HP,
How's the
Flo
stream
finds
been?
one. Okay, it's not looking terrible right now, but
Stream's
there's
been
still a
good.
C4
Stream's
to
been
try and
good.
get
Can't
through.
complain.
They'll see 4 still vertical angles. Still Basetto inside of the site.
I don't know what I'm watching
Phoenix were advantaged
out of these
briefly, but
attacks.
in terms of positioning, Loud certainly have a lot to
Oh,
work
please
with.
hit a Perez.
Ooh,
No.
Perez really trying to find this kill on a sexy kid. Could be kicking himself for not finding it on that initial push. The 2 attackers still softened up as there's a lot of firepower
Wow.
being laid down on Basetto. Bach holding the bedroom window has found one. There goes the site player. Now it's Daffo in a 1v2.
Yeah. Okay,
Sexy
that
kick,
hole right there,
peppered,
people just
finally
like
put on the
still
floor.
don't know. I don't get it. They still don't know.
can recover
They think they're safe to
Bach can
plant
recover
underneath because oh, you can't. I can just hold window from big window, or I can hold the hatch from big window to stop that plant. But like you can see the plant from those holes that they made. It amazes me people still don't know that. This is what I thought with the Sense. Yeah, Sense across. Kind of like that green ISO in Lair. Ignore the top-down holes.
Does not have to peek.
I'm taking a 416 here any day of the week over an ump, but Daffo is the best player on Loud right now.
Where have they gone? He's got to start getting on this diffuser. He's so worried. First tick, immediately backs off. One more chance as Bach has a long line of sight on it, and now Daffodil has to commit. Sen's pushing in,
Yeah,
should be an easy
time-wise.
find. It's a bit of a tight squeeze when you base the whole attack on West Main. Once they sends up on
Very
the
surprised by how
window,
much
by
Turtles
some
has improved, by the
miracle,
way, since
the
we
next
played
fight
them
the
in
event can convert.
TPL XGS compared to our best of 1 in Element, especially since they
Really was a
doubled down
miracle as
against
well, the
Karn.
way that attack was starting
Excited to see them
out.
best of 3s.
I don't think I've ever seen.
Yeah, when
just
we
a-
played you guys in
realistic take
TPL XGS, I mean, I think our roles were a little
Towards
off
the
back
shop,
then, right?
for
TPL
how
XGS.
little had been done upstairs
I think that's the
when Vert was
biggest
then
biggest
trying to
thing
be
that like
open
the
to
guys
get
have
a bit of a
are
line of sight on
benefiting
where the
from
plant was assumed to be going down.
is the roster change with Vipoa because
We're gonna see
it just put
removed from
everyone
round 4. We get a
it just
Brava
put everyone in a
and
much
Brava plant. So
comfortable spot
we
for
haven't really
roles.
seen any clash. I guess it maybe warrants a ban.
We were trying to do too much in the
Brava has
past.
been brought a few times by ENX, and I can only imagine that it has nicked away some pretty crucial pieces of information, namely bulletproof cameras. So that makes sense for Loud to take it out. Now, interestingly, even though EX
Timeout.
won the last round, they've also opted to take their timeout. Now,
All right, what do we think we're yapping about here?
Margin. It was a 1 versus 1. Yeah, the diffuser was
Hey,
planted,
guys.
but it was kind of anyone's until that point.
They had top
If the
down
vert
on
was
us there.
found, then it would have
We
been
should
very
probably contest the
straightforward.
top down.
Closing out on the Legion. So I kind of accept this timeout coming at this point. And I think it's maybe got a little bit more to do with what we saw in round.
Let's get on the fuse shield, huh?
Or even what we saw in the first half of round 3. It didn't look like the most well put together early round, and they were basing quite a lot on that West main push. And
Came the next day like a whole different team.
Oh,
Yeah, the bounce back was crazy. Bounce back was crazy.
Perez on the
I was very impressed.
Has Sexy Cake completely in his line of sight on the vertical angle, but just misses some key SMG 11 shots. But that could be a kill right there. That could be the difference maker for Loud to win it over. Daffodil on another engagement. Maybe
I think the Karn game too. Again, like
you said, very fine margin, but because of the setup, that's all.
I was impressed with like Trev.
Sure, talking about round 2, but I think also round 3,
specifically just
very
like
much was not completely in their control. It was a tug of war until the very end. And with
like when we looked at like how impressive like we were in the past, like when we played CLB and we won, probably our like highlight of our career, because like those guys were like high T2 players. We were able to beat them. Like Trev put a ton of work in prep wise, had a ton of counters, and like in that Karn game too. Like talked to Trev before the match. We talked about some things, like bouncing ideas off, and like Trev had a full game plan versus those guys. Fully expected the map, fully like prepped, and I mean it showed. We got like a 4-0 attack half. First like 2-3 rounds were counters. All ended up working.
It still seems a little bit outdated.
Trev knows ball.
It's just a mute.
Like, they don't need to go so fancy. But it is going to give them a little bit of option later on, and at least this time,
Sorry I'm late, just in time to see the Liquid comeback. Oh yeah, we're about to see if that Liquid game was a fluke or they're about to lose to the last place team.
Have a chance at exploding some Vulcan canisters, but it isn't going to happen for the first one at least.
I'm so confused by this game plan from ENX. In the game that Loud played against Black Dragons, on their defenses, Loud didn't run Bandit a single time.
What are we doing here? Open the breach. We got 4 guys sitting out there.
It was mute because Cade was banned as
Lion
well, so
is front door.
I really don't understand why they're bringing the Thatcher so much. It can disable all this utility, and with that Banshee being
Lion's hitting blue.
I can see a bit more of the purpose here, but again, they're letting Loud find ways in.
I'm down though.
Nigel put to 1 HP, bot cut down, but if they get the defuse plant behind Trash, maybe it's all worth something. Maybe it all matters, because now as Perez goes down, ENX can retreat back to these positions. Again, it's slim, but there is a clear game plan. Off that smoke, we moved into the post, and ENX
that seemed too easy.
Advantage.
Literally
Nigel
walk in and plant a smoke.
Inside of the site, lost a lot of HP, got 2 kills for it. You make that deal every time, and Loud are grasping for solutions. They can't find purchase on any of them. Making Vert late, trying to rotate down, so much time lost again. Live will try to pick up this defuse just around the corner.
Oh,
yeah. Some biblical coverage.
Yep. I've seen that done to us. I've seen that done a bunch of times.
Angles out garage door. He puts
the classic
in the dirt.
Awful post plant because you could just long arm it against the wall. Oh.
I love the vision from ENX.
One of those.
I commented saying it was a bit of an
one of those
lineup. And the reason is that anytime you see the Thatcher nowadays, when you know you're not going up against a bandit,
oh, it hurts.
You kind of think there's a lot of other ways and means of dealing with this, and there's often better ways and means of dealing with it. But it was brought for a very specific purpose, and it kind of tracks back to why we've had the Brava ban. Brava gadgets going in and getting rid of those Banshees and swapping them over and hacking them and taking them and all that defender utility, it's causing problems. So what do you do when you need to get rid of that defender utility? Well, you know, send a Thatcher at it. Send a Thatcher at it, explode it, do something. Thatcher may be the operator that can do that, and a few other things the best. So potentially was the right choice. And Nigel's play off the back of it was really good because he pushed into connector, he was able to affect then on into wide, and had a successful round.
These rosters who make T2, T1 through CL don't practice. Oh yeah.
Out at the key moment. And SDK
I agree with that, Sneeze. I agree with that.
Not a round that Loud should be getting away with.
Accessing the small shit and stuff.
And it's around that ENX
a lot of the rosters, I mean, they're not together for that long, so they're not thinking of
because there was some
small
gaping
picture
holes
stuff
in
that
post
adds
line.
up.
And
The
you
extra,
can't
like,
be letting people
you know, the
have that
thought
kind
process of getting
opportunity,
1% better
because
every
any of these
day.
players can hit shots. SDK, Perez, Daff, whoever it might be, they are capable of hitting these kind of shots.
It's also three clutches. Ted, not 3-1v.
All right, the classic, you go Zofia for big window, because if they're running a castle, you get both castles open. We saw them do that. Bing, bomb. Too easy. Only op that could do that fast. We do see the Capitao this time out, so this is surely another soul take.
Very quickly finds it slipping
You're able to
away at
fire
certain
all the key
times,
spots
especially in the
out.
late game.
Now, this is going to be the next problem they got to deal with. They don't have Deimos under this time. They have the Buck under, sure. Maybe Buck, waste ADS. Oh my god, that guy just almost got timinged. Holy cow.
Brutal timing.
Holy cow.
Still have the control, and maybe he doesn't pick up the kill, and honestly, just not.
Cali could do it quick. I mean, yeah, but the thing is, teams will put like a Wamai or something on there. So you'd have to like Cali, then you'd have to waste ADS, then you'd have to Cali. A lot slower.
Alternate positions with a little bit more of a stable footing, something that isn't going to get ripped open.
Only roster, to my knowledge, I was going to stick the full roster together till we had to make a roster change because someone's going to be able to cage straight out. But okay, yeah, it's rare. It's fucking rare.
Unactivate the sends device there just to bait people into peeking. SDK is tempted, but he does need to be cautious. He's on a half HP.
I'm trying to think what team we saw do this first, where you just bait with the sense.
It is essentially just wasting time.
Is that Furia again? Is that a classic Furia? Is that just the answer as always? There it is. Wow, SDK didn't fall for any of the bait. Bathroom position going to be tough here. They're not able to play cat. Perez just sitting in the tub. Rub-a-dub-dub.
I like the idea from the Sens. I like the usage of
Sure, we can buck under, but like... Oh, we're gonna cap fire up. Okay, here we go. But no one's holding him.
Is coming with 30 seconds left. Look at how well coordinated it was. But it's coming with 30 seconds.
Don't peek this guy. Don't. There's 20 seconds. Don't peek. They're not even in soul. Okay, now they kind of are.
You don't even get him. ENX do have control of
they do have to contest this entry though because they don't have any smokes or anything. They have to they can't let him get to this plant spot.
And Nigel
there we go.
Creeping his way in. 5 seconds left, found by STK around the corner. It's
Start planning.
Again,
start planning. Oh my god.
Loud might not have it.
Wow. Yep.
He's the only one
8
left.
seconds left. What are we doing? How are we dying to big window? Just shoot them as they walk in, please, for the love of God.
ENX spending every second on the clock there and even needing to extend it by getting that plant down. And again, forcing Loud into these unfavorable gunfights. It was a great execute onto Bathroom. We mentioned it at the time. There was a lot of util going in the same direction. But Loud looked as though they could have just stood firm. Eventually, ENX found a pocket of safety. A real smidge.
Hot and cold date? I wish it was a hot and cold date. I wish. I wish that guy would golf with me. I'm trying to golf every day. Where's he at? This guy's only off on Saturdays.
As he was trying to run out of the bottom of trench there and pick that kill up, but
leaving hot and cold AM. I'm leaving the 115-degree weather. That's what I'm leaving.
This game it feels far more stressful than
now I can golf and it's like only 70, 80. Woo.
These rounds have been brutal, and I don't mean that in terms of the quality, just in terms of
M80 worked on the fourth, probably. Probably it's not from NA, probably.
I think the defining factor for me
Turtles worked on the fourth too.
Both of these teams are hitting.
I don't think any of the guys had anything.
Good shots and winning their fights. Not everybody across the board.
They were all scrimming.
Like one team is looking sharper on
the guys are grinding lately.
Creates these situations where our ENX are attacking way too slow, but they are giving Loud a run for their money. And if Loud could just win a couple more 50-50s, this could be a 4-1.
Prepped a little bit as well for Hakiki.
Who knows?
I think they play Monday, right? Am I wrong? But Monday, I think it's going to be a big day.
3 players positive and 1 at 4.
I think we played Monday.
That's probably your saving grace on this attacking side, which you still are guaranteed not even to win.
Mr. Finn. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute, but thank you so much for the 3-month resub and welcome back, Finn. Thank you.
True.
They have a 58% win rate on the attack, and it's around 47 on the defense. So it's a fairly big margin. Oh dear.
Oh,
Could have
dear.
been golfing.
Dear, oh dear.
I offered Matt to go golfing. But he would have had to be up at 6 a.m. And I don't think Matt was awake at 6 a.m.
Just get into the library. You don't know how to take library. Surely you're safe in there.
You think so? Especially now that
Ooh.
by the Deimos.
Maybe he didn't see him because he was outside there. Nice shot by Daffo.
Wow, what a shot by Daffo. But he's revealed his position, and it's just still confirmed by the death mark. Basetto will try to provide him some support, holding that library double window. There's a nice reset from ENX, though. Not looking to throw this 4v2. They still have 5 drones on board. Continue collecting some information as the firebolt goes out. Daffodil trying to take an aggressive stance.
Wait, is this the play?
Oh,
it's not the play. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, Basetto 1v4. Why am I feeling like he's winning this? Why am I feeling like this is about to be a Basetto clutch? Oh, never mind. Deimos is up. Literally impossible. Literally impossible.
With how close these rounds have
Deimos
been,
late round. OP.
Seems silly, but with Loud's best side by a wide margin coming up. See if it's enough.
Mr. B hasn't seen Siege like Turtle Siege, so he'd be ready to get really shit on. Yes, sir.
And I think they've upped the work rate
yes,
as well.
Sir. Turtle Siege.
You know, up until these final attacks.
Love that Loud is abusing Malusi. She's not worth banning, but she's definitely strong. Oh, 100% strong. And this is a big Malusi map, too. You see a lot of teams running Malusi on, like, this map. Labs as well.
Too aggressively there. And I think there was certainly
you think CL quals will be a thing again?
To get something back
in March, full relegation promotion? I think so.
Maybe a little bit of sunk cost fallacy in there.
I think it's a once-a-year thing. I think that's how they advertised it.
I'm going to have to peak this to try and get a kill just to make it a bit easier for later on. And there was definitely a little bit of that creeping in from Loud there. And maybe they lacked a little bit of discipline there in round 6. ENX...
Yeah, it's a little bit of accountability if, you know, you schedule a scrim and you at least plan it out. Like 3 East. Like, we're talking, like, you're telling me, maybe I'm old now. But who's sleeping past noon? I feel like my day is chalked.
This is by far and away Loud's better side.
If you're not waking up till noon, what are you staying up till 4 a.m. every day?
Terrible side is better than their attacks. So for both of these teams, you're expecting good.
Like if I wake up anything like past 9 a.m., I feel like my day's chalked.
Expecting good attacks from Loud.
Up playing ranked till 7 a.m. But like priorities. If you know in the calendar you guys have a scrim the next day, already planned in advance.
Slight difference, but you're never gonna question getting those cameras off the board.
That would get me fired up as a coach. Sorry, let's not go on that topic. Let's not go on that topic.
Especially as Jack pointed out on the desk.
That's like gotta sit down with the guy and have a chat about where his priorities, where his head's at.
A lot of times Basetto can suffer in the opening duels because the rounds go so late. When he goes to down, he just happens to be the
hope all is well though, Finn. Good seeing you again in chat. But yeah, hope everything is good with you, dude. Mint's passionate. Oh, I can get passionate about some of my pet peeves. Ooh, NJR's playing Kovacs. Let's fucking go, Nick. I gotta close my Steam. All right, this is the defense that I like seeing right here. This is one that I thought about taking, not ENX's version. I'm pretty sure this is Furia, or there's a different team that I also seen run this variation. But you run tube, you run this mirror setup. It's just time waste, right? All it is time waste. It's instead of extending Mez side, library side with that mirror, you're just here, time waste. Wow, that guy just got shit on. What an entry from STK. What a goddamn... No fear. Where's the... I'm sure they had an outside fender maybe, and they got zapped.
Dog on that play. The moment that last Zoto went out, he was spraying open that door like a madman. Finds the kill around the corner. Sure, the utility's been used.
Champions forever, T2's temporary.
You
guys are ridiculous. Guys, there's no way ranked is that much fun or worth staying up till 7 a.m. right now with all the cheaters, right? I queue one game, I get a cheater, I'm off. How do you put up with it? Till 7 a.m.
Right on the opposite side of the door. He's trying not to trip over Nigel's corpse as he holds this same position, and with Loud stacking even more resources around this, he's feeling so much pressure. So Live will creep up.
Ooh, little sound maskage, little sound maskage. Ain't nothing you're gonna be able to do. I know you got the Vector, but that's only one. Good round from Loud.
Flawless round for Loud out the gate.
I mean, we could call
It's
it
my
a
second
flawless
season,
round.
and I've hit champ. Only solo queuing, but I still feel like I could be so much better. What advice do you have for someone who wants to continue
By
improving
its very
after
definition,
this?
it isn't.
Second season,
Effectively.
and you've hit
You
champ.
can't just be dishing out these flawless rounds.
Solo queue.
People that stat
Are you the
trackers out
GOAT?
there, they'll care about that sort of thing.
What
Well,
advice
I'm
do you
not
have for someone who
talking
wants to
about
continue improving
statistic,
after
we're
this?
talking about
I mean,
quantity. I'm
at that
talking
point, you
quality.
hit
I'm talking
champ, but
about
are you number
okay?
1 champ? Are
If
you
a
top
troll
10
comp goes
champ?
out in the team and some guy swings a
Do you
1v1,
want to get
he
into
knows he shouldn't be
competitive? Are you
swinging.
just a ranked
Around
champion
Casino,
player? Do you
the
want to get
bulk of
into
what actually
competitive?
happened, the bulk of what actually mattered was flawless.
That could be the next path,
sounds
right?
like-
That could be your
This
next
sounds like
avenue, as long as you're not cheating your balls off.
What do you mean? Coping for what? What do you
So
mean
that you can
coping?
troll.
Kids are built diff. Kids are built diff.
Okay, no. I always am on site. I am always playing Breach when you guys give troll, and then I'm sitting there in the 1v1 that I have to clutch because somebody decided on skyscraper defense to throw a 1v4.
Kids are built
That
diff.
sounds like you remember. That sounds like something that happened.
I think that was the game I got. I think I
What were we talking about? Kids built diff. Started watching Love Island.
you actually remember
We'll
that?
talk about that during the break.
I don't remember it. The way that you said it,
But dating nowadays?
Constantly game where we literally
Seems
played,
diff.
like, so many rounds.
We'll talk about that a little later. Right now, we're dialed into Loud.
I was like, I was
We're dialed into the boys. And 3-3 defense half also is not bad. Like, it's actually really fucking good on Chalet, in my opinion. Chalet is still attacker-sided. And Loud, I think, are one of... I don't know the stats on it, but they impress me more on attack than they do on defense.
Well, you know what? I actually hope they are. Because I hope that Loud shows how it's done. We do have a player in library. We have Bot on the
So very, very good attack. Basically flawless the first time. Now we're on bar.
In Loud's lineup. But wait.
We do got a Mira and a Clash up. Both are going to be difficult, but of course we got Nomad. We also got Cap, yes. This is what I call a rat take. You take basement. Perez opened up stock wall, denying anyone playing into stock.
Alternatively, we could look to burn it with something like.
We didn't open it yet, right?
So watch this space.
Okay, you're going to smoke because there's no ward in Mez and get the wall open. Because now they can't just look down and shoot. Possible that he did impact, but it doesn't. It sounds like he missed. But that's how you open that wall up when there's not a ward in top Mez. You just bring your Capitao in, smoke, boom.
Sarah's got to be careful.
This is aggressive with the Clash.
Sexy cake going
They're
on.
going for a retake. This is kind of what happens against rat takes. You either sit on cams and hold the flank
Ooh, Live right at the door to the site will fall.
before you get powered, or you go fast.
Daffodil found as well by Nigel.
Good little power, because what would have happened here, I'm sure, SDK, they also have Bassetto and Thatcher. They would just EMP Dark Corner.
Single panel.
So they are still going to go for this pick. We should see an EMP Capitao combination right here.
So I guess now we're getting on this library position as Nigel is
Boom, corner cleared. Not a big deal. That's just time waste. 50 seconds left. Now, unfortunately, you don't have Daffo up who can nomad off the top flank and hold hatch. Then they can jump in and go for a plant. Games window. Because this player should not be able to be in stalker now. See, the wall's open.
Live and Daff both going down.
This should be able to get fired. He still has 2 fires up. You could fire this wall right here. Here we go. Capitao fire. Boom. Capped out. Now they have to rotate into bar. They can't go, or in theory, they shouldn't be able to go stock because Bassetto is there now. We see a guy in stock. This is Enix are doing. I keep saying Enix. Enix doing a good job of trying to. Yeah. Yeah, they did a good job of holding the key power positions they needed to on that, and obviously getting 2 picks. On the rat take, it's an isolation strat, so when you lose 1 or 2 players, it gets really difficult.
2 players early in a very spread out attack from Loud. It's very easy for ENX to isolate them.
So glad I have my high school sweetheart. Would hate to date right now. Yeah, was talking about that with
get their
the
job
girlfriend.
done
Like,
and almost
we're in a
win a gunfight
5-year
at the
relationship
same
at this
time,
point,
and they
and
weren't
I
always
don't
50-50
I don't know
gunfights.
if
You're around
I'm
the corner and you
able to get
bearing
back
down on
into
a
the.
clash.
I don't want to say
Yeah,
I'm
you can
comfortable.
punch it and run the other way, but you better believe that
I don't know
someone's
if I
coming
can
to
get
cut
back
you
into
off.
dating right now.
Because You're down in the basement. There's only a couple of ways you can go.
Back in my day, I had to be
it's
spawn
very
peeked by a
quick to
Jaeger
react off the
ACOG. You get
information
spawn peeked
gathered
by a
by
Hollow
60K
SMG11. We are
and
not the
flash
same. Back in my day,
I don't think
that
we need to
SMG11
guess
had
as
an
to what the
ACOG.
plan will be at the end of this round.
And that shit was nasty to spawn peek
Probably gonna be
with.
the clash. But Loud need to find an answer for a side that they're meant to be pretty good on. It's a level game, once again. It was level at the half, end of round 6.
Played a couple years ago,
Into
but didn't really
round
get into the
9,
game.
it
Oh,
was
we got
remaining
chat
level
being investigators.
4-4.
Let's go, chat.
Bit of a 6-pick from Loud. Looking to restrict some of that movement. They had got
SMG11 with suppressor ACOG was fire.
Switch that over to the Nomad.
I used to farm one taps with that gun. Oh my god, that gun was so fun to spawn peek with.
Deimos in there as well, so great roam hunting tools. If that's what they feel like they're gonna need, and there is a little bit of presence.
Never got to enjoy a Bandit and Jaeger ACOG. Yeah, back then you were either a Jaeger ACOG main or a Bandit ACOG main. Like that was like the two fraggers on the team. I preferred Bandit. And if you don't know why, look at all of Bolo's clips. He doesn't have many Jaeger ACOG clips. He was a Bandit ACOG player as well. He preferred that gun as well. That gun was nasty with the ACOG. And don't we have that now? 0? That's got an ACOG. I might have to mess around with that a little bit more. That thing was, well, mainly because of its defense, but that gun was nasty. Just realized buying the Buckskin was my first purchase. Yo, let's go, man. Did I convince you when I bought it on stream the other day? I saw a tweet that I was about to leave the store, and I was like, wait, this is actually nasty. It probably would have been cheaper if we waited for it to be on the marketplace.
We don't see any presence from ENX on the top floor, so Loud will take it.
High Bear was my first teammate when I first started comp. Really? I didn't even know High Bear played comp. I had no clue.
This will be the problem that Loud will have to deal with.
All right, looking like a half take here.
Window, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
Normally for this mirror window, I mean, yeah, bring Ash, or also, as we're seeing right now, you just take Office right above him, one Ram drone, and this guy's out of here.
The answer to that is that Bok is going to be underneath.
Yeah, we're just going to pop it open. C4, though, yeah.
C4 there. He's going to find Perez.
I mean,
gets caught out entirely. The mirror window will
one, he had a mute jammer on the wall. He was not going to get Deimos tracked. Two, when you're calling who the player is in dieting, it's important to say if it's a C4 operator or not. That was sloppy from Perez right there. And he is not having a good game. This is not like Perez, who's been kind of their carry a little bit.
I really think we're starting to see some of that Chalet Rust that we saw at Reload, that we saw against Black Dragons earlier in this stage. On a side that Loud have done quite well on a map that attacks usually don't find all too difficult. Loud are struggling to figure out these solutions, struggling to deal with common positions.
Yeah, this is odd. This is like so common. They gave you all of library side, and it's just a mirror in here. Again, where's the RAM? Why do we not have a RAM for this? Where's our top down for this attack?
It's looking like an ENX round. One that doesn't come down to the overall structure. One that comes down to winning the frags.
That's a big fight to lose because now this guy can stop plant. We're just planting green bins. He's spamming, but he missed. Wait a second. Wait a second.
It gives you the time you need to put that plant down behind trash. But Nigel, that flank upstairs materializing.
How did we air jab off connector?
All on the post. One on main and one deep outside, live on that long angle. Will cut down Angels.
Oh,
it's coming low.
Is this the classic post plant that you always lose?
STK, he's got utility around the
stick it, 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 stick it. Oh, I don't know. That would have been close. That would have been close.
And all that for just a 1-round lead.
Nah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that attack.
That's STK's map right there. That's his bomb site. He clutched up on the defense.
Did I ever cover the Houghton drop? I know you talked about Troy plenty. Ignore if you cover. Wait. Ignore if you cover the DZ drop. Did I ever cover the Houghton drop?
It's a tiny little angle. But it's an angle that, as a defender, you really don't expect. You expect yourself to be
I've covered it.
Exposed to that, and it not to be too much of a problem.
It was basically like we were very stagnant in the team.
A little bit peeking the breach 1 by 1.
Like The team was very inconsistent up and down. We won the mini major, but like we were also like kind of ass at the same time. Very inconsistent. Felt like we needed to switch up. The guys wanted to add a hyper.
Winning the gunfights in the moment, as you mentioned, it was
Is that who it was?
far more
No,
about
it
that
wasn't
than
hyper.
anything else,
They wanted to add NJR,
especially given that ENX actually got
which
the
was somebody
opening
that
round
I've
as well.
like
As the
thought
bans
was
come in at the start of
nasty
round
since
10,
I'd seen him when he was
Timeout and the
16.
Clash have both
I would
been
see his clips.
removed.
I had a
Clash is something that ENX have really
a friend
clutched onto throughout
that
their
actually like
defenses
played
here.
with him when he was like underage and knew how good he was and
Every
told me
round
about
and
him really early
tried to
on
get the most
before
out of
Nick
it,
turned
and in some
18.
cases has done a great job
And then
of
I've had my
gathering
eye on him.
information, and
So
his
like
team's been
I did
able to
agree
react
with
to
the
it.
NJR
With that now
pickup,
being removed, we're going to have to see a little
but
bit else from the ENX. Compound that with the fact
I
that
was
Live
not
just
for
won the
dropping
last
Matt,
last round,
obviously.
and they are one map
The
away,
whole
one
team
round away
voted,
from
and I
that
was
point.
like the last person to
does
give
put ENX
the sign off
in a bit
on.
of a tricky
And
spot.
I mean, I was gonna go with the guys, so I said sure, but I should have retired.
Feels like both teams
I should have retired and let Matt stay because I was already not feeling it. Like I was already had retirement in my mind. And any Siege player knows, like once you have the thought of retirement in your mind, that shit doesn't go away. Like
Got
that's
some dominant ones to be sure.
you gotta if you're really thinking about it, like
Feels like there's been
you're better doing it before it's too late.
Yeah. Even rounds that didn't feel like they'd be all that close have come down to the wire in certain cases.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been close.
All right, back
but
to
still
kitchen.
ended up close.
Yeah.
We're running that same tube Mira.
Indicative.
Cade's banned.
5-4 scoreline perhaps.
No other
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
vertical
yeah.
clear, it will have to
We
be the
we
extension
should
of
see an
top. We
ace
saw how they
very
struggled
quickly
to
so we can
deal
start
with
burning
one
these
near
tubes.
window, a solo position last time.
Just throw a tube on there, or throw an ace on there.
With a nomad
Oh,
ball.
we're gonna see a little Mav play. I love this mini
Three
play.
players up top. You got three things
Freebies.
you've gotta do. Maverick going out, will spot one, but Nigel turns on him. How do you lose that for Brasetto right in front of you and just that tiny whiff, even with the
Wow.
surprise?
That's one of my favorite mini plays, though.
Yeah, you get the
Mavin
build,
killed the guy. That was actually, I mean,
Yes.
I don't want to say genius, but it's a fantastic mini play. I can't believe he got fucking gunned. Holy shit.
I feel like Live screwed that up a little bit for Brasetto. I don't know if throwing the Selma on it at the same time as the Maverick. I think if the Maverick's just going to go for a little kill, you just got to let him do it and try and cause a little bit of distraction at the same time. I guess the sound cue is going to work in your favor, but you're always going to be worried about that breach being open.
They still have to clear this half-wall player.
Ooh, Two-Brow there was attempted to be thrown out, but isn't going to do anything. No pressure coming in from the
They have no way to really clear this guy out. They have to walk. Here comes the walk. This
try and send it straight through. Dodges out of the
That's
flash
okay,
and will
though.
Find the kill onto Nigel playing on that
now
door.
as a defense, or like, do they want to go for a full clear or a half clear? Because half wall is what you need to stop all plants. That's why half wall has to die. You could stop everything from half wall.
Held it for so long, true.
But now do they? It sounds like if with the guy on big window that they're gonna want to commit to a full top clear, and like this is where it's dangerous. I feel like this is very defender sided at this point.
Dynasty 4 is in sight. To positions
Yeah.
they've known about for ages,
Loud needs
through
picks at this
players
point.
they've
Guy
been
on big
focused
window,
on
30
for
seconds left. What's the plan
2.5
here?
Minutes.
Mm.
Bach just swings around the corner. The Frost's been sitting up there the whole time. ACOG, job done. Now Live's got to rotate all the way around. STK sitting on bathroom window with 20 seconds left. What do you do? You've got no good options. You've got to hope. You've got to pray.
You just hope that the AK-12 goes burr.
Razor thin margin, you
And it does not.
find a way through,
And it does not.
and they both get cleaned up.
Dropped Matt February 23rd, retired in May. Yeah, like we added a young player into the team, hoping it would give the spark that we needed. But honestly, Matt was the glue of the team because we had Hyper and Eclipse as like the young kids on the team, and then we had me and Skies as the old men unks on the team. And Matt was like literally the glue. Matt was the middle person on the team. He would connect everybody. Right, because Matt hung out with me and Skies. Matt hung out with Hyper and Eclipse. So like Matt kept us as a team. And when we removed Matt from the team, and we brought in Nick, fantastic player. But Nick obviously was a young guy and went with the young guys. So me and Skies were just like almost outcasts, which was horrible since we were the IGLs, and we're trying to tell the team what to do and like what we want from them, and like it was not a fun time.
But then the defenders realized,
And that's why I retired quickly after that SI, because Matt was my best friend on the team, and
yeah, sure, we've given them office.
it just
We
felt
have to give it all over to them.
lonely. In a like I had no one to talk to.
We still were able to get a kill with the C4.
Located by attackers.
Credit to ENX, honestly. Good defenses so far.
I agree. It's good defenses, but at the same time, it's good defenses combined with, as often we see, I feel like in Rainbow Six, often we
Sky's
see
IGL'd, yeah. Yeah, Sky's was an
defenses
IGL.
combined with attack that is failing to figure out the puzzle, and what often is a pretty standard puzzle. One that isn't really throwing a lot of new things.
Best bank teams in Siege X. Falcons are the best bank team in the world. VP are very good at bank. Loud's very good at bank. Shopify's very good at bank.
But you gotta give credit to the defenses.
We'll stick with those four.
Overextending their hand in any given moment.
Didn't Sky's IGL obey? Yeah, Sky's has been an IGL, I think, almost ever since he's been a player, I believe.
So they don't need to overcomplicate things. They know if they
He IGL'd with Bosco, I believe.
And so far, that hypothesis has proven completely and entirely correct. Now in barring games, we will have that library position with the Jaeger and the Wamai setup. It didn't really cause Loud that much trouble dealing with it, but they only dealt with it at like 45 seconds remaining. And well, that's a problem in and of itself.
Loud do use a lot of the time. And they're not a team that are going to rush things.
It's been a couple days. Any update on Sub Wars?
See them come up with a real good solution for this mirror.
We're at the mercy of Dream. Again.
I mean, I'd love to see an Ash squeezed into the lineup here somewhere.
We're at the mercy of Mr. Mitch.
Could he bring the Ash instead? What are we going to see out of the two nades and
the last message I sent was something about, let me know the next day that works for you. And he said, heard.
Utility. I guess time will tell. Trying to get a kill here onto Ivy window. So SK doesn't really need to challenge this.
So heard it is.
Back to that deployable shield. Back to those blue stairs and the safety that provides. No nades either. So you're really relying quite heavily on those.
All right, we're doing a soul overtake. I love this take. Shopify also does this take. I love when Loud does it. We're gonna see him shut these doors off. Box will be shut off. And the other door, oh my god, every time I want to circle. So that's gonna remove the mirror. We're gonna shut this door. Boom, boom, boom. And we're gonna run by and we're gonna flood the blue stairs player. Because then he doesn't have help, right? Mez can't help. Anyone library can't help. The guy in box can't help.
What have we spent all this time doing? And I mean that as a genuine question. Only with
trying to get the shield. Because we're all gonna be walking out of shield right now, which is a little bit of a problem.
2 nades, a bunch of flashes, and Flores just died. The guy with the only utility left to deal with that shield has just fallen. We've seen this Roar strat before. We've seen Shopify run it. You close off that double, close off that single, then just full send it a blue haul. But Sexy Cake.
Well, there goes the Roar that we're not going to see.
Box got his second kill from where? I don't know. But what is the game plan from Loud? On Chalet attack, they did not have to play this map. They could have banned anything else. And yet it seems that this attack, even a Genji, they literally played about 2 rounds ago. They just cannot, for the life of them, figure out. In ENX, a team that needs every point they can get their hands on, has just secured 1.
Skies is a Genji main. If you want to see some nasty Genji clips and gameplay, go to his Twitter.
Opposite Ivy double, and it was feeding information for the
I suck at Overwatch, but I do not know how you get kills with Genji. You're just flying around.
Red shock drones.
How are people letting it get that close?
Red tower drones. We had all sorts. Quite literally a bag of
basically Ash.
And we don't deal with a camera that pretty much lost them the round, by the way, because it was the information off the BP that enabled the run.
All right, so I was hyping up Loud based on their attacks. First attack was great. That attack was, I think, a little bit of an operator problem there. I think the Roar take is fine, but like they didn't have a way to deal with the shield. They didn't have a way to deal with the BP that was just staring at him. And then like an Ash would have been nice for the Mira.
I mean, there's a bit more to it than just.
Even though you're gonna block the door off, they're just gonna hold you from peeking around the corner and shooting Aurora.
Kind of questioned the striker pick in the previous round, and I'll question it again here and now. If you're moving from a Dokkaebi to a striker, you better have a good reason for it. Because you do really hamstring yourself in the amount of utility you bring, and it isn't...
Will you cry for us if ENX win? I just don't know why Loud's going Chalet, guys. I'm just very confused. Every single time I've watched them on this map, they don't look good.
I would love
They just came off a fantastic last 3 play days, taking down all top 4 teams. And now we're playing another weak team, and we're going Chalet. When these are like important points to get. You need to lock yourself into the top 6 here. We're kind of trolling.
Dealing with it effectively at range. Haven't really got away.
Followed Skies on Twitter because of the hilarious floating tweet. Yeah, that one made me fucking chuckle. Listening to Skies come back to the game. That was good. Because you're 100% dead on. People just want to fucking not do anything strategic anymore.
Could be a nice idea as Daffodil completely opens up the mirror window from below. That's the problem solving we need to see. That's the kind of initiative we've been wanting the past 3 rounds. You've got Daffodil applying pressure from below, 2 players.
How much do you think stream results impacted your teams in T1? I don't think at all. In fact,
control within a minute and 15 seconds. Not complete control.
The teams that I've coached, whenever we had a good event, we got smoked in scrims. And you can kind of tell when we were going to pop off. Unwanted, we were like ass leading up to SI. We were ass. DZ, when we won the Charlotte Major, we went into that ass.
Much better from Loud.
We lost, I swear to God. We had a whiteboard where I started like recording scrims and like showing the results. I would use red if we lost, green if we won. I would mark our map stats. I think Troy actually still has a screenshot. We lost like 17, I think it was, scrims in a row. 17 maps. We could not fucking buy a win.
That's one thing dealt with.
We went into that major so chalked, but we won. I don't think it matters. People show up a little bit, like, you could try to replicate scrims to game day, but like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. People play a little bit differently on game day.
Still the small problem of Angels tucked in behind the grand piano. With these defenders having super powerful positions, the attack.
Just a library over stack again from Loud here.
We'll have to. If ENX were able to win it this way, you'd be
okay.
Kicking yourself if you're allowed. Furia
all right.
finds the first.
All right, and we're into plant. Nothing this guy can do. They double reinforce the wall off, so... Oh, no, they didn't double reinforce. Wait. Wait.
Just gotta back up now.
Okay, thank God.
But somebody coming up library stairs will push Loud into OT.
Oh my God.
It comes so late in the game, but Loud finally play Chalet as it's meant to be played.
Super always said on one it looked the best of it. So I will say, teams matched up. Hateful. We actually, every time we played Shopify, we actually always did good in scrims. But against most teams, we sucked. Like, we would scrim Zonky's team in T2 with Vipo on it. I told him this the other day because I was looking through old VODs. We got shit on by a T... Like, most T2 teams we played against, we got shit on. Most T1 teams we got shit on too, but like, Shopify was a team for some reason we always played better against.
Single tap onto the piano
trying to
window.
Think who else.
I was thinking it's over. You're hitting shots like that, it is just plainly over.
Oxygen would farm us. Oxygen was our hard counter. Like,
that isn't saying much because the game.
Thank God we smoked him in the match when it mattered, when we had prep. But holy cow, when we scrimmed those guys probably more than any other team, and they would farm us.
And ENX staying on the defense. So if you were going to wager this, you'd say, well, ENX have done fairly well on the defense. You'd be quite happy to stay on that side. But Loud seem to have figured a couple of things out, particularly in that last round. If they can do that again here, they might put themselves in a good position going into this OT.
That is a big if, though. Very large if they can.
Mid-round IGLing, just not be afraid to make mistakes, Deep. Watch a ton of Siege. Most of the positions you'll find yourself in a mid-round, you will also see other teams get into similar positions if you watch a lot of pro play. And then you can get answers right there, right? Also, another way to practice mid-round IGLing is to watch VODs as an IGL and wait until the mid-round and then pause and then think, okay, if I was the IGL at this moment, what would I call here? Sometimes I like to do that with chat too. Like, we'll be sitting here and I'll be like, okay, 3v3, 40 seconds left. This is your util. Pretend you're this guy. What's the call? How are you going to end this round?
Same setup.
Give yourself like those extra reps.
Every single time, Jaeger will mine. No shield on blue this time, to be fair. But it's still the same bits of utility and still the same positions that Loud have just banged their head against every single time.
I like the change from Loud in this round, though. Perez has brought the Ash. Now, he hasn't lit the world up on the scoreboard tonight, but do you feel like he's got good tools to work with?
All right, we saw him struggle this last time. Perez, though, we are on Ash. We have a way to deal with the mirror this time.
That really hampered the attack.
Oh, he's about to pre-fire.
She's going to be good at dealing with both of those things.
Okay, Mira, gone.
Here, there, that the mirror window is going to get blown out. So Sexgate's position is going to be somewhat weakened. It looks like the BP...
So the mirror's gone. However, there's still 4 players top floor here. How are we going to deal with them? We don't have a Capital. It's banned. We don't have a Grim. Grim would have been massive here. Like, literally, we just have, like, regular... We just got to walk. We got 2 smokes on live. That could be maybe something. There's no ward in here.
Is some going... And there's no way that Sexgate wants to give up on this.
That's gotta be the key here.
There until the end, it feels like. You might have destroyed the mirror window, but you've still got to get in there and deal with him. Finally, now
this guy's got the hottest voice, guys. I'll tell you that.
ENX drop. Well, this doesn't leave a lot of time for Loud to work with.
I'll tell you that first.
Extremely little time. Actually, Kick even gets one. Even finds STK, the top performer for Loud. Bach might be down, but he's with the rest of his team. He can be picked back up. You're fine dropping Angels. You got so much support on the site, but it's all softened up, save for Florio. Sexy Cake, Nigel, Bach. A bit easier for Loud to find, and in 10 seconds, we've seen how close these games can be. Seen how
they just absolutely lined up. Oh my god.
And it's just moments like that that are all
That's the 416 right there. That's the 416.
With one clip.
Freebies.
Puts Loud on match point.
Absolute freebies.
That's what we like to see. Far better from Loud. And I feel like with their playstyle, there is inherently going to be some kind of confidence issues. When you're running the clock that low, it is going to be a bit of a bottle job as to whether you're going to be able to pull it off again and again. They were able to pull it off there. It was partly off the back of some of the defenders lining up, but you don't really expect this to be.
All right, big for Loud. They looked better on defense at this point. So let's see where we go. We're going kitchen. Pretty standard top hold here. We got 2 trap operators. Malusi. Again, this is a very good Malusi map. Legion. Mute for Grims. ENX have been spamming Grim. Warden in case they want to do any cheese plays, especially in overtime. We got a good lineup. ENX showed that they just kind of wanted to go at the site, I think, last time on this.
It makes the world of difference when you're then able to push in and take the top floor a little bit more effectively. Yeah, it costs Loud, but it also costs ENX utility and time. So it's a fair trade. I'm glad to see Loud made that adaptation, even if it was a little bit too late. This game now being split points, it's going to throw the standings a little bit, that's for sure. And ENX ideally needed to come away with a clean 3. Loud as well, coming away with a clean 3 would have been good, but it still leaves them in and around that mid.
Also, you said 416, it's 417. Oh my god, you're right. What do I talk about, Jaeger?
It won't put them directly into contention with Furia for the
You watching Turtle Finals?
They'll be at 8, Furia at 9.
That's not until Monday, right?
Results, they might find themselves in a more advantageous position, but
what's that pay?
Our top 6 will very much be secure by the end of the day, no matter what happens. As the play days,
or is there a different league? Is it a different league? What league are they in? That's the finals. Oh, is it Outlast today? Is today the 5th? Oh, it is the 5th. No, I'm not watching that.
Just decrease.
I have a lot to do today after the stream.
Moments like that
so much that I'm overwhelmed thinking about it.
blue stairs, thinks he's found a gap. Perez hears it, swings around the corner. No option.
I absolutely hate packing.
Nobody nearby for ENX to bring that back.
I despise it.
Not your top performer, but there goes your second in the blink of an eye.
Fox been hitting some really nasty shots as well. Down to half HP on the Nook. This is really where ENX struggled. I think Loud will be fairly confident at the moment on this defense side. It was a 3-3 split, but rounds that they won.
Yeah, fair play to ENX forcing the OT even if they don't win. I mean, I agree. Like, Loud have been on a heater, and I don't think they look good this map, and I think that's probably the reason why we're seeing overtime. Like, again, I'm not impressed. Like, if I was weak at Chalet, I would not recommend a team. Yo, go look at Loud. Whereas on some other maps, I do think they are very, very good, and I really like the way they play.
Nigel solo. Angel's by himself now on 50 HP. Solo peeking the double door out front about a minute and a half prior.
I'll be hosting that. Might just at you on X with all the clips. I heard.
Doesn't even have to do anything. He's got the shotgun close. Final nade goes out. He's not getting dislodged.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't quite make
One
it.
doe could be called shore.
Got a bit of a road trip
fine
tomorrow.
His life here because he knows he's in the favored position. He doesn't know that it's Angels peeking him. He doesn't know that he's on low HP. He backs off. He's at the key moment.
Oh, did you not see him?
The way in. Might be able to creep down blue stairs.
What is happening? We're just lurking at this point. We see Sexy Cake has top floor. It's got to be a fight happening between him and Dafo soon, right? Master bedroom and Sexy Cake up there.
Holding these long angles, waiting for ENX to walk in, and once they do,
Sexy
once they
dropped.
avail themselves to these angles,
oh my God! What? No! No! Okay.
With 2 seconds remaining, just barely.
He might have been able to plant.
But with no time, a bitter pill to
Way too
swallow.
close. Holy cow!
As despite 2 players,
they just beat FaZe, right? Yeah, Loud. Yeah, they've looked impressive.
I don't think that game
Again, not this map, but they looked impressive.
We
What
went
up,
to
Kane?
overtime. The last round still comes down to a 1 versus 1.
But we saw Loud beat W7M, beat FaZe, beat NIP.
Closest games we have seen so far in Brazil, and almost
That's going to be 2 points. Puts them up to 13. Like, that's good. Just needed to keep themselves separated. Like, losing to ENX there would have been bad.
And coming through Garage, God only knows. Some real big question marks there from both sides, not just ENX, but also from Loud. They might have got the win, but they really should have been walking away with a full 3 points, and their lack of adaptation on attack really punished them today.
With 2 points at least, and that basically cements them in top 6. Could change going forward, but it's Loud who had the most to lose from today's game.
So Liquid Los next? Yeah.
But wanted to cement their position at the top.
Hello, Mom.
In a really difficult spot down below, but that's all nonsense for you and me, Ollie. That's for the desk to discuss.
Thank you very much, Lynx and Exarturka. I think you can take a break with this. It is officially July 5th, 2026. Yes, you're not mishearing this. It has been a year since this game started, and it is finally over because of how incredibly slow it has been. Jack, how does it feel to age 1 year throughout this game?
Yeah, no, it was crazy. It was crazy to see some of the results. You know, the team that won the Munich Major. Incredible stuff from Milosh. No, obviously that was a very slow-paced game, and it really, really did come down to those composure and that utility in the late round, and I think Link summed it up perfectly. That round, or it might have been Ollie actually, that round really encapsulated what happened in the game. The very final round, the player not being able to plant because of a goo mine in his foot with literally 0 seconds on the clock. It started off with this round 1. Late round clutch, and it was just clutch, late round execute, clutch, late round execute.
I need to see if I have it. Go watch a DZ video if you want. How do we not know who Skies is? Go watch a DZ video. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? How hard is this?
They spent 8 nades to try and make that guy.
DZ Skies.
He never moved and got 2 kills. And yeah, I guess that was the story of the map. That was the story of the map that.
All right, maybe that wasn't.
Hang on.
Dark 0.
And every team in attack was struggling hard to be proactive and problem solve any crossfire.
Look, here's a tour.
Oh, I guess always.
Yeah, the house video. Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
A little bit excited.
Hang on. Oh, I didn't mean to pause it. Boom. Oh man, the good old days. The good old days.
Hey Hey guys, I'm Skies, this is Hyper, and we're gonna show you guys the Dark Zero house today. I hope you guys enjoy it.
Wow, look at, who's that guy reading in the back? What an intellectual.
Over here we got the
What a time.
room. We have some iconic memorabilia of the org.
Iconic memorabilia of the org.
From Japan with all the fans, and just a bunch of org pieces.
Bunch of
Over
books.
Here, we have the Deadbird piece. And the Deadbird piece, we have a bunch of Easter
How
eggs.
long
We
ago?
have a default panel over here.
Oh my god, how long ago was this? 4 years ago.
We have a 32nd Street.
Just imagine,
Texas house.
imagine Alex buff now though.
Lone Star, obviously, to represent Texas. And Going Dark over here, obviously our
Paul telling us about the Deadbird stolen piece. Jesus Christ.
sound space in the living area.
Oh man.
We watch like movies here, hang out, chill after practice. Kyle's already here chilling, reading his favorite book about sharks.
Oh, I'm learning a lot about sharks, actually. They're hammerheads, man.
Look at that. Look at that upside down book.
It looks really good.
Yeah, look at this hammerhead.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
So these are streaming pods.
Wait. Who did we have there?
We have this one specifically, which
Was
is owned by
that
Raven.
Get
They're
Flanked and who's the was that Tommy?
Awesome. They make all of our stuff, all our jerseys, everything, and they actually designed this piece inside.
Is that Tommy's hair?
for streamers to come
That's
down
Get
here
Flanked.
And make some content.
What's up? I'm Get Flanked in one of the streamer pods here, just playing some Siege.
Those streamer pods were not it.
And, have a
Oh, that
good
was
time.
Lonnie.
Hey everybody, I'm Lonnie Lightning. I'm here at Dark Zero's multi-trillion-dollar facility with their multi-billion-dollar streamer pods. And being in here makes me frag 10 times harder. DC's the way to go.
One of the reasons that we put in.
Anyway, that was anything else happen? Oh yeah. Oh, here's the fridge.
Beautiful Red Bull cans.
Guys, the fridge was just leftovers that people did not throw away.
Me and my bed. The rest doesn't matter. You got some milk, keeping your bones strong.
Milk was spoiled. Maybe not this team.
We got it in our veins too. That's not making the video, man. 2 dishwashers. We got 2 dishwashers. 2 dishwashers. Never seen it before.
Look at them hammerheads upside down, yeah.
Gaming. Over here we got a fireplace.
That we never turned on.
Kitchen before.
That we've never turned on.
75-inch TV.
That we've also barely ever turned on. We sat there a couple times, played board games.
So this is the hallway leading up to the bullpen. We have Alex's room at the end of the hallway, and then Tyler's room right here. The idea behind this house was to separate like the living area from the work area.
Oh man.
Like, right here as well, so they're in a room together. And
Back when
next
people
up,
actually
we
worked
have
there.
Jordan.
Good times.
Content, and we have Calvin, the video editor. And this upstairs, that's where we practice. We require matters.
Little elevator. Why not?
So we normally go up one at a time, but me and Paul, we just do things together. All right, so we actually have 2 bathrooms up here too. For what that bathroom actually is.
Those bathrooms were absolutely destroyed by SSG when they came over.
The team is where we all meet. We
Just
have a big
absolutely
team up
cranking.
here for touch for overviews, dry run ideas, all the type of stuff. Brandon, this is our perspectives up here.
Oh, Grant. We see him pop in every once in a while.
We watch VODs up here. And yeah, this is the room right before the bullpen.
Mr. Brandon Carr.
We got my station, Alex, Kyle, Matt, and Tyler at the end. Clever touch over there. And Brandon will draw stuff on their strats. We'll put on Twitch streams.
Destroyed by SSG.
When we're on our break. And
Good times. Anyway, house finally sold. I think there were some people tracking it to see when and if it would ever be sold, and it finally did sell, I believe.
I think, but it's time to change this.
What is your charm called? The green one you usually use.
The link against Liquid 2, we know that
The flip side charm, the F3 charm.
There's no silly team, and it's a tournament that you play in the weekend. So
Is this where they still live? No, they live in
can change completely.
Texas now.
Yeah.
Who is the buyer? I have no idea. Look it up. Look it up.
Again, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate.
Why did I have 2 stations? What do you mean?
Here, and congratulations.
Was the shark?
Thank you.
Is the shark my first station? What is it called? Flipside Tactics.
Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back. Is he still here? There you go. Defo, say that again, please.
A quick reminder, don't forget to buy the share of Loud. The skin buck is absolutely insane, and I will I want to thanks to my family, to my parents in home watching me, my sister, and thanks God to another day in the office.
Another day in the office. Thanks, God.
Thank you very much, Daffo. Yeah, buy the skin right now, or Daffo will be sad. Thank you very much for joining us.
Is it on MP?
No, you bought the skin, Milosh?
Yeah, it's on the marketplace. I think it's 1,000.
Actually, I've had a very busy week, so I haven't been able to buy
It is on the
any of
marketplace.
skins, at least that's equally across the board. However, there's a couple of orgs that have been very generous. I think to not just myself but other people within the team. So leave it at that. Regardless, buy the skins. The teams really do appreciate it, and a lot of the money does go to the players and to the organization to support them, which is very important for our entire ecosystem. Though, from here on, our MVP of the matchup, who was it? The casters. No, it's SDK.
I think he got it entirely for that play inside of library.
How many grenades do you need to push SDK off of a spot?
Well, 8 isn't enough, so probably next time bring 10, I guess.
You can't bring any more than that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, stubbornness. Obviously, he picked up a couple of kills on that round. Very, very stubborn inside of that position, not moving, no matter how it was attacked into him. And yeah, I thought he had a very solid game. We've seen generally from time to time, or especially across Reload, Leo, I know that you love him. The guy we just interviewed, Daftpo, was huge for this roster.
Money goes to the players. Sure. I mean, again, I don't know if they changed it. I just know
the game today was very, very good. Was
that by the end of my time coaching,
in the right moments, high impact player.
Most teams
actually took the spot off Daffo used to be
that the money does not go to the players anymore, but I don't know if that changed. I guess that was like an Ubisoft thing though too, like to help the orgs try to make money.
In terms of fragging power. A great example of that.
And then they try to like make it seem like try to word it like you want the orgs to get the money because then they will pay the players, but you never actually know, huh?
Another example of his aggression, and I think it's exactly what Daffo mentioned. These guys on Loud, especially when we're in attack, giving too much space to the team in defense. But when they're in defense, the same story, completely playing Turtle, giving all the zone control to
Turtle.
ENX, and that's
You say
what
Turtle?
they try to change. They try to be more aggressive, and I think STK and Daffo were both the main stakeholders of that change, of trying to be a little bit more aggressive, not giving that much space for free, and in the end made the difference. I will point out, on the side of ENX, look at Florio, look at Boxera. The two guys that we highlighted as the standout player for ENX, a great support in the likes of Florio, and the up-and-coming fragger in the likes of Boxera, both of them stepping up massively today. And once again, it must be a little bit defeating for this guy, missing on another victory, because they were not that far away from playoffs run, but now it's becoming a little bit harder.
I tell you
Oh
what,
no, do we got a new
Furia,
fresh tweet out there?
very, very
What's happening? Hang on. Let me do it off stream.
You know, once hit round 11, it was looking
The SKF2 and Mouse K1 SK, some of the rare ones, I think. Really?
I'm on Bassetto.
Are they rare?
Entry Death Watch. He's now 0-14 because he got 200.
Ooh, Laxing, new Laxing World of Warcraft tweet looking for Raiders.
Not to have an entry.
Too bad I'm already locked down.
Furia. Two of them are in North America though.
Jack,
I hope there will be a segment about that. Yeah.
Wait, what did you just say?
How many opening death for the two guys that didn't get an open kill? Can you check that?
Oh, it's like 2 and 3.
All right, so they're on 2 opening death, 3 opening death, and then 14 for massive.
Yeah, and then 14. Yeah. It's crazy.
That's insane.
Well, it is good to know somebody has worse stats in opening than I do. Anyways, Fresh Leo, thank you very much. That was our second match.
4
of the
players
day.
currently
ENX
playing in
versus Loud
T1
victorious.
that have
That'll be
0
2
entry
points
kills.
Sorely needed to get deeper into or higher up in the standings.
I don't think it's like, I don't think that's that big of a deal. It could be a support player or someone.
See you in a bit.
Did you ever get an SK Twitch uni? Or did that never get released? I don't think it got released, right? It was it just the gun skin? I think it was just the gun skin. Because we went for the trifecta, the 3 orgs we were on. We got the Flipside Charm with the SK gun skin. We were trying to get everything on Twitch, I think. And then it was like, imagine DZ gets a Twitch skin. Flipside Charm with the SK Twitch skin, DZ operator skin. Twitch uni for SK is on the marketplace, but no one is selling it. Do I have it?
Begins with a single step.
I guess I can just go to my marketplace, right? I can go check. Ubisoft Marketplace. I don't think I do, though. I think it was like I was not going to spend money on it because those guys were frauds. They were not paying us. And I was not going to give them more money.
Beaches, as always, man. I understand why Portuguese and Spanish didn't want to leave here. And, of course, an incredible view that we have. However, we do have to chat about our next matchup. And before that, we'll set up the entire standings and really give you a broad point of view of all of it. And also, thank you all for the glaze in the chat. For all of us, really. I am a big fan of Fresh's
it's
looks
only for you, Miloš.
as well.
Yeah, I only got the gun skin and the charm, according
like
to
and you know, right now the numbers are quite between all the top 6, but it was getting close. Furia did manage to escape here, but the fight is between Liquid and Lost.
Did they drop us out of nowhere? Did they try their best to get you guys replacement work? No. So SK Gaming.
Realistically, with ENX losing today,
Oh man, no.
they still at 1 point. Don't get me wrong.
SK Gaming. We signed a contract. A month goes by, we don't get paid, so we hit them up. Hey, why didn't we get paid? We kept going through this bullshit story every month. It was kind of like Mirage. We're like, next month goes by, we haven't get paid. Hey, SK, where's our money at? Blah 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 blah. Whatever fucking reason they were giving us. We're waiting on Ubisoft for this reason. I'll let you guys know in a day or a couple days. A fucking 2 weeks go by. Hey, where's our money? We're still waiting here for Ubisoft. Blah blah blah. We're not the bad guys. They are. Blah blah blah. Another fucking month goes by. They still don't fucking pay us. It got to the point where we said, screw this, we're going to go public on Twitter. Unless you... Like, it started getting, like, I don't care. We're just going to go public. You are not going to be... Like, this is bullshit. We're not going to stay quiet about this. However, we eventually got permission to explore other orgs. And they came to us and said that, hey...
Pride not to be the team, pride to show to your fans and community, as Leo just said.
There's an org interested in you guys. Are you interested? And we're like, yeah, I don't want to play for you anymore. So yeah, who is it? And that's when we found out it was DZ. Basically, Kix was doing God's work, and Kickstar interviewed us. Was working for Zach to figure out who's the best team to be with on DZ. And yeah, that all worked out. Thank God. Zach ended up buying us off SK, which I feel bad for him because those guys were frauds, and I can't believe they were selling us.
It's very, very slim. I think, like we said with Jack, I think it's more a matter of these guys.
Did they ever pay out in the end? I'm pretty sure no. I'm pretty sure we did not get money.
So by bidding convincingly a really strong Black Dragons last week, 7-3, proving that they have potential.
Yeah, the SK merch. Yeah, I mean, we were hyped for SK.
Are working. I'm happy with DS so far in performance in game, but I'm a little.
We got fully paid, did we?
Once again, replacing a Lagonis.
I don't remember. Right now, I haven't been paid. Like Matt's in Cabo with my unwanted money, so that's on my mind.
Having had a good season, he would be able to overperform what Lagonis was doing, and so far it's just not working. That's my biggest worry with this. And we're starting to see some momentum. Is it because the pressure is off their shoulders because they know there's barely any chance for them to qualify?
Hit everyone but me, probably.
That's the beginning of an answer right there. Social media pressure off their shoulders.
It's very hard to diagnose because you look at all these.
To be honest, though, they like DZ. I'm pretty sure actually did like
basically everything it takes.
DZ actually didn't want us. We were actually the third option. I think I heard from DZ. Because they were trying to speak to EG and Rogue at the time. They spoke to Troy, but I don't think the interview went very well. And Troy was like an EG, like he was big fans of EG org. So like thought the DZ thing was shady. So they didn't end up signing with DZ. And Rogue, I believe, egoed him. I believe everyone on Rogue was just like, no, we're not even going to talk to Zach. Or even talk to Kix. And so it kind of fell in our lap, thankfully. Which we were also, literally, we could have signed with TSM also like 2 different times. First time, We signed with SK. Literally 2 days later, TSM hits us up and wanted to sign us and give us a team house. And I was like, well, we just signed with SK. I'm sorry. SK ends up going south. Literally a day after signing with DZ, TSM hits us back up, trying to get back into the scene. Wanted to pick us up. And I'm like, we just signed with DZ.
This team, there's not a great deal to shout home about.
But it all turned out, or it all worked out because I would have picked DZ over TSM. I just know I felt bad for Hot and Cold since he was a big TSM fanboy.
These individuals, putting them into this team alongside the existing core that came back from North America. It was always going to be about the experience and really focusing on stage 2. So
this match is to see if Liquid are frauds.
What I am surprised about
right here
is some of the headline numbers that they've got.
Ended up winning on Consulate
36%
versus a pretty good team, Black Dragons. Now they're playing the worst team.
39% defense win rate and only 39% attack, not attack, entry rate. Sorry, I'm getting all my numbers mixed up.
Yeah, DZ's still in the league going strong. I mean, 100%. The thing with DZ is, like, I would much rather, as a player, be a part of an organization that makes you feel like you're not just a number, you're not just all about money to them, and, like, treats you like family, right? I would 100% like that, rather than being, like, just another team that's added to the roster. They got 6 other teams a part of the organization, and they barely talk to you.
This game is about pride to prove that they deserve to be at this
level. Being a part of DZ at the beginning was very, very cool to, like, help build the organization, be a part of the talks and stuff like that.
Stats are really bad. They're the 3rd worst.
On unwanted? No, man.
Nah. They get absolutely battered in opening engagements. And when that doesn't happen, when they can execute a preset plan like we've seen it on Night Haven Labs.
Yeah, Legacy is staring at us. My God.
They did show some great stints.
Yeah, you're right.
But whenever a team gets disruptive and aggressive towards them, that's the end of the story. And right now, if they lose, it's the end of their stage for me. I don't see them bounce back, and I don't see them have enough points to even be in contention for playoffs.
Well, let's dig deeper into it with our map bans. Of course, from 9, we're left with 1. Leo, can you take
when does it start? Hopefully another second here.
Let's take a look. We're going to see Lair and Consulate being banged by Los, which are actually driving us towards Labs, which would be interesting to see. Yeah, we're going to end up on Labs. So I'm actually super interested. I think that's the best map that we've seen from Los so far. And on the other hand, it's a map that Liquid doesn't like a lot. I don't know if you guys remember.
Labs.
How did they get eliminated from Reload?
It was
against
Labs.
Yeah, didn't Los beat?
It was against Cyclops. It was a 5-7. They struggled.
Loud on this?
They bring it back. They play this stage against FaZe. They get battered.
I'm glad we saw Los ban Consulate.
It's not been looking too good. Now, however, they've played it almost 4 days ago.
We have got a nice selection of maps. Yeah, that's very true. We're not seeing Motor Bank yet.
But not the same level as those.
Hope we get energy and Siege one day. I know when we were first looking for orgs around the SK time, we did message like all of them.
It feels crazy to me to give the one map that Loss have won on and the one map that they have looked good on.
Why are we yawning? I only had 1 cup of coffee. I think it's almost time for my second. We got a big day.
And of course, here's some head-to-head stats between the 2 squads, and in many ways they have been underperforming, so the stats are actually not that distant from one another. However, at least in the kills department, Liquid has had an advantage. They have been able to push some of these games into overtime and then fumble the bag as it got quite close to closing it. However, before our game is all set up and ready, let's have a chat with our casters who hopefully
moving to Central time,
because that last game was incredibly slow. Now we're gonna
I think I might have a little bias when I lived in Texas, but I think I might have preferred Central time.
So I'm now 6 years old. A lot of life I've just lived as.
I would have preferred it, although I really do love.
By the love of God, I hope we pick up the pace, because if
jeez, I really do love West Coast time now.
Night Haven is somehow slower.
As a morning person,
we'll probably be here until like Rainbow Six Siege X2. So
well, look.
I feel like East Coast, like the day's just over.
Quantifies to you the feeling
day's just over so fast.
And then watching them throughout a tournament. Yeah, see,
I used to hate being East Coast and be like, I can stay up till midnight to play games, and all my friends were like, it's only 9, dog. It's only 9.
But they are doing things. That's why they're the best, anyway.
Yeah, FaZe are at least. Anyways,
that's how it works in my head.
Last game. What happened, Ollie? You've had some time to recover. You ready for this one? Liquid again?
I mean, all I'm gonna say is that Lynx now work North America, and that last game was nothing That's what I see.
All right. No.
Region will send you to sleep very
I am not.
easily.
No, I am not accepting
Especially
that.
when
You
it's
may
3
go
a.m.
on.
in the morning,
And
Ollie.
not just because it's 3 a.m.
That's wild that we're saying that. That's wild we're saying NALs puts people to sleep. Crazy.
And talking about what we're actually going to be talking about.
Crazy news.
Last week, I got the tingles for Liquid. Like, I felt it in my bones, and I said to Lynx at the time, I said, Liquid are winning this thing. And sure enough, they went out.
This thing.
By the way, where did Liquid come from last week? Because that was an entirely different team to the team that we've seen on
UL's
stage.
boring.
They look like they were playing with no pressure.
I think.
They look like they're playing with
I mean,
no sort of
it's
preconceived
probably
idea.
because
they were just going in and
I don't know.
done. I made a joke.
From what I
during the
noticed, my
cast
videos do
that-
worse,
what was it? It was
and my
something like,
streams
right,
do
guys,
worse
what are we
when we're
struggling with?
doing
We're struggling with everything.
Brazil region.
Okay, what can we
So
do to make this better? Let's just be quicker about everything. Let's make the
I
round
feel
end
like
quicker. Let's
we
just get in and
feel
get the
like
plan down. It looked like a
SAL's
team
kind of
Liquid
boring
way
compared.
back from like 3 years ago when Sexy
You are
was on
supporting
roster,
Liquid,
when
right?
it was
I
literally
don't
just
know.
get in,
I
get
think it would be
plan
kind of
down,
funny.
And you've got Nesk and Palu holding
I don't know if you
It was
answered. I probably missed
beautiful
it.
to
Wait,
watch, and they played with
is
some
T2
conviction on that consulate
the
game. I
same
just
player
hope we
pool,
can
or
do
has
it
it
here
swapped
again
around a
tonight. I
lot?
don't think they'll be too worried. The loss have already won here. Like,
It's swapped around a lot.
everyone wins everywhere.
I mean, there's some same players. Like we still got Karn. We still got Karn hanging around. There's still some players that are the same.
We're in debate club tonight, mate.
Speaking of.
Also, I
speaking of
love
debate
that you
club,
got
one
to
argument you could make
experience.
as to why this will be a weird game. The
I
reason
love that
Liquid
you
did
got
so
to
well also was they were abusing shields on
experience
attack, right?
fucking element
Lowe's have
quals
Arthur, who
and
basically
floating.
only plays shields, so normally I'd think if any other team were playing against Liquid, they'd ban the shields and we'd be like, okay, Liquid will probably have a problem, right? But are you gonna ban Arthur's 2 favorite ops?
SAL boring gotta be rage bait. I love watching Siege. I don't think it's boring, but I would rank like bias wise. I like watching NAL the best, and I've had a lot of fun watching EML.
Fuse shield, surely.
Kind of.
We saw Fuse
I
Shield
still
last
love
week.
watching
So,
Brazil,
Fuse
but
Shield banned in the Liquid game, and we actually saw the Fuse Shield get
I also
brought.
know like content wise for SAL just doesn't bang like it does the other regions. Because we don't got Spoit or Stompin'.
Counterpoint.
I did one scrim, we did well versus Kool-Aid's team. Then in game we played legit Emeralds and there was just zero coordination. Oh man.
Thank you very much, Gassan. It is, I have to say,
Yeah, I filled in for element quals for a little bit.
discuss is,
I almost
there are 9
lost my
maps in the
mind at one point.
Liquid could have gone to any of the 8 they wanted to. Well, not any of the
The
8,
game
but
nowadays
they
is
had
so
their pick,
weird.
right? And they have decided, through this ban phase, to give Los the one map they have won inside of South America League. So
I agree
not
with
just
that,
a map
Buzz.
they won,
Yeah.
a map they won
Connected with the
7-3
players, yeah.
over a team that currently has
You're right.
13 points. Ollie, I know you have
Well, it's important to build. I mean, I say it's important to build your brand, but some of the SAL players do have some of the biggest brands. It's just like in their region.
That's a very normal.
And like the
side
watch
effect.
parties for Brazil are bigger than I think the watch parties that we have for like NAL and stuff like that. But
the things Liquid have done to their
What
fans
just happened?
for the past 7 years, it's probably actually gone through pretty rigorous farm testing.
It's been tested. Side effects.
There's a lot of data.
Basically, there is data. There's certainly some data.
What do they need to improve? Everything.
Everything. Yeah. What are the side effects? All of them.
Everything. Fans have gone through. Ollie, big shock. Double hard breach denial.
dog
ban.
and NAL players, yeah. I do feel sad that we couldn't get Stompin' on a top team because NAL would have been so exciting to
That
watch.
actually is surprising. I gotta give
Fairly
Los,
standard. Like, you know, you're gonna force the Monty out. I respect it.
Scrims must have sucked with release line.
I can already see it's going to be a clash Monty for the bans at the end of round 3.
I can't remember how annoying it was. I remember I was a Lion player. It was my role.
A lot of their pressure,
So good times.
success on Consulate last
Still
week.
talk to
It's a game that we'll
Brandon?
reference probably quite a few times because they did look really good
not really.
in comparison to the rest of the stage. It was only last week.
Not really.
And it was a game that we did.
Guy hasn't
so
messaged me. I mean, we talked a little bit
sorry, but
after.
not sorry. It's
After
one that we'll
Unwanted
reference quite
had,
heavily.
you know, success and he
A lot
wanted
of the success
spirits.
came through very
Of
confident
course.
plays, a
Of
lot
course.
early map control and some good
But,
early
no, not
progression
really.
as well. and they use their drones to great effect.
And to be fair, I don't really reach out to people
Box is
either.
very different.
I just kind of do my thing.
There's not a lot of places you can just sort of hop in and make something happen. You've very often got to play a bit of a long, drawn-out.
What team in NA would you call the NA Furia?
Both the hard breach deniers is that you
Space Station try to play like them, probably.
It leaves open in his army, which is an absolute nightmare on this map.
Playstyle
The
was.
exact position Legacy's playing right now, at least on this site in particular. Making Garage very, very difficult to take if you're the attacking team.
Do I think Ness still got it? Let's see.
Have a lot of utility to deal with all those keyblades.
I think he still got it.
Resets a minute in, has already used every single one of
But
his
like,
Rotero drones. Loud could never.
I think it's time for a shakeup at Liquid, personally.
I don't know if it's efficient. For all I know, those Rotero drones went.
Not saying it's his fault,
Assuming they
but
actually hit targets, very efficient utility.
I don't know. I think it's time to get younger. I think it's time to go for a little bit of a rebuild.
A little bit. Very deep line being held by that player on Repel. Nesk also pushing in quite aggressively inside of IT, but Akiba will allow Mr. Outlaw to swing around and contest Nesk. DMR might be able to do away with that position, but this Brava's going nowhere and should probably be very
People need the DMR. People need it.
You just worry what's next for Liquid, because there's been quite a stall out here. Yeah, you've got the breach open. Looks like we're getting some flashes in onto the balcony. Nesk is still locked in holding this angle. Reset's trying to hit the backside on those fish stairs.
What are we doing? We got Blitz Blackbeard. I mean, this is working, but we got Blitz Blackbeard banned. We have Thermite Ace up.
Ooh, now from the backside. It's looking like a very simple
With wall denial ban, we could have opened up everything, but we just anaconda and went for pure gunfights.
Close in giving one long kiss goodnight. Liquid with their first on the board. Seemed a bit weird. Can't blame them for getting the W.
Well, they really didn't try and overcomplicate it too much, did they?
No,
they got the breach open.
I was getting psyched out by it.
Yeah. It was very
Heaven wants younger men. All right, chat. All right, chat.
Last week it was all about getting into the building, getting an opening pit, getting the plant down. That was.
I'd rather deal with a DMR meta, which is what we have right now,
EU team almost,
rather than the shield meta.
We're just gonna open it and we're gonna wait for the defenders to get itchy feet. They'll move. They always do. And sure enough, they moved. Or they just couldn't watch everything at once.
Here's the thing. I don't mind
really good pressure
shields being nerfed.
Maya did a great job baiting at the bottom of Garage and throwing up those stuns. We were really working together. There were 3 players working together for that catwalk play, because as soon as the catwalk falls,
I'm like one of those people that like.
I was quite surprised to not see Ask.
I like to play the non-meta things. Like, I don't like when shields are meta. I like when we ran shields when they weren't meta, because then people didn't know how to play against shields. So, in theory, they're very good if you actually are like good at them.
Did see the Monty in play as well.
Same thing with Ella. Like, I don't want her recoil to be buffed. I liked when it sucked, because I still think she was nasty, and I don't think her recoil was that hard. There's no recoil that is hard in Siege. Go play a different game. Recoils are much harder in other games. Siege is nothing.
Bringing up the full extended shield of that Montaigne. But a Ying and a Glaz in the lineup really excites as to what we might see. We don't have
favorite element team. Crazy.
You know, a lot of the times, Ollie, feel like on this site we see the Maverick and the Glass, for example, but no, instead going for the smoke.
We're not running Warden on lower.
Drawing a lot of intention, but
this guy's not even playing against smoke.
Gun up will demolish Arthur.
What the hell is this defense?
Legacy has made his stand. And not
Warden's not banned. We're not running Warden.
The diffuser from going down. He stepped out from behind it and immediately died. Mr. Outlaw and Farius both will try to mount a retake down Exo stairs, which is firmly in the hands of Maya, a player that I'd be shaking in my boots. That I might have to have the unfortunate luck of facing the moment I make this rotate. There's 1, there's 2. Add that up, you get 3 overall.
This team's making Liquid look like the actual goats.
4 bodies over Kurt, so 1v5. Well, make that a 1v3 since the Monty's got his gun down. But if we were looking at a slow Liquid in round 1, boy, I felt like I was right back on console at that one.
You could almost call that a flawless round.
We're making Liquid look good again. Okay.
Almost. Not quite.
I'm not. No. I'm not giving you that.
No nibble. No bite.
No. We're not fishing today.
I'll just do my job then. So Liquid in round 2, it was out of the playbook from Consulate, wasn't it? That was exactly the kind of explosive play that we saw. I love how they've brought it in that round where they've recognized.
I also don't like when I say this a good amount, but I don't like when teams just rotate through the sites.
Let's not have the Monty plan.
You lost top floor, which is statistically the best site on this map, almost by far. Then you go lower, you lose to a rush, and you're like, let's just go storage.
You kind of feel like the round is over.
Which is the tertiary site.
What are you really going to do?
Why are you going to the third site?
Keeping that shield up, gathering information.
At least with the other two sites, you know, one, they're stronger. Two, you know how they're going to attack, so you adjust as a defense.
When a quick plant goes down,
adjust your defense. Counter a little bit. Adapt.
Need to wait for everyone to get back to the same place.
But now we're going to possibly the weakest, and you're going to let Liquid now do a brand new attack. Now they don't have to do anything different. Oh, hey, third site. This is going like scrims when people rotate.
Over on the side.
Nice and easy. Let's just do our third attack now. Cool.
Liquid now leaving us guessing. Are they going to play quick? Are they going to play slow? Are we back to a Liquid that can play at any level and can just match the pacing of a game perfectly?
Well, and leaving us guessing is whatever, you know. It's our job. It's our job to have to ask those questions. But there's one team or 5 people in this lobby that are gonna be guessing, and you feel really bad for them, and that's Los. Because now Liquid are gonna keep them guessing. They've played slow. They played fast. They want to.
Yeah, they're gonna just do a site here. Classic. Get the IT wall open. Find the guy in sight and plant the bomb.
There's not many advantages to sucking for as long as Liquid have.
They're gonna go for a Deimos track on the Warden. We're not countering with mute play at all. However, we see Legion downstairs.
Or doing well in recent history.
Oh no, he's not easy control. Never mind. Yeah, this is free. Hello? Yeah, he's trapped. He's out of the site. We're in. Bomb going down. You can't just leave the site like that. Hello? Smokes.
Just hopped in.
Got it.
Getting the plan down. He's gonna die for it, but it just doesn't matter. You've still got a Monty in this post plan, and you've got everybody posted up outside.
Wow.
You're just gonna walk out of the breach. Okay, Mr. Outlaw finds one.
Yo, go garage.
Still a player detected outside. That's a big distraction. Where's the body that's going?
He's not letting anyone play Windows. Wait, this is actually fucking genius. He's not letting anyone go Windows.
Dropping like flies.
Wait, that was tech.
A much better retake from Lost this time.
That was actually tech.
The bud that Liquid can't just hop in and get a plant down willy-nilly.
You got to give a lot of credit to Nesk on having the confidence to stick that defuse. I genuinely cannot believe that, as he basically almost got smoked at the perfect time. Was like, nope, I've got it. I've got it. That's years of instinct built up right there, or just luck. Could be either one. But I'll choose to give Nesk the respect by naming it the former. But then as Ask hops out that window, tries to get set up in the post plant position, you gotta give a lot to Farius there. Sure, I mean, you obviously have players, you know, finding angles from different windows, but Farius going on that run out and keeping the attackers so concerned about just taking the normal line on that window. Just holding that position, swinging around to try and get an angle on the diffuser. Farius didn't even kill the Montaigne, but just by being that pressure and also not overextending his hand, just playing behind the shipping crate, you could clearly see it upset Liquid, and then we didn't see it, but then to keep a barricade on the window, I believe, as well, to give the Warden cover to go for the defuse. It was a really nice retake, but...
All right, back to top floor.
As a whole for committing to the retake a lot more aggressively and quickly than they did before, but also I just really liked what Farius did, somehow running
up some more vision. So we got a mirror, we got a Valk. I love when you stack Malusi and Fenrir on the site. Big fan of that.
Wasn't it? It was a great example of.
But what are we running Tube for? And also, Liquid, again, we have Thermite and Ace up. Why are we running just Habana? We're that scared of the mirrors? We're that terrified of the mirrors.
To watch at the same time. Lost are going to have to get pretty good at that if Liquid continue to play in that faction.
Is this guy going to trick IT?
I don't think they necessarily needed to go for anything too quick there, and they didn't really have the lineup to do anything quick either. It's not like they brought a Grim or a Glaz or a, you know, Capita or a Ying or anything like that. They were just trying to sort of, it felt like they were trying to make it happen in a lot of ways. Got a few more tools this time in round 4. No surprise to see those bans come in as the Azami and the Monty. It's either going to be the Clash or the Azami, and I think the Azami does hold a little bit more value here for Lost, so that being removed will make places like Catwalk a little bit easier to take. That's going to be Liquid's intention in this round.
Thoughts on Bullet? He's still playing.
More util clear from resets. Saw him expend those Rotero drones pretty quickly on the previous side, but as Liquid are not looking
One of my favorite drones right there.
Push
Very hard to see.
like they tried to do before.
Gav's still doing that drone on M80. Anyone playing against M80, look for that drone, please. Please beat that fraud.
Finding the Banshee IT, the Banshee atop Aqua, the BP top Aqua as well, all of which are just the ones we saw.
Nice little air jab there.
From Maya as well.
We do have tube though. We could go for an aggressive play with the tube.
Burn a C4, but it will make Maya feel really comfortable
Now we
pushing
can't.
up to the top of these rafters.
I feel like tube should be able to put out the fire. That would be sick. That'd be a sick interaction.
Displace his legacy off the mirror window, allowing people to walk up that catwalk, destroy the mirror, and continue taking a bit of control. Liquid have an advantage here, and they've got quite a long time to work with it. A C4 unsuccessful from below. Nesk is still.
We're running back the exact same take. Is this the take? Just Anaconda? Just one guy hit water. We get Raptors control.
A little bit one-dimensional at the moment, and you do sort of wonder
That's just.
what's Liquid's
How
way
does
in
he
here.
keep
Is it
walking
just
into the
off the
spot?
back of Nesk's
How
skill
does this
skill?
keep working?
The answer is yes. If you were curious, the answer, as you
Oh
can
my
see,
God.
was yes. 3 kills to start.
Why
from
is that
Nest,
so
2 to
free?
finish off that round from Ask. A flawless for Liquid.
This guy just walks
As I was
into
just
water.
Thinking, and as you said, Ollie, there's a lot of people over on this IT side again. That seems a bit risky. Well,
Literally
right when they
just
needed it, right when they needed something
Raptors
extra. Ask
walk
hits the
into
backstab that was
IT.
set up all the way at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, he'd cleared out the BP with the Rotero right at the start, so it was a freebie to walk in. I mean, Liquid are doing quite a lot with very little if you really think about it. What have they done there? They've taken Breach, they've got into Catwalk, and then a late round backstab through Aqua Double. It's not loads, is it? It's not like they've had a really complicated, like, utility exchange and connector.
Boy,
or
not the
electrical
Liquid
or any of those sort of
copypasta.
places. It's been fairly straightforward, and I'm surprised to not see Lost just recognize that and tuck in. Find places in the site that you're not going to expose yourself to Nesk.
Guess we're gonna go back down to lower, huh?
Give yourself a few more advantages.
Just keep going through the rotation. Yeah, why not? Why not?
Didn't even.
Which
use
team
another
doesn't
floor.
make it to the playoffs? What do you mean? Which
We've
team
seen
doesn't make it?
Maya go on Deimos on other sites. The one
I
side they
mean,
lost.
LFO doesn't make it.
to apply some
Cruelty
vertical
doesn't make
pressure
it.
from below. And on second floor, probably the site, not only where
Envy
you would
doesn't
use
make
Deimos
it.
to do that, but the site I have seen Liquid do that.
And then it's either gonna be
There's often Palu
Cloud9 or
who would
Oxygen
go
don't make
below
it.
and try to pressure people around electrical with the Deimos inside of first floor. There's like, no, don't need to. Don't need it. We're all good. It's all. Is it the kind of game plan that I think will work against some of the best teams in the league? No, but you're just trying to find your footing. You're trying to recover, and Los are clearly allowing this to happen. They're even if they're not taking direct 1v1s with Nesk, they're
Interesting
exposing
barbed wire.
themselves to positions
See the
that
rotate
he
there.
has been looking at for quite a long time. And similar to last game with ENX, where you're just looking to find anything, just put something on
What
the
is
board
that?
to make it closer and make you catch a
What are we
little bit up to
slapping down
Furia.
there?
That's what both of these teams need right now. Liquid at 5 and Los at 4. This is very much a game of who can put their foot in the other's face and climb to, not even to the top of the heap, but just a little bit higher up on what is a pile and a bar.
When does
that is
stop and
rapidly
play?
escaping
In
both
T
these
minus
teams.
2 days. Little less. What, 40?
The battle of
Bit
the
more of an
downtrodden.
extension. It really is.
45 hours.
I was just looking back over
Is that
some
what it
of
is?
Loss's lineups in the previous few rounds because I just felt like something was missing, you know? Something with a bit of heat to it, maybe.
Nagging at you.
Someone that's maybe a little bit green.
Oh, not Tachanka then.
No, the Goyo.
Castle 90 HP.
I mean, that's crucial right now. Ooh, reset's just over half, though.
People
which is
love
of
putting
note.
the suppressor on this gun.
But there's been no Goyo play from Loss.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's intentional or if they're, I assume they're not forgetting it, but Liquid are taking a lot of space here. Kurt's the great pick there onto Ass, just responding to that earlier opener. We do have the Clash just hanging around at the top of these Exo stairs as well, but It isn't stopping Liquid from operating.
Somehow finding ways
Wow.
through it. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
C4
somehow
by
finding ways
Arthur.
through it is true. Where I don't know where they're getting these trades
will
from.
land right at the Ace's feet. Those for the first time really feel like they're
It's like a
keeping it
cargo
consistent
hold,
against Liquid.
but it's
They were able to
interesting because they have a
repel post
rotate.
plant.
Usually you see the walls
It's not
double
like it's the first
reinforced
time
on
most have
something like
looked
this.
competitive, but it still resulted in Liquid getting a pretty big win in terms of control and pressure. And now, as Liquid make 1 inch of progress into this map, there is a Los defender looking to stop them at the gates. Resets around the corner, 4-0 at the moment. Will find one.
Clash versus Bravo. This should be the freest Clash W
Make eye contact through
of
the floor.
all
This is a
time.
Clash that is not like she used to be.
This guy
Having to
has
switch the shield, put it
nothing.
on her back to get the gun out. Legacy can plant his feet, put that shield down, almost use it like a mirror window. I don't think the 2 barbed wire will be all that useful. Maybe it's some good luck charm. As Resets pushes in, spots the Clash
He
again.
just...
We'll try
Oh
to move into the
no.
opposite
Just
side.
don't back
Smokes
up
go out
so
to the
far.
line of sight.
Oh no.
Now we go.
You can't let the
Got one
bomb go
drone in
down
pocket
here.
If he wants to throw it for intel later on, but now Legacy will push in, start shocking. We'll try to bait the Bravo off.
Oh,
As
this
Resets
is
looks to
actually
commit
good
to a
from...
push. Legacy
This is
just has to dodge
freebies.
it just for 7
Yeah.
seconds.
Like, what is...
But he catches himself on his own rotate hole. He could have kited them for a full 7 seconds, but stuck inside of the site, gives Resets the angle.
In a 1 versus 1, as a shield, distance is your friend. You have to maintain distance between you and the attacker in the case of it being a clash. You cannot let that attacker break that distance and close.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Just go to the next game, please. Go to the match of the day.
Boom with a melee, the shield goes to the side, and that needs to happen twice. Sometimes even once, depending on how much HP you're on. One of the benefits that Liquid had in that clutch was the amount of time. Because they're moving quite quickly through the early part of the round, they're not struggling for time when it comes down to the late portion.
Could see it coming a mile away. Yeah, I thought he was just going to stick putting the shield down. That was his best bet. Take the fight.
It was a
You got a mirror?
Smoke, bait the plant, break up that line of sight for the clash, and force that distance closure. Really good round there from Liquid. Even if the opening didn't go sort of peachy smooth, it was still a round that they're
Peachy
gonna chalk up the
smooth.
loss. I mean, they really need some answers. They've taken the timeout. They're stuck in the ways with this sort of lineup that they're bringing.
All right, back to their strongest site. Storage.
Time. I just don't really see what it's giving them at the moment.
And I'm trying to tell what we're going to be doing with Liquid's lineup here. Like,
feel like they've got it
normally you got a gridlock, so I guess, like, are we going to take top floor control? But at that point, it's just Diaz with breaches.
It just doesn't. It doesn't. You don't feel anything looking at any of this.
So this is a weird lineup.
Even that 1v5, which was nice, not 1v5, but even that post plant, right? That flawless round that Los won in round 3. Like, we're still able to get that diffuser down. We're still able to get that control, and Los won the fights, but.
All right, IT
Since
ball
then, it's
open.
like Liquid are pushing an IT.
We're not afraid to run Thermite Ace
Los will
now.
try to stop us and we'll kill him. That's fine.
We're thermiting that wall. Why
Okay,
not?
well, I'm as the Clash, I'm gonna slowly walk back, like you always see the shield players do, and then I'm gonna stop moving and allow him to catch up. Ollie was talking smack about NAL, but I didn't see Fultz make that mistake last week. That's all I'm saying.
I was only joking about NAL.
Yeah, you better have been.
Play about my region. Ooh, Kurtz, hello. No, back down.
One of the slower rounds for Liquid, really. Looks like the track stingers aren't going to be successful the second time either. Meyer isn't finished with this.
That's just the third set of track stingers.
He's a curious cat, isn't he?
All right, not letting Nesk walk into that angle. There we go.
He has been
Denying it.
every single time.
It is his angle, isn't it?
Oh my goodness. We certainly do not. I'm certainly feeling things this round.
Wow, Los.
I apologize,
The
Los.
storage kings.
What do you do here?
They'll go back to their strongest
You just got
bomb site. Here we go.
So you kind of just got to play for
2 rounds of defense on the board.
There's still 2 C4s for loss right now.
Good aim, I guess. Where was the recoil control there? That thing just shot up.
That 3 of his teammates also managed to perish.
Oh.
Good
I can't believe Diaz didn't kill that guy.
It's going to give them
I can't believe
damage,
it.
But not a confirm.
Good little mini play from my 2 superstars on Liquid.
Time to start flipping their attention, but with how little has happened in this map,
oh my god,
it's going to be very difficult for them to go into anything other than a single doorway, a double doorway, or a window.
Okay,
Los.
well, I will find one.
Los has top floor control though. Like they retook top, so it doesn't matter here.
Coverage. Oh, but they rotate to the site. Legacy is just moved to.
It don't matter.
Not really spoiled for choice, unfortunately.
It don't matter.
Liquid left with bad options and
I think we
worse
criticized
ones. All
Los.
he gets is a 2-4 half for
Hey.
Los, still in the disadvantage.
I was not aware of their ball. My bad.
That clash plays a little bit better. It's a tie game.
It is true. The clash kind of did throw
And it's
that.
crazy to think as well, because you think about the early couple of rounds and Liquid were dominant. Loss have warmed up a little bit. But I feel
Let's
like Liquid
Cade.
were just really trying to walk in that last round. They weren't. I never really saw the full
All right,
vision
Bandit
of what
or
they were trying to
Mira?
accomplish. Sucks for Maya though. He won every
Mira,
engagement.
okay. Double shield's
in
gone.
3 versus 4.
Cade, Mira gone.
If he had a little bit more time, and a bit more
Bandit's
support around him,
up,
it could have
but
gone
I don't
very
know if we'll
differently.
see Bandit because
potentially
Mav's on the
5-1
board.
half here
You
for
could just
Liquid. Still
Mav and kill the
4-2 is
Bandit,
very
and
good.
also like you could just take a Zoe and go
And I
below.
would argue that it is an improvement.
So that is kind of why I like the Cade Mira bans.
As we enter the second half of the game now, we still have a double shield ban, and we have half of an
Ever,
notification
do you
ban.
think
So
I
with the Cade
peeked?
removed,
Oh, I peeked.
Bandit will be available, but the Mirror has gone instead. No surprise to see Liquid target the shields, and Arthur has immediately picked onto the Blackbeard, where he will likely remain for the next few rounds until it gets removed. But no
All right, I
Bandit
like the
ban.
castle
Does
combination
give
with the
option
Azami
for
here.
Liquid if they want to, although they haven't chosen it here in round 7.
So if they want, like, first off, you need to bring a lot of destruction for these.
FaZe, even though it was available.
We are going to see an Ashe
FaZe actually banned very little Harbage now in that game. Just the 2
instead of like a Flores. I was thinking if you go Flores, that means less Flores drones for
It would be very valid
for the
coverage
Kibas.
Los. Like, yeah, you know, we'll ban the Cade for comfort, but we're not really worried about anything.
What do I think
else.
was the best individually?
Liquid
Probably
did previously,
SI-20.
but depending on how these defenses go, it was, I mean, to talk about that console game, it was a bit of a weird one in that there was a lot of that lead.
Game's been
created
good
on the
today.
attacking Side, but Liquid did
I think they're going to get better. They've been all right. I think the next 2 are going to be good.
Scary leaving him a tool like the Valkyrie.
Yeah, you're always going to be
The
leaving
Nintendo golf? I'm actually nasty at Wii golf. We played that at a boot camp when we were in Manchester, I think. There was a Wii, me, Troy, Nafe, Pambazoo, little four-player golf action. I was kind of nasty. I was kind of
Make a little
nasty.
walk up backside as well. It looks as though for the meantime, Loss are trying to set themselves up. Nice little drone network, get some flanks covered. And Arthur can start to push in now, in and around the meeting area and through into Connector. I don't think Connector has been opened yet, and it is going to be castle barricaded as well, so it's going to be a primary focus.
Castle, I mean, it's good for the gaps, though. You can't just, like, lurk.
No mirror. So
I kind of like the
difficult to play
castle.
off and definitely more of you're just going to be throwing
I think you could
things
also
through
do the
there.
same thing with, like, Fenrir.
C4 ripped and ready if Arthur does choose to
A lot of
charge
teams will
through.
run
It looks
Malusi
like it's
Fenrir,
just
but I
a
don't hate the
utility call
castle
for the time
pick.
being.
Or just seeing a garden take, a split take, whatever your team wants to call it. We're just clearing on this side of the map, creating the gaps. We'll walk in IT late. And then afterwards, you like we're seeing right here, after you get the control, you have 2 options. You stack as a team, and you try to go for a pillar plant. Or, if you have info, like maybe they do, you see the Valks downstairs, able to deny the pillar plant. So we're going to go for an Anaconda right here. Fast play, jump into Raptors, hit IT, hit the Raptor door, play the 5v4 top. Maya already rotated up the stairs.
Mr. Outlaw going down. All his utilities been placed.
We do got
How much
Raptor
is still in
control.
Los's way, how little they've been able to affect change against this Kiba setup. An advantage favoring Liquid feels a lot more daunting than a 5v4 already does. What a backstab by Kurtz. This hole that's been left soft in the wall. It could completely dismantle Liquid if he finds the right timing, finds the right engagements, but will Los be able to make enough progress on the opposite side? Ass catching Arthur. Everybody coming from Garage and IT. Kurtz finds one, but the other leg of it is all
Kurtz
Mullen,
needed to be the
but
initial
still they
instead of
find a way
Raptors.
through. 15 seconds,
I can't believe it's a 1v1 though.
But on 1 HP, resets with his own
Yeah, he doesn't know
backstab, sitting inside
resets.
of Electrical. Has completely slipped into the Ashes blind spot, retrod the same path, and learned from the best.
Why the
to get
rotation
Liquid's
goes there
first
in the middle
defense.
and Rafters? I don't know. Some people just prefer it.
Resets made it into Electrical there. Like, Curtis has literally just moved through it. Oh,
As long
honestly, I
as
thought it was over.
As
when
long as the far
when it
left
was coming
wall's
such a
reinforced, it's fine.
one-dimensional push, then
Whether you
see
do the
flank
rotate in the middle or you do the rotate far right, as long as that far left wall's reinforced, because that's the angle of rafter door to water that teams want to open if they're doing a rafter take with a water finish. So that's like the most important wall to reinforce.
You need to be bringing something to deal with those Kiba barricades because you can't afford for them just to be left there. The mute jammers
Nothing to chaos, yeah. It's those Raptor players were like, they were kind of pulling, but I feel like Kurtz might have... usually you see the Anaconda when like the players on the garden side pull the attention and make it seem like it's a normal take. And then the back pressure is Raptors.
And you kind of question what they brought.
But that was kind of a little bit backwards.
It wasn't really the best tool for the job, was it? Because
did work.
You kind of didn't get where you needed to be with it. And I'm not saying that if they'd have, solved all that utility issue, then they would have won the round, but they would have put themselves in a much better position other than relying on just a really sort of late flank to work off. Because, I mean, the late flank nearly worked, but Liquid had the man count, and if Resets is dug in and full HP and is able to make a little move of his own, not going to be an easy player to tie down.
Liquid picking up a key round. Gotta reload. Low showing they could shoot back, and Liquid just still shut them out of it. Deny them any fruit of that effort, albeit very late and very singular effort. Coming from only a couple players on the roster. Now Liquid doing a very loose roam around the top floor. We'll try to look to apply, not necessarily.
All right, storage.
Pressure,
Oh my God. Los is the kings of defending it, or the kings of attacking it. Probably going to be taking top. They got Ram.
Look to hold that cut off inside a garage.
Not seeing any crazy lurks or anything with this.
The safer option would be down Aqua, but he's spotted.
There's a player outside the 90 window though. Doe could be.
The safest option is through
Oh,
the hatch,
not holding
open
him.
all the
They
way
know
to
he's
the end
out
of the
there.
round. Maya, who's
They
also
knew
been
Liquid is not holding
creeping
top
around
floor
this top
heavy.
floor,
You kind of
finds
tell from
one.
the operator lineup
He's
a
dropped
little
down to the
bit.
middle floor too. We've got 4 defenders. All
Now there's no one top. Los, just take top here. Just take top. No C4s to worry about. They're just going to try to flank. Why is our... Oh, okay, wait. It's not storage. I lied to you guys. It's lower. So we used a ram up top. This is good. This is good. This is good. They got all the control they need. This is just a 4 guys, so wait a second. Wait a second. We're cooking here. We're cooking here, Los. I like this now. Animus hatch already open. Liquid looks like they're probably going to be going for a flank, but DS does have smokes. If they get to the pillar spot, DS can die.
There's always the worry that the attackers will just hit the site when they realize they have a bit of an advantage, but I don't feel like Lost.
Oh my God, please don't die to that.
Right now. Pull out in the Goyo, trying to get rid of that Vulcan pack. That'll start to dissipate now, but Nesk's movements here, he can be crispy with it. There are quite a few cameras available, it is worth saying, for Lost, and you can see those getting flicked by Arthur.
Oh, I hate to see it. Hate to see it.
But if anyone's able to react is a different question entirely.
I don't think we have the vert over storage though, so this is probably a mistake. Liquid's able to play.
watching flank. That's a gun that's not on
They're able
the
to play
site.
pretty close to the site doors.
Actually down on the basement floor. It will be even
And
against even guns. Outlaw
yeah,
caught with a flash
now
in
they're
hand,
sandwiched.
Anticipates the flank, but Ness catches him off guard.
What?
Retakes the
Okay.
vert. Runs out of ammo.
Yeah, that was a good defense from Liquid. We didn't make the right vert there. That was odd.
You've got friends 2 in a row for Liquid.
Vigil flank also good because you're always holding that off
away.
flank cams.
Ness
That's
might be
pretty
back.
good. Pretty good.
All right. Let's calm down.
No,
let's,
he might be back.
No, Ollie.
Look, I've been a big Nesk skeptic for a long time.
That's true. I'll give you that.
And so for me to say that he's back is no small feat. Like, I'm not just throwing that out there, you know, for the fun of it.
I'm not gonna say he's back yet.
Last week he went
he's playing the worst team.
8-8. This week he's going 7-5. Let's not look at the amount of kills. Let's
7-5 against the
impact.
worst team in the league at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's look at the
hit him.
impact
Hit
of
him,
those
Lynx.
kills.
Hit him.
He absolutely owned the IT angle upstairs on the attack, playing Hibana. Playing Hibana, by the way.
That wasn't Hibana. It was Brava.
Held it 3 rounds in a row, then he just got pre-fired the 3rd time because the defense was like, hey, Nesk has been here every time.
It's 6-2. Then he pulls off the flank of the century.
That's
in
true.
a
I'll give
game
you
that
that
has
one.
already had good flanks.
Flank of the century.
Hats off to Kurtz. Great flank. But the flanker got flanked in that instance. And Nesk has he's just come out of nowhere.
You could argue though that I think the Dokkaebi was Mr. Outlaw was overcooking it a little bit with that flash.
I mean, potentially.
All right, Lois, just wrap it up. I've seen enough. Just wrap it up here. Just I'll go in the building and die.
Helps when his opponent has decided to sit on his hands.
We're back to these isolation strats, huh? We're gonna take underneath here with Deimos. We're gonna track the site player. However, we see Liquid playing mute.
I do see your point.
Really expecting them to have a mute jammer in storage to counter this
I
take.
do think that flank was really good.
Surprised all these teams are trying this take again.
Usually nothing is 100% brilliance. It usually
All right,
is
Deimos
brilliance
under.
plus
Do we
timing.
have? Now they just need to figure out who's the site guy. Someone drone storage. Here we go, as a drone.
The final round
Boom.
of this game against
One
Liquid
mute jammer
versus
gone.
Lost.
Hey,
Both teams
it's
down at the
Warden.
bottom. Lost
All right,
with
let's
4,
track
Liquid
Warden. Are you guys ready?
Will overtake Furia.
Let me set up my flank cam real quick. Hang on. Oh, we didn't ping Warden. Guys, we gotta ping him. Oh, Fender in here.
Keep it as close as possible to set
Oh
him
no.
up in a good position in the next couple play days.
Candela is going to go in. That's usually a
I'll
signal
throw him
that something
Candelas. Okay, I'm
happened.
Deimos
It
tracking
seems to be out
Warden.
of C4. Don't think the C4 got
Okay.
popped instantly.
I'm jumping in and go for a plant.
There. We do have
Oh my
Deimos
god,
low
where did
as
that nade
well.
come from?
With some
Holy
nades coming
cow.
into the site, it's becoming quite an uncomfortable place for Liquid.
Yeah, they got stuffed.
But a lot of utility has been sent, and not much has happened off the back of it. So Lost potentially trying to bait an overreaction there, or looking for something that maybe wasn't there in the first place.
I just don't think they can do that plan.
3 nades, excuse me. And they've spent a couple of
I think they got stuffed a little bit because there was two site. You also had resets.
It's going to be something else.
A little risky. A1, thank you for the gifted sub to Pickle Chris. W sub. Thank you as always. My goat.
Didn't really work out, and instead they're going to opt for a bit more of a full clear. Nesk is going to come under some pressure here, but he deals with it handsomely.
We're just
I had 2. Oh my god.
What was the mid-round call?
Alright, he might be back, guys.
He just stood there.
Spoke a little
They just walked at him.
So, to give you the story of that round, as Arthur gets his 1 impactless frag.
They couldn't do their normal plan
Everything on hard pushing into the site.
because it was way too predictable.
Low spent everything on hard pushing.
And then they pivoted like, hey, maybe they gave up top.
One mute jammer. Stop Diaz from getting Deathmark tracked, and he's also Warden.
Oh yeah, they did listen to me. You're right. They just kind of walked in.
Deathmark tracker.
Oh, it's going good, A1.
Really good
Games I think are finally about to get better here.
They're at 8 points.
Liquid though,
What, 8 points?
coming off 2 wins. If you're a Liquid fan, wow, you might be thinking they're back.
Same scoreline as Maya.
That's gonna put Liquid again up to 8 points, right behind Furia. Holy cow, can they do it?
You've had the Liquid tingles, and your Liquid sense has proven correct.
And it's.
Who do they got left to play though? They got 9Z. This is winnable, Liquid fans. Ooh, we might come down to this loud game.
We might be the source, you know.
That's not a bad idea. We've got our resumes lined up. Check out our LinkedIn. We got a lot of experience when it comes to making sure that Liquid.
How's the July 4th? Was great. Very American-like. Outside barbecue. Had a baseball game on. A little bit of cornhole. It was good.
You can't just do that. You can't just like, oh please.
Found out that Costco. Everyone here has that. If you haven't had the Costco $1.50 hot dog, you better go get it. I didn't know you can actually buy their hot dogs though at Costco. They sell them in a big pack of 20. They're massive.
Prediction, and that's what we got
Tasted just like a Costco dog.
Completely rejuvenated, Jack.
Yeah, do we all have the liquid tingles now? Is that what's going on?
All right, match of the day coming up. We got
Mr. Krabs.
NIP versus W7M.
When they feel under pressure, it looks.
Did I eat all 20? Yeah, they call me the Glizzy Gab.
The point that they kind of hit this point in the stage, it was a real defining point where they played a lot of the good teams, and all the pressure had already got to them. They'd already lost, so they were now playing without pressure. And we're finally starting to see the liquid that I would say, Leo, is like kind of true to self, true to form. And
don't have a Costco? Oh, it's so sad.
It's exactly what we saw today. We saw the
$1.50 Costco dog, maybe America's greatest achievement. I will fully agree with you, Gold. I will fully agree with you on that one.
And I think it's a matter of
that's just
things.
facts.
I think yes, there is the element of pressure being off their shoulders because they're not expected to qualify to playoffs. I think there's a question of maturity of the team. Let's be mindful that these guys, when they started playing Reload, they only played 4 games, you know, as this new roster. When they came into this first stage,
when you played, did you ever cry after a loss?
With these 2 new players, and they started.
That's a great question.
They started against W7M, FaZe, NIP, and Furia. I mean, sure, you know they're supposed to be a top contender in Brazil, but they were hit with full force of Brazil as soon as they started this stage.
Eating Costco pizza right now? Yo, let's go. Now I want Costco. I'm starving right now. Did I ever cry after a loss? I think
finally started to flip the switch last week, 7th against BD. And now this convincing victory.
I know I was very upset after the Tokoname one.
We're starting to see the liquid.
I don't know if I cried, but I was like fired up. Like I cannot believe we just lost that grand finals.
Right now. Or is that liquid show up against some of the
I probably SI 2021 because I retired after. I think I knew during that
that's what I hope to see because it's beautiful to see when
tournament. I knew. Like the moment we were done, I was retired.
It feels like, as Ollie was also saying during the cast, it harkens back to a bygone.
Maybe that one.
To 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago. Hell, even to Manchester.
Any upsets today?
A year ago, where Liquid
so far, no, Zella.
So well, and you're thinking, man.
Hope you're doing well.
Even if they lose out, they already made it to the main stage, and that's something that's incredibly impressive.
That was a crazy grand finals in Tokoname. It was. I just.
But
people can call that tournament Mickey Mouse all they want, but like we still didn't win, and that's what hurts.
Is there a hope in hell, Jack?
That's what hurts.
It very heavily depends.
Should have been able to win that one.
In terms of whether Furia managed to get a victory or not.
Then I at least could have said that I won a major as a player and won one as a coach. That would have been.
In a playoff position on
since obviously no SI under my belt, that would have been a nice little prize.
If Furia get that clean 3 points victory, it's 4 points to make up with 6 games to go. It does feel a little bit far.
Yeah, it's tough because Furia is playing Black Dragons right now. Black Dragons full of momentum. If you don't account for that loss against Liquid,
was that the Navi final? Yeah, that was the Navi final.
Been struggling and inconsistent in the 0-1s. Then they play Loud that was on a really good momentum. Loud that beat FaZe, that beat W7M, that should be able to beat Furia. So there's still a world that Liquid.
You got top 4 in SI with no org. I think that's just as good as a major.
And then they played Loud.
Thanks for making me feel better, Porky. Thanks.
They're far behind right now.
It's definitely up there as far as my achievements. I value it highly because finally stepped away from DZ and I was able to do everything that I wanted. And we had no org, and we were a bunch of
for the second time now
players that no one wanted to team with.
It feels good to
and we got top 4.
I gotta say that.
Feels good. Feels good, Ben.
It looked like you had absolutely no pressure. Everybody was playing well. People were smiling. Is this just the continuation for us to expect from your last win to today and beyond?
This is one of the things that we always try to pass along to the team. Like, we know that Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, all of these big orgs usually bring some kind of pressure to the players. And one of our jobs
that's 100% true right there.
Mitigate the kind of pressure. I mean, it's normal, right, for players to be.
You're playing with a big org. It does bring a lot of pressure.
Competition. If you're good, you are going to be part of a greater organization, greater team, and thus raising that pressure higher. Our job here is try to, make them feel more comfortable in the pressure. not trying to push them in a position where they feel like, oh my God, we cannot lose this match, we cannot lose this game, we cannot be out of tournaments or whatever. So we try to, but yeah, I think that at the beginning of the season, we've been seeing them struggling a little bit more for the matches. They're also, well, W7M, FaZe Clan, Furia, all of these teams are pretty great as well. So kudos to them too. But we need to work ourselves. And I heard you guys talking about qualification points.
Thank you for the gifted sub as well, or again A1. I have to go sadly during your stream. I appreciate it.
We are already at the bottom.
Have the best day.
So let's worry.
Hope your
about
fourth was good as well.
Do not worry about points. Do not worry about qualification, being out of majors or whatever. Just let's play our best game. Let's have fun. Let's enjoy the game and let's play as a team. Yeah, and we saw these for these two past matches, and it's been awesome to watch these guys play.
Do you feel like that's the main reasons you guys have flipped the switch and started winning? The reason that you guys are all the way at the bottom, and that I guess the pressure to qualify is kind of out of the window now that you were so far behind. Do you think that's relieved the players and that's why they're playing better right now?
I think so. There's so many things that we think what went wrong, what is going right in the right direction, of course. And honestly, pressure is one of the things that everybody that joins Team Liquid feels a little bit more than any other organization. We have the hugest fan base here. Everybody knows Team Liquid. We have a lot of structure. We have, players don't need to worry about anything. Team Liquid take care of that. Yeah, they don't need to care about rent, food, transportation, PCs, internet. Team Liquid has everything covered, and the only thing that they need to do is play. And when they feel this kind of pressure that they need to pay back, it's when things lost track. And we've been trying to work that. We've been trying really hard to make it work, to make them click together, and it's showing progress. It's going a little slow to my taste, but it's showing its progress, and I think that's pretty nice. Yeah.
It does look good when everything works out well, and so far it has, especially in these past couple play days, as you're mentioning. Next play tomorrow, you'll be playing against 9Z.
What does Twitch chat think about?
Again to collect more points before ending the stage here against Loud. Maybe it'll come down to
flexing the amount of money.
I'm personally looking forward to this.
No, but what he's saying is true.
Of Team Liquid. Sensi, thank you so much for joining us here on the interview. Always a pleasure.
When you play for a top team,
have a good night too.
Maybe you don't no one talks about the pressure, but when DZ is playing Envy or something, or you're playing one of the bottom teams, you are expected to win those games. That has come up in a conversation.
Even though not completely in their
and you have a bigger fan base too, right? You have a bigger fan base. They're like, how do you, if you don't win those games against the teams you're not supposed to, you're gonna don't go on Reddit. Don't go on Reddit. You're gonna get a lot of hate. And that has come up as well. I have been a part of a conversation when we lost to a team we shouldn't have beat, and the first thing coming out of the mouth of the person paying you is, how do you guys lose to X and X or XYZ? I'm paying you way too much money. And
especially in the game, he was one of the main
not a conversation you want to hear.
Liquid was able to execute so many times, I think.
Makes you feel pretty shitty.
Advantage in many different scenarios, in many different rounds. I think, in general, looking at him, he was one of the only players that I think has stayed.
So I feel like as a big organization, you need to what Sensi's saying is true. You need to make the players feel comfortable.
That were the most effective from
they already have pressure on themselves. Everyone wants to be great. Maybe not everyone wants to be great. Maybe some people just want to collect a paycheck. But
being, I think, one of the best pickups.
I think you got to do whatever you can to make the players feel just take away all the outside noise, the other stress.
Because he stepped up today, because he was positive, because he was struggling the entirety of the stage, and I felt like he was really much in the game.
I mean, if the
Once
suits
again,
put
it's the
money
question
into
because
supporting you, they
it's the
expect
question of
return on
loss
investment, right?
underperforming, or
I
is
mean,
the
pretty
question of
much.
Liquid being back in shape. We've got to wait.
Just all
I think,
business at the
to
end of
see
the
them
day.
Play against 9Z and then against Loud eventually.
Just as a professional player, you don't want to
really-
hear the
really
suits
get that.
talking.
I think more generally speaking about Liquid, I'm wondering, is that performance, especially
Let that
towards
all
the end of
happen in the
stage,
background.
enough for the organization to trust this roster, or are we gonna see another change if they fail to qualify to WC? That's my, I guess, open question mark about this team.
Polo jersey, yeah.
Liquid are gonna make
I think the polo
playoffs.
jerseys are clean for a
Ollie's
lot of
converted
teams.
me. I've got the tingles. And I've just been theory crafting some of the numbers behind this, right? So Loud currently sit in third position, 13 points. However, I'm gonna say it, Liquid will take Loud's position in the playoffs. Here's why. Loud play Furia tomorrow, and Liquid are only 5 points behind.
Okay,
Loud lose, Liquid win. Liquid are then 2 points behind, and then Liquid beat them on the final play day to take their spot in the playoffs, and boom, Liquid are back.
There's a problem
Is it
with
likely?
that.
Probably not, but
There's a problem
I'm a
with that
romantic,
logic.
what can I say?
The problem with that logic is that they will be facing Loud with the only chance for them to qualify would be a regulation win to get 3 points to get over them, which would mean that there would be pressure in the matchup.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, this is quite vicious. If
There
we
would be
continue to
pressure.
kinda aircraft over how it goes, though. Leo, Fresh, thank you so very much. That was already past the halfway mark for us here in play day number 7, Lost via Liquid. After the break, 2 games we've all been absolutely waiting for: NIP versus W7M.
Bum, 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 bum. Liquid not beating Loud. Well, if they take him to Chalet, maybe. Loud look, I mean, yeah, it just depends on the map. Depends on the map for sure. Oh no, we got an advertisement. We got to mute the advertisement. I don't want to get copyrighted on YouTube. No. No. Let me go full screen for a second. Make sure my Discord is on the right screen. It is. Oh, we got a new doggo. All right, we haven't checked out the pets channel in a little while we're on a little bit of a break here. Probably dreaming of my stream right here. You know, she didn't play Phasmo. Sheesh. Just absolutely passed out. I thought I recognized this spot in a quick second here. Thought I recognized where you were. Little doggo action. Oh, Nikki, always working at the zoo. Sick animals. And then we just got a dog here. Dude, I would not want to be in a ring with them. That guy's eyeing me down. I like this little puppy. This little puppy right here, I bet is the loudest one in the bunch. 100%. 100%. Okay, let me get Discord up on screen for a quick second. We are talking about W7M already. We are back.
Another big name.
I need to mute for 1 second. I'll be right back.
This is the bar of the expectation of this team. You know, we go back to Reload. Semi-final would have won it had they got to the final. They were undefeated up until last week. A blip on the radar, 7-5 against Loud. I'm not really reading too much into that. I love this team. I love how much talent they've got on the roster. I love the pace that they play with, the freedom they play with, and the creativity they play with. And across the board, they are individually all exceptional players. And big shout out to Dodes on the left-hand side of your screen, by the way, because he keeps going under the radar, I think, for a lot of teams. As like, he is one of the best fraggers in the world. You can see his KD there, his stats. He's up there in the top 10s of basically every stat for an individual player, but he's not traditionally known or respected inside of that role. Even off the bat, if you said, hey, who's the best fragger on W7M to a lot of people, he probably comes in maybe in that third, fourth position. I think a lot of people would put Palu and Volps above him, maybe Lobin as well. But he's having quietly going about it, but he's having an excellent stage so far.
I would put some nuance on everything you've built here, Jack. Because I will say this.
Okay.
Yes, W7 is playing very well. They had a 4-win streak. But they had a 4-win streak against a really struggling Liquid in the first play day. And then they played 3 of the weakest teams in Lost, 9Z, and ENX. When they started playing against the big teams, what happened? They lost 2 games in a row. They lost to Furia, they lost to Loud. So right now, we still haven't seen W7M prove themselves and take a victory against a team that's in contention for playoffs. So this is the moment I'm expecting, right? That's the moment I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see W7M step up against one of the big teams in Brazil, and that needs to start today against the NIP. It's a good moment to prove it.
And currently there's...
Counter nuance. They are the major champions, so the last major they played, they won everything. And Reload, they only lost to Furia in the semi-final. Had they have won that, they would have won that event. So we're talking about a team that would have won the last, potentially, could have, maybe should have won the last 2 events. Excluding that event called Six Invitational, where they were kind of mid.
Counterpoint. Montreal was how many months ago now?
Exactly. No. Counterpoint. That's longevity for you because they've been at the top level for that long.
Let's move on.
Counterpoint. They're playing online, and that's something else. Anyways, they have to do it here against NIP on the other side. If anybody can really take down W7M, just looking at pure numbers and standings, it's ninjas in pajamas. If I would have said this before that Montreal major, I think Jack would just bring a mallet and start hitting me over the head because he'd tell me you are absolutely crazy for saying that. But they're here. They're doing it. They're making it happen.
Yeah, you wouldn't be crazy anymore to tell that. They basically, if W7M is the dominant team, NIP isn't, right? NIP likes to make it hard for themselves. They've played 74 rounds of Siege in 6 games. That's more than, that's more than 12 per game. I mean, and somehow they always come out on top. Somehow it seems to work. Somehow they rely on amazing fragging machines that you see here on your screen, Fantasy, Haters. I think these guys have massively stepped up. Fantasy, especially one of the most looked up prospects from Brazil. 3 years ago, finally maturing and finally daring numbers. Cons transitioning into an IGL role as well for this team since the departure of Psycho. This team seems to work. This seems to have regained a vision, and you've heard it from other teams. They play a very aggressive Siege, a really Brazilian identity of playing the game, and it seems to click with this team. However, it is extremely relying on the opening engagements. So far, they're the 4th best in the world. What happens if they lose those opening engagements? They lose. So it's very much early in the round. That's most of these, I guess, rounds wins are being played here.
I'd like to add some nuance to Leo's point now this time. He's had a very, very fair assessment of Ninjas in Pajamas. I do like what they've got going on, but again, those overtimes, those amount of rounds, their last couple of results, you know, in terms of they managed to beat ENX, but it was a 7-5. They managed to beat Loss, but it was an 8-7. They are conceding rounds to teams that are lower down the league table, and I think today's going to be a huge test for them.
All right, little Chick-fil-A.
And again, just compounding that thing on the end.
Chick-fil-A Friday, or it's Saturday, I guess. Wasn't W7M number 1? So yeah. Why did someone say they weren't? What are we yapping about over here?
Find anything from this game.
It is going to be a tough matchup no matter how you cut this. And usually when it's 2 teams that are so high up in the standings that are performing really well in the stage, either it is back and forth.
Nice snack. Well, it's a full-on meal, but since we're going on the road trip, I don't want to dirty any dishes, even though I'm supposed to. And I probably still will. Stuffed peppers for dinner tonight. But at least this will hold me over for a while.
Regardless, let's take a look at our map. Vito, Jack, if you'd like to take us through this.
They got this new peach shake too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not bad.
So we're going to see early bans of Nighthaven Labs, and that for NIP, it pretty much is their
wow, Consulate, we really are getting new map pull this week. This is nice. This is nice. Steve!
For me, even though it is...
I got to do it on my phone. Steve coming in hot, hitting with some ab time. Steve really cares about my money, guys.
Now,
although
for both of these teams and
we don't get that much from ads nowadays.
I dare say we've not actually seen them on it for a long time. I actually dare say, Leo, I don't think we've seen either of them on it, especially in terms of the Siege X era.
Let's get the ads out of the way, huh? Let's just run them.
Not a map that they lack, but not a map that they play. I mean, for an IP, I think we haven't seen it since the Open qualifier of SI. Like that's more than 7 months ago. And for
every game has a different map. Yep.
W7M, it was at 6 Invitational 2025, so not on 6GX either. First time seeing it with these rosters, with these changes of IGL, or with the bringing of Palu on the side of W7M. Open question here. Interesting to see how it goes.
I think the last time I seen these guys. Hateful! Oh my god, you guys trying to spam ads right now? Let's go.
W7M may be the most complete team.
Oh no.
And able to, I guess that's still a map where you're able to punish aggression quite
no, guys.
well if you just play strategical, methodical, and step by step. I would say it favors W7M, but I guess it's still an open question right now.
Oh,
yeah, no. I would say so. Off the raw data just from this stage, we've actually only seen Nip ban Consulate once. So they've been happy generally to go there. It's generally been their opponents that have banned it. Whereas we've seen it be banned quite a lot by W7M as well. I think 3 times there. So it's a map.
Two things.
Neither has obviously been to, but both
oh
have
my
been
god.
happy to go to it on occasion. So yeah, I would generally side with you there. I think W7M style suits this map slightly better, although
we know that I'm not very good with spice, and we got a spicy chicken Sam.
Less degree of certainty.
2.
We've not seen either of these teams on this map in such a long time.
Yeah.
I don't want to complain because it was free, but 2.
Mechanics, timings, and the whole
it's pepperjack. You got to get pepperjack on a chicken sandwich. You do not do American cheese. American cheese is for burgers.
Overall, and
we got American cheese.
Gone on for so long that, of course, you see such a
little thrown off.
Between their
little
kills
thrown
and
off.
Deaths, whereas W7M, when they've dominated hardly.
Yeah, the white taste buds, 100%.
You've got 4 strong wins on the side of W7M at the end, at the beginning of this stage.
All right, this will be a good test for NIP because they are second.
Lost, yes, last week 2 games, but the 2 games were really close, right? 5-7, and then the other one.
And I'm still a little skeptical about them. I still am.
Really good stats. Actually interesting.
Never understand people who are not good with spice. Like, are you 10? All right, look, I did the 1-chip challenge on stream, and I handled it just fine. I just prefer.
It perfectly highlights my point, right?
That's huge,
it seems
isn't
to
it?
be a
normal.
Yeah,
like I still want some spice
for an IP,
but
I will say it's tough to do that against W7M. I mean, you're facing some of the biggest gunners in the game. It's gonna be a pain to try and I guess go that aggressive against a team that's
just got here. What have I missed? Nothing.
And I remember playing against Palu. And
you're now here for the match of the day, the most important game. Honestly, the best 2 games coming up.
Debate of do we go aggressive and try to be disruptive against these guys?
Perfect timing.
If you do that against Palu, he will punish you instantly. Or do you try and give them space and punish them later?
Where am I going?
Give them the space. They know
Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know, D?
Same story for W7M right now. So I assume they.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Game plan, which is being explosive, being unpredictable, and trying to be as disruptive as possible to W7M because they should be the better team today.
Well, we talk about that. We talk about spear.
I don't think it's safe for me to say where I'm going on Twitch chat. I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
Keep the entire pressure of this matchup, and of course, you've suffered before at the hands of Palu and the squad. But who is there that
I'm going to Disney World.
Controlling the flow of everything? Who is leading those teams that has to give the correct calls at the correct time because of how time sensitive a lot of these attacks are going to have to be?
All right, 4th right now.
Okay.
Really good points. Really good points. I agree.
Can you hear me? Yes.
I really agree.
Yes. Now we can.
Okay.
Were you saying anything?
No. I wasn't too sure about what you were saying. Sorry.
So we just sat there?
Just say it. You know, who's got to step up IGL-wise here? Because, yes, there might be, like, the one IGL, but who's helping out with those calls? Who's timing things, supports in the back to allow that front line to move efficiently?
For an IP, it's been the role of Cons, right? He's had to step up into that role ever since Psycho left. And I guess it was a big question mark for us when we saw that departure is who's going to take the leadership of that team after 4 years of Psycho being there, even 5 years, if I remember correctly. So I think so far he's carried out the right way. We've interviewed him. He seems to be
my fault, Drake.
He seems actually rejuvenated.
I'm going to California.
Basically have more motivation in that role.
Going to California.
And I think it's worked wonders for an IP.
Little 8-hour drive.
Is it enough to take over W7?
I'll still be streaming though. You guys will just see a different background. And I don't think I'm gonna be able to bring this mic. That's something I'm worried about with streaming. I'm probably gonna be on like a headset mic.
I guess the right way out of so many situations in overtime.
So
And
we'll
they're
see how
having
that
An
goes.
incredible amount of points.
Because I really don't
Are they
want
up to
to.
the
I
level
really
of
don't
the
want to
points?
lug this whole
I'm still
thing.
not sure. They still have to prove it to me.
I don't know. You was very skeptical about W7M when I was talking about them in the pregame.
I
feel
just
like you
put
need
some
to-
nuance, Jack. I just put some
You know,
nuance.
No,
All
you
right,
put some
gents.
nuance. I feel like you need to go and support Nip all the way here. Where's
Gents,
the blind faith, Leo?
before you get thrown in one another through this, let's put up our 5 screen here and have a quick little checkup with our fellow casters, Lynx and Xer Troika. Now, look, this is a big game, Ollie. This is the one we've been waiting for today.
Headset mic is goaded.
I kind of side with Fresh a little
It's like the
bit
only thing
on
I
this
am
one.
worried about.
I think it's a big game, but big games don't always deliver.
What's the entry's job? What do you look for in a player to put them on the entry? Entry's job is not always kills, it's space. You are getting map control in
Maybe
space.
deserves a strong word because obviously
As far
they're
as
so
what you're
sure
looking for in a
deserve it,
player,
the games that are in front of them.
because you have to take space, you wouldn't want to
think it
put
could be
someone
so
that's
memorable.
extremely passive on that role, right? Like, the person has to be okay with dying.
Yeah, Lynx, you always have to.
You don't want a mailbox as your entry
Might be the only team in the
because
league that's fine.
ain't no one gonna... Who's
Yeah,
taking
I'll
the
use
space
that
set? Ain't no one gonna
overtime.
walk in.
Yeah, 2. I don't care. They won the game, did they not? Leo, did they get the majority of the
Yep.
points in that game? Did they get the most
Yep.
rounds in that game? Do I care if it's 8-7 or 7-2? No, I don't care. They
That's-
won 5
that-
games.
That's
Majority
8-7
of it in
against a
regulation.
loss. That's 8-7 against a loss that's been hardly super struggling.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
7-5
it's a best
against
of 1 in
ENX.
Brazil. What do you expect? The bottom team could show up on a random day and completely nuke the server. These things happen in this league.
Let him know,
That's
Lynx.
who Leo's cheering for here.
I think of everyone, Leo is most sat on the fence.
I can tell you, Leo's like, oh, I just went through ad nuance. He sounded like more of a debate kid than me.
I just like to put some facts and
A very good
balance into
impression,
this,
actually.
this match. But it's okay. I can start speaking.
I liked
with
you
the
better
French
when you were
accent,
pink,
and then
Leo.
and when I'm pink, oh, it's okay. You know what? From now on, I don't even care. I will speak with the French accent. No one gives anything about me. I will be the big French cliché. Yeah, I know everything about the game. Great, good match.
Je sais.
No,
All right.
no French on the broadcast.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
an
my
English
bad.
broadcast.
Sorry. My bad.
Only
My bad,
Franglish,
bro.
if you're gonna
No,
do
wait.
it that way.
It's a restream. Can I do Portuguese? It's the South America League. We got Portuguese. I could do Spanish, Argentinian.
Argentinian? What do you
Argentinian.
want?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I should say not Argentinian, Argentina. I was saying Spanish, because Argentina speaks Spanish.
Argentina. Wonderful.
Also,
What
surely
else? Are we gonna play GeoGuessr after this? No, Lynx, we're not.
we could. Jesse's probably co-streaming.
I want to play Time Guesser with him, but he refuses to play it. Anyways, we're babbling because our lobby's almost set. One more time, Leo, I hope your cat is by you, snuggling up. No?
He left.
Do they need some type of fragger type of aim?
No.
I hope it's empty.
I mean, yeah. I don't think they need to be like
usually
the
where
best
Lynx goes,
aimer,
by
but
the way.
like I don't think you'd also want to put some that
Listen it up.
like you do need to have good mechanics. I think another good thing for an entry is sometimes you're not going to know exactly where someone is, and you kind of need like awareness and like good reaction time. I think is a really good thing
Very much,
for an entry to have.
Hassan. I was very confused. You were like, I hope it's empty. I'm like, why? The cat is there.
Pick one team. Charlotte Major Champion
I was
DZ,
on
but
his
you
head.
can't leave your house
I was
anymore.
missing
Or
the-
2025 unwanted, but you
enforcement
lose your
patches.
sense of taste.
I kind of want to pick up on something you said though, which is that
Wow.
games of the day don't always deliver, and obviously
Wow.
this is a game of the rich getting richer. No matter who wins,
Can't
it's
leave
gonna
my
stay gonna be the top
house.
two.
I'm sure
Like,
some gamers are
literally-
not.
Well, wait. No, that's technically
hating
not
on that.
true. If you're playing Black Dragons could overtake.
Some people,
one of
I'm
these
sure,
teams.
like,
But
hell
if
yeah,
Furia
I don't need to
wins,
go outside
it's
ever.
just a game of the rich getting
But-
richer. And on consulate, with
I
historically
think I
very
have
slow
to
team,
go with the sense of taste. As much as I love food, and I would
I'm
be
worried it could be
sad.
in parts.
Yeah,
At least there's
I mean,
some good that comes out of
I
it.
don't know. I feel like the
I
game
could
of the
eat
day
just like
title is-
salad every day with like it doesn't
It
matter.
sometimes does just put the kiss of death on a game, doesn't it?
I would eat
On paper,
great.
this should be a
I wouldn't even
fantastic
need anything
match.
bad anymore.
Because you
To be
never
I would
know.
just eat like
fair,
kale.
CIP, you've got
Doesn't
two of
I
the
can't
top
taste
teams
it.
at the moment inside of Brazil, and I'm hoping it is. You know, I hope it is a top tier match. But you look at the map of Consulate, neither of these two teams.
Jesse isn't
have
going
played
full
this
on
map
Partar. Hasn't streamed
anything
since.
that you
I
could
thought he was.
consider
I thought he was
recent.
streaming. No.
I had to go back
I thought him and
into
no?
Narnia to
I thought him and
find the
Parker.
last time these two teams had played it, and even then I still didn't find it. I think Leo made reference to one of them, and it's so far back it's irrelevant. 272 days ago, last time the NIP played this map against.
You can
E1
still smell it.
Sports. You'll forgive me for not knowing that game.
Kale doesn't got a smell, right? We're good.
Yeah, last year.
No, I know. I was just saying it. It was in October. I remember.
Like, if I
so
couldn't
you
taste,
remember it, but
I'm not getting Chick-fil-A anymore.
I don't remember it, unfortunately.
Like, I'm getting this for
That
the
is because I'm a
taste.
little bit
If I
older.
can't taste,
And then the last time that Liquid played this map was 145 days ago against Falcons.
Which Falcon?
Now, to save you doing the math, that was the 10th of Feb. So that was at SI.
Oh. Oh, I see.
They lost.
Oh, that's not good. Bad event. Bad event for them. As Jack mentioned, an interruption to what could have been W7M dominance. Because if they do beat Furia, they beat CAG.
so interesting. We're seeing Consulate. I feel like you don't see it a lot in best of ones because it's so defender
I
sided.
also appreciated, shout out to the desk. I appreciated the.
And
the
W7
Dodez hype.
ended up picking
I
it.
think Dodez gets
And
slept
IP
on
get
for being,
defense.
Like, literally, statistically the best.
You got to be
player
pretty damn good if you want to go to Consulate. Like, you got to
and I
really
think he
prefer
has been slept
Consulate.
on this roster for quite a while, as he came in from.
Peak fitness, exactly. Like, and I just can't not leave my house. There's just, I love traveling. When you guys were talking about like career earnings and stuff like that, I'm like, yo, mate, where's your money at? Because I don't got any of that.
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
I would blame traveling.
Dude, Dodez?
I personally, yeah, I love
He was on the sexy cake
seeing
E1.
the world.
That's what it was. He was on the sexy cake E1. Before he
Why
joined
did it
this
take that
roster.
long?
Okay, you didn't say anything. Shut up, man. Like, come on.
No, I didn't know what you. I didn't really know what you were on about, to be honest.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. My bad. Minute so far. We're 50 seconds into. 50 seconds into the CEO attack. Didn't talk about the bans much. 2 shields. Not a big shock, especially on Consulate. One of the key ways to break through the defense. Azami, Cade taken off the board. We've talked.
Just gonna be a quick CEO take. Volp's gonna spam the EMPs down. We're gonna air jab so they can't go across.
Pretty gimmicky, Ali. I think you'd agree. And aside from the glass,
But I wonder why we're trying to take so much control here.
No, there's not.
Once we realize there's no one under.
I do too.
Big fan of
John
the
W.
gimmick.
Gimmick over here.
Build an
Ace is
in-home
currently
golf
trying
course
to
at
get
SI
out of
money.
Dodge 'cause he's
That's
just been
like,
thrown downstairs and
that is the
rightfully
dream.
knows there's going to be a full crack team on his tail.
Like, I can't wait until I can
Now,
get a
if
house.
This is just going to be a CEO plan. It needs to start
And
happening quite quickly.
I would really want to build one of those
packs.
golf
We've got
simulators
Smoke
in the
Toxic
house
Babes,
and
we've got
have like one of those
C4,
golf rooms, like maybe a
there's a
bar,
warden. This whole defense is lined
couch,
up
people hang
to
out,
deal with a CEO
golf
window
sim.
hopping.
Ah,
Ace on the roam downstairs.
that'd be the
He's having
dream.
a hard time navigating past these drones
That
as
would
well.
be the
They're very
dream.
thorough at the moment. I really worry if this is just a hop-in because I don't think that W7M have the tools to really deal with that. Only now they're going to start baiting things out.
Hey, baited out the flank. That's good.
It's found down below. At least got a 5v4 for W7M, and they are baiting out this utility quite well, but Pino still has 2 toxic canisters, and we're getting real low on time. One player just around the corner from Palu. They'll have to fall back with no resources to
Still have a
destroy that
smoke
map.
and a
Really,
C4. This is actually looking pretty good for NIP here.
EMP can go out, maybe you can disable it. But NIP are doing such a good job at keeping W7M at bay. They're really getting the most they can out of these smoke canisters. Last one goes out as the flashbang
Boom.
goes in. C4 lands right
Still one
at
smoke
Cons'
too.
feet. Cons is
I
ready
love how they were able,
perfectly.
like they didn't
Another one
just
will
go
be
for
fed.
3
The
smokes.
MPX right as the air jab
I think
gets
that's the right
triggered.
call.
What the hell
Smoke.
is that timing? Pino tries to swing around the corner, but Loban can hold for the
What?
coverage.
Wait, what?
Loda's stunned.
Why?
Put forth by
Why?
that toxic smoke, just creeping
Why?
up behind the CO
You smoked
desk.
him.
He gets
Why
it.
did we swing?
Hell in a handbasket. That round's gone for NIP in complete pandemonium.
Also, that shot while it
somehow
smoked is
find a
crazy.
win.
That's actually
How have NIP
insane.
thrown that? Like, really, how have they lost that round?
I like going outside with a purpose, traveling new and old food
Why
spots.
did
Yeah,
Pino
I
expose
mean, yeah, pretty
himself
much.
to the door, to the window.
What did I just watch out of you?
And how did that
You might need
final
new
kill
eyeballs.
come out?
attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Like, it wasn't even like he had an AR. He's literally got the Deimos pistol, the Vendetta. It's like it's a good gun. It's probably it's a gun that if you're gonna hit your shots, you want it in that situation. But you better be hitting your shots, because if you miss, that's it. All of that happening while we're in red time as well. Time was just ripping off the clock. I said that I was worried for W7M with their approach there, because it was kind of one-dimensional. They were really just trying to bait out that utility.
Element 5 gameplay. To be fair, like, until the last 10 seconds, they were doing really good.
Losing that round?
Like, they in a 4v5, they made that scrappy. The smoke timings were perfect, and I love how they didn't just do 3 smokes and then C4.
You just can't be losing.
I think being able to smoke, he smoked twice, and then instead of throwing the third smoke, they planned the C4 throw.
You know? Even the last player, you should just be
Because if they were able to bait the smokes, then they would have just EMP'd the C4. So, I don't know. Timing-wise, it was a good idea. I think they just panicked at the end, unfortunately.
Survival at that point.
Well, he didn't. That's job done for W7M. One attack this early on, you don't really care the margins. That's the nice thing about Siege. We got no economy going on. It doesn't matter if the round comes in with a 1v1 with 0 seconds remaining. You just need to win the round. You don't suffer any negative consequences for how close it is. On a map where attacks can be hard to come by, W7M will lap that up, not even leave room for seconds. Little run
Getting quite a slow approach. Yeah.
A little bit. Oh, hello. Fancy. Creeping just around the corner. 2 players outside. We'll spot him on the drone. W7M quite liberal with his drone economy.
They're not afraid to get stuck in, are they? Only got 3 left. But it's paid dividends.
Interesting fight.
Fancy. The very quick response onto dots.
This ain't looking good for an IP right now.
Fallen. That's a successful clear in anyone's book. You've only lost your ace. You've still got 2 exothermics. And you've got a Hibana. You're going to take that.
They're all downstairs, though.
It puts the pressure now onto NIP, so much so that Cons at the top of Spiral, just looking if he can find someone walking down.
Ash could rotate up. They could do top down. We see Hibana up there, at least getting hatches.
Playing these as crossfires and trades
or working on the hatches.
They're going to come out on top. They need to get a kill out of nothing. W7M can just continue to tighten this net. They're going to start to try and get main breach open as well.
Get main wall.
Yellow's
this is good.
Going to be a concern. There's an active
I was going to say,
good
good pull here. Dota's is just going to get a freebie in the back. This is so much back pressure here.
One at a time.
Wait, how did Loban half health still?
Doesn't fall. Flash goes out to pinch this remaining player. A lot of weight has to fall on Khan's shoulders, and every single flashbang has hit its mark. W7M unrelenting with that secondary utility, and Dota lethal and precise with that server side backstab.
You think they elected to go here just so they'd get defense? Because it's not looking good right now.
And when W7M could have just pushed all through the front and brute forced it, showing why he is the best player in the league at the moment.
Just a bit of a weird defense from NIP as well. Like, they tried for quite a loose roam, which isn't always like a bad thing, but W7M, they are like a rabid dog with those drones.
Where we go? Back to CL or is that piano? Piano, okay. Alright, we're finally going to the strongest bomb site on the map. Why not?
If you had someone out, they would spend the drones, find them, and then start to execute a plan.
See why they're okay going with attack? Yeah, I mean, they definitely have the right ideas right now.
They don't need so many drones in the late portion of the round, because they can just play things as trades. It's a good investment early on.
Should have probably lost that first round, but yellow takes like that are gambling, which some teams are, again, on console, you're not afraid to do something like that attack.
Kind of loose roam with not too much up there supporting them. It's not like they were trying to roam on the top.
You're just kind of hoping to steal some round wins.
You know, play a Scopos or really start to get around there. It was just a mute and a vigil. They were just hanging around.
Should be a top hold here. Should be a top hold. Question is if it's 3 or 4. Teams are more electing to do 3 players playing top lately. 2 downstairs.
That one looked better than the first. If you're NIP and you're trying to increase the distance between you and
Looking like
as much
only
as
one
possible.
right now.
Just try and secure your spot for top 2. I think, again, just to be clear, like, both these teams are gonna be in playoffs. Like,
If a team does 4 top, it's actually not too hard to just hit the site.
well, not actually, but you get what I mean.
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
But I always
either
think
way,
that, you know, winning's all about form, isn't it? If you're on good form,
yes, that's what I was gonna say.
usually what we look to, isn't it? You know, we like the teams that consistently do well. You don't want a team that has a great start and has a poor finish.
And I think if you're NIP who have been struggling to actually assert yourself in the
We do see more of a horizontal right now. Lobin's walking crack hole.
that isn't just, you know,
To bottom Visa.
that used to be.
Or even in the lounge. Yep.
Used to be good, that used to be a champion, that used to be a contender. Getting a win over the current favorite in the league, the #1 ranked
Oh
team,
boy.
is really
That looks
quite
so
nice.
fun. That looks so fun.
NCC's a nice opportunity right below. Running around low.
Grimby's pro window.
That very weak UMP has put him to about 60% health.
Because, like, they have a ward in top. They should be able to do a horizontal take and plant and span Grimby's on the top down holes. So that they're able to contest.
Prowess from the previous round. Opening pick onto cons this time. Wizard might be given
They
an opportunity.
gotta be
here on
careful up
Spiral.
top.
He's going to activate his goggles just to be sure. Dodo's actually going to get taken out there. C4 going to get sent into nothing. So NIP have equalized now. They've gone for that more committed approach on this top floor. Got
There's
some
the
good kill
Grimbies.
holes open now as well, and with the super shorty on Fancy, you can make more as and when they are required. Hate's currently on the death mark. Got to be worried about W7M and the ability just to push right in.
Freebies.
And look at
Absolute
Paolo's position
freebies.
right now. Finds one, lined up for a second, but gets taken out there by Wizard.
This is so weird.
NIP start to look good into this last 45 seconds. You do worry if W7M just went a little bit slow.
A little bit slow, but Dot still finds himself inside of the site. Might have just found an opening.
I was gonna say, if he's planning cut, I think he has him.
Play.
Think
Ball
the
given to Volps. He waits, catches Pino crossing. He's none the wiser. Now the advantage is shifted.
wow, Wizard.
Not the advantage in man count anymore, but Wizard has to.
Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know where the bomb is.
Dot's recognizing he's below the hatch.
Hmm.
So concerned. These
What's the plan here? He's got Vert for everything.
So early on that are always
He's got Vert for that.
attacking Expo. If Wizard can just find the right angle, find the right spot, he can dash W7M's chances at 3 in a row. And he's kept them guessing long enough.
Okay.
Hard fought for their first defensive victory.
All right, we got one.
NIP looking quite good in it nonetheless.
I think NIP looked good in that round.
2 Wizards? There's 2
Paolo
Wizards.
pushing in on the Twitch on his own. Yeah, he gets 1 kill, but he immediately gets traded. And then somebody else from W7M starts to go in after it. And you just start to think, guys, like, sync up a little bit. If you push that together, you trade Palu, and you probably just win the round at that moment. You don't need to worry about getting the plant now.
Have I heard of 7 days? Of course, it's
So
like
maybe
my
a little
favorite.
bit 1-by-1 from W7M on that top floor
Wait.
clear. But
Oh,
NIP
you're probably talking about team name.
managing
Never mind.
to hold
Never mind.
on And, you know,
Ignore me.
good scrappy defense on that top floor, only just holding on and then winning it through the vert. There's not much that's more satisfying, really, in this game than winning a round as a defender from the vert there when the plant's having to go down.
Is there 3 Wizards? That you just said? Really? Maybe there is. I'm not familiar with the OCE one. I don't know ball there.
Kind of 2 sides of the same coin removed there in a lot of ways.
All right, back to top floor. NIP. What's their 5th operator there? Get off my screen, Caveira. Smoke. Okay.
And the smokes, but the main counter also being removed in that Ying.
Well, yeah, we got rid of the Ying. We're bringing a mute, so we're ready for the demos, ready for the Grimbies here. We do have a mute. We'll see, like, this is the counter. A mute in the middle of the room here. No way they do the exact same take, though, right? So we'll see something switched up. But good for the defense to counter a little bit. That's what you should be doing.
You got to be careful about it. I do like this though. Obviously, had the
Got a clash.
Shield didn't. The moment this round begins,
I'm seeing everyone spawn on the yellow side. This might be another yellow take. Holy cow.
Operator, or kind of operator we mentioned, can be very strong. On
Okay, just ghost pressure. I'm gonna pop the Goyo fire here. Boom. Boom.
But on console, where it's
And
so
jumped
difficult to
out.
enter the
Wow.
building, case in point,
Tech.
that first CEO round.
He's out of
Having a
there.
blitz that can hop down yellow or push up a staircase might be the difference between you sitting and stalling for 2.5 minutes or actually making some progress.
I love this early play from Dots. Nice little bit of teamwork there. He throws a shock drone up onto the ledge, gets shot open.
You like 7 days to die? Oh yeah, favorite game.
Whatever's in his way, basically.
Come on.
Very quickly.
Come on.
Utility. Plus, the warden
Looks like we are going to do a yellow thing again. Why not?
Usually you will bring a warden.
Got the glass. There's no warden on board. I just took it off the board, so why not?
As well. Ooh, now we have a nice little battle here as one shield has been brought on the
Clash going to be a bit of a problem here. We got no way to deal with this Clash. That's both nades con. I think we're going to need more control here as an attack. I don't think we could just do a yellow take.
Hates is lurking at the bottom of these yellow stairs.
And with how NIP is playing, one bottom yellow, the Clash top yellow, smokes and CEO, like, we should be able to take some space somewhere else.
Especially for the Clash above.
We're going to need an Anaconda something here.
I mean, there's a hell of a gap here if Hates decides to fill it. Volp's dashing past with Dota so focused on the Clash in front.
There's still 4 more smokes. Glass down. Yep.
Runs up the yellow staircase.
So here's the taking more space. This is good. Dots trying to take Admin. Wizard's stuck here. But they might not know he's here.
7M's options are quite limited. Gonna be betting a lot on this blitz to break the stalemate around the long desk, but this is what the Clash can do. Wherever they spot that blitz going, wherever they spot the bulk of the
Good
pressure
backstab. Oh my god, that Clash almost got him killed.
Tries to get active. Clash just barely saves the life of one of those SAS players. Hates trying to go for another. Will not find anything. Volp's damaged, but still alive. That might be the difference maker.
Ooh, EMP on the Clash.
7M find the 4v3. It's not clean and it's not pretty, but they are putting Cons on his back heels, forcing him away. Cons might just be able to hit this lurk.
Just gotta flood towards CEO side at this point. They already got the Goyo fire.
You can see Dot's worried about it. They'll move forward. Free fires around the corner.
Don't take the one. Don't take the one.
Picks up another.
Okay.
W7M again
What?
in the advantage, but Fancy somehow finding 2 has put Dots in another unwinnable position. But he's stuck. He's in the corner. He's got nowhere to run. Bouncing back from that first loss, prone on the floor. Dots gets W7M their third.
Holy shit, poor NIP. Holy shit.
I'm gonna be honest. Because that was a horrendous engagement. Dots and Cons both.
You said your favorite game was Halo 2, Halo 3. Alright, favorite survival game. My bad.
And then Dots running through with the pistol, picking the kill up onto Cons, and then somehow getting the kill onto Fancy as well.
Would I bring back any old comp maps?
Another nail biter for a top floor defense.
Theme park.
I'll be honest, neither of those rounds on the top floor should be given to W7M. There's no way they should be winning either of them. One was coming right down to the wire and required someone to hop into smoke to pick up the final kill. And then the other requires a 2 versus 1 clutch against a Clash. And a mute, by the way, who's perfect shotgun range and should have just absolutely deleted him. NIP really got caught up in the sauce there, and I think they just needed to take a little moment to breathe, a little step back, and just be like, right, look what we've got. We've got the time on our side. Had a Clash. Did the mute.
How to work on your mental.
No too surprising to see the timeout brought
says,
there.
I don't know if you're into reading at all, but there's a ton of good mental books that I would recommend.
Is it a bit too little too late?
If you want to see how like professional athletes actually like what makes them tick, what makes them get locked in, like in the zone.
Top 6 at the end of this map.
There's some really good books out there that talk about.
We've seen crazier things happen. I mean,
there's a trainer that trained Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, and
a tendency to get a bit antsy at times. I would say
he kind of breaks down what makes them as good, like why they are as good as they are.
On defense, have the tendency
and it all
to
starts with
overswing
mental.
A little too much.
Opinion on Oregon, hated it. Absolutely hated it. You mean Boregan? Back when it was Boulder, Oregon every day.
As going into the top team in Brazil, I hope
Best books to read? Maybe, yeah. We could probably do something like that.
To stare down. It's good that NIP take their timeout. They need these next 3.
Oh, I can't remember the book title.
1 or 6-0 comeback could happen on the attack, but if
on top of my head.
You let W7M get 4-2, get 5-1, just one of those maps where
what would I replace Steam Force?
The odds on W7M
Sky.
winning are going to increase pretty
I hate Sky.
if that's the case.
It'll come as no surprise
Hate
to
Sky.
learn that W7M are one of the better attacking teams in the league.
So boring to
They're
watch.
also one of the teams that has a higher defensive win rate. So you would expect.
Yeah, and I
when they
think
get
you
onto
should
that
be
defensive
like
side,
Sky's a
they're
defensive
good.
map. You should try to be
NIP
like you
is
should be
even more
replacing it with.
lopsided.
I don't want to add more
With
defensive maps in the
47%
game.
win attack
I
and
don't think it's good for
60%
Siege.
win defense. The fact that
So
they've dropped
Sky
so
for
many
theme
rounds
is
here on this defense
because
really
they
doesn't
play
bode well
similar,
for them.
but
They're gonna
I
have
also
to do
don't
something
think theme would be that
usually do,
defender-sided with the ban
and that is
system.
win the majority of their attacking rounds.
What about
Taking the
Coast?
timeout, but
I was a fan of Coast. I don't know
W7M have a
now.
little bit of time themselves to stabilize.
I was a fan of the old
Just
Coast.
let's be honest, with the couple of rounds that we've seen that have been
Sky gotta
fairly
go.
scrappy,
Been saying it. Yeah,
about
Sky
round
gotta
one and
go.
round four in
That map's
particular,
not
they've
fun.
certainly got some things to iron
Not
out
fun
as
to
well.
play. Not fun to watch.
See if they can
But
do
I'm
that
also a
heading into
Sky
round number
hater,
5. Slightly different lineup being brought this
and I'm
time.
very
We've got
vocal about
Sense
it.
coming in for the first time, but still going with that general theme of obstruction. Again, still going with the general theme of that roam clear with Volps on that Deimos.
Alright, this should just be an admin clear, yeah? This looks like a full admin clear lineup, yeah. Okay. Not afraid to go back to CEO. They trolled. NIP literally trolled both CEOs.
Searching for these admin players and the players that
Should have won that first round with the CEO plant. Should have won that round. It was a 2v1.
Difficult position to take.
Both like panicky 10-second situations. Now we're just gonna go back to CEO, admin. Dota's goes down. We're contesting the admin side too. Should back up, but we see they do have a Valk downstairs in the basement. Might be able to get a lurk on him.
So neither party losing a player in that situation.
Very classic admin take though, with the Deimos underneath. Almost like my video. Console attacks with Deimos under, with the sense, with the blitz. Ooh, does he know?
Because unless Volps has something
He
to say
knows.
about it, right around the corner, waiting. He'll be rewarded, but he'll just bruise hates as the Valkyrie retreats down to the bottom floor, though the Deimos might just decide to go hunting.
How is Hates not dead, by the way? Right, it looked like he tanked that to the face. I'm sure it must have been a shoulder, but a lot of kills going on elsewhere as Lobin.
Thoughts on ACOG being removed from most defenders next season? Is that like, was that a leak or was that confirmed?
They're looking alive here in round 5. We were concentrating on a bit of a roam clear, but it was a distraction for what else was going on. There are some players low at the moment on NIP, and it's going to be very difficult for W7M to make something happen, but it looks like Dots might try and bait a plant out here.
I like where he's smoking from, because you need to have a little bit more of an angle to actually deny deep for the glow plant. So he's actually smoking from like inside.
Maybe there's just a little gap.
We call it baguette. I don't know what the right call is.
Around the corner to prolong that push. It's only the Deimos that can cover this.
8 seconds left. There's possibly no way they throw this one. Yeah, there it is. They're gonna finally close out and win CEO.
Final kills. NIP are the ones to stabilize after that timeout, but still 1 round to go just to get an even half.
I love that Valkyrie skin. Kind of
Hypothetically, if that were to happen, how much does it affect? Removing the so what was the leak? I actually kind of no idea. Only automatic weapons on defense. What, lose it?
A better shot, you could say.
Only automatic weapons lose ACOG? So like Doc?
We're still fighting from that back foot.
Single fire weapons. Okay, so like DMRs.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Alright, let me think. Who's gonna affect? DMRs are still good? Okay, so you're still good with Tube. You're still good with a Rooney. Those are like the most powerful guns on defense. Wow, no Doc ACOG? Holy, yeah, not like it would matter for comp, but like that's just iconic. Oh my god, you're right, Castle. Oh my god. Castle, Hollow. I actually don't think it'll affect that much. If I'm thinking about the guns, well, who else? Who else? Like no one here has an ACOG. Okay. What's like another gun you would take? Boss G still has it, right? Single fire.
Fender is just such a powerful operator on console. You never really want to drop him. How many tight doorways the attack has to go through?
Oh, the Vector? Well, you guys already see me. I run Vector Hollow. I don't even like the ACOG. That's a good point though. That's a good point.
Can be quite a menace. Not nearly as much so now that, you know.
I don't even think you need the ACOG on that gun. So actually, Yeah, Mirror's still OP, exactly. I don't know. Thinking about it, if it's still on tube and it's still on the Aruni DMR, like if it's still on DMRs and shit, I think it's fine. I don't think it'll affect that much at all. I really don't. It's more likely to affect ranked with Doc ACOG. No way anyone's running around with Doc without the ACOG on. Castle? I get the castle one. I do understand the castle one. Like, that is a shame. That is a shame. I love me some castle ACOG every once in a while. And it's like, I gotta run the like, let me have the ACOG. But I don't think it'll affect it that much. Ooh, Frost. Wait a second, Frost.
Right now for W7.
Ah, man, I've never run that gun without the ACOG on. What is that gun like with Hollow?
It's not like they've not even got breaching charges, so they're really banking on a lot of this already being
Frost one's a good one too. I don't know. I still don't think it'll be that bad. Because like you don't really see those ops too much anyways. They're like, Frost is niche. Castle's like, it's good, but you don't see it run as much anymore. It's like, it's really good on some maps. I really, like, you don't see it run that much.
I'd certainly start moving if I saw that. Just around
I don't think we've seen a
Fancy
castle
takes the
once.
fight to him.
This map.
W7M might widen as the Fenrir trying to find
It's all
their way.
traps.
Hits the prone angle, reveals Pino behind him. And Volp's caught completely off guard. Loban will have to rotate up, retake that position, aid the push as Dots moves in through the top floor. So
Yeah,
Volp's
Echo's
not being
pick rate
able
will
to
maybe
just around
hurt
the
though.
corner for
That's
the
a good point with
trade.
Echo. Didn't think about
Another
Echo.
one found as it's
His
all
pick
on
rate might
hits in
hurt.
the
But again, it's
1v2.
already niche.
Got
Like,
two
all those
1v1s right
attackers
here,
are
though.
niche.
Oh, but Palu just dodges the angle.
The meta ops don't really have ACOGs unless it's the DMRs.
NIP had one solid round, 2 victories, but their hopes might be diminished after a win from W7M.
Yeah. Just in this round, every defender has a hollow gun. Exactly. I mean, let's see what W7M pulls out.
And that was to push together on that top floor. It was really well coordinated.
I just think like the meta ops right now, yeah, don't unless you're running tube or ACOG or a Rooney.
You've got Fancy getting pushed. You've got someone dug in deep.
Echo can
CEO,
use his
and the
shotgun.
Blitz is
It's
dead
better
because he's
anyways.
unshielded
Holy
down
hot
the corner.
take.
There was some really nice little nuanced bits of play there, but overwhelmingly it's too strong for W7M. To push up those
I personally don't like having it. Maybe I'm weird, but on defense, I don't even like having an ACOG.
Really effectively been able to push a lot of different points at the same time.
The fights are just like, you know, it's a lot closer.
Through spiral, and you had that pressure inside of yellow. So
in this lineup as well, no ACOGs unless he's running Tachanka with the other gun,
as such, they
which
give
I doubt.
themselves a healthy lead going into the second half of this game.
Running the DMR better on tube route than the MPX, I think it is.
In a word,
MPX, the gun tickles.
Very blunt.
Maybe in some spots people might like the MPX, but the tube DMR is one of the best guns defense has. That thing literally 2-taps anybody. Not often do you get a gun that powerful.
I just don't.
Like on unwanted, we would always just make sure like our best shooter was on tube. Like, I don't know. I think it's a fragger gun.
Standing for them on it as this roster.
So good.
Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Well, that's what first rounds are for. Round 1 and round 7, we can always look to a team to quell our fears, answer our questions, or dash our hopes. Usually one of the 3. Maybe a couple. Certainly not all 3.
All right, NIP needs 4 attack rounds here. No small feat. You actually don't see many 4-2 halves on Consulate, so take it in. W7M did manage to do the impossible. 4 attack rounds. I have been on the other side of this, where you win 4 attacks and you just got to win defenses and you might throw the map. That might have been a thing.
Could be problematic. Right now,
But the odds, the probability of that happening.
Not committing themselves to anything just yet.
No, I don't
think we're pretty good here to say W7M should close this out.
The Ying being available in this early portion of their attack as well is something that they are likely going to use. You know, going to be bringing that. Again, we've got a bit of striker use, and I feel like I'm really critical on striker.
On you.
Kind of come down quite heavily on it.
This region loves striker.
I know. And
Striker's big on this map.
The gun and yeah, you can bring nades and flashes. You can be fairly self-sufficient.
I mean, Striker's just a big pick on Consulate.
I always think there's better things. And I will die on that hill if anyone is wondering. Oh, I don't think
Oh,
anyone
I don't think they know. Top yellow. Yep, that's Blackbeard down.
Oh no, he doesn't.
I mean, that's a trade, but Blackbeard down is
Nice
big.
trade from Fancy, but Ollie, I mean, if you're Loban, you take that every day.
Air tab's already used.
Probably.
We got Clash on them. They are completely stuffing this yellow take. Pino can't just swing in. We're going to need to see some map control somewhere else. Wizard dropping down, pressuring B2. Deimos underneath. Are we tracking Clash? We are. There it is. That's exactly what we do. Overextended with the Clash.
Through the floor gives the Nomad a way up, but Palu wrapping around.
That's a big fight to lose.
And IP might find their advantage, but they've at least these two remaining W7M players have retained control of the site.
Wait, why are we tracking Warden?
Arguably the most important thing, but another Deathmark tracker goes
Just
out.
track Tachanka. They have no. There's no mute.
Out of position.
They can't. They can't fire.
He's got the glasses. He can see through it. See through all of NIP's tricks. Now Pino hops in.
Deimos gonna rotate up top. They should just look to try to kill the guy, but they know he's a lone CEO. There it is.
Remaining until they have, but Pino gets too aggressive. The defense pushes. They
Swung in maybe a little too early. Deimos off.
No doubts,
not able to help.
NIP in round 7. It's W7M to widen their lead and only get richer.
Palu's one of the most exciting players to watch because you never know what he's capable of. Playing the Warden there, I dare say it was to perfection. Activated the goggles at the perfect time. Didn't get Candela flashed.
Shoddy plus SMG12 or MPX plus SMG12. I think most players would prefer to run the MPX plus SMG12 on Warden.
You've got to look at that and just go.
But I think you can perfectly get away with the shotgun.
It was a shame for NIP because they were very
in most
split
situations.
Up. They were trying to get him from below, but Palu plays enough Deimos.
Massive cell, not tracking the Tachanka. Yeah, I'm not like. If you're gonna run a Tachanka on that site, you have to run a mute.
Blast a hole through the floor and throw a nade up, but
W7M didn't run a mute. Why do we not take advantage of that? That's a free plant. Get underneath control, track to Tachanka. There's nowhere he can sit where he can fire CEO safely. There's literally nowhere.
Kind of, you know, he gets seen from the skylight even. You know, he's not in the best position, really. But it was lackluster droning from NIP, wasn't it? And they didn't pay that due diligence that there could be somebody there.
What does Team Falcons need to do to put themselves in the GOAT convo with Penta G2 and W7M Furia? Win something that's not EWC.
You were in a position to close it out, perhaps. You'll be punished for it going into round 8, but you will be punished for it in the trend of this game. Room for error decreasing with every round you drop, and odds of success decreasing with kills like that. Don't even know where Dodez was, but he takes down the Buck, the primary source of well, I don't know. You can call the Ram or the Buck the primary, but especially if one of those 3 C4.
Yeah, Buck. Some people want the DMR so bad, we start running Buck DMR. Buck DMR, Brava DMR. I mean, you guys can say whatever you want. Brava DMR is actually good, man. Sure. I know it's good, but some people are DMR crutches in this meta. My God.
There's no such thing as too much. And especially if you've got a top floor clear.
Hey, I needed to pick Buck here. All right, well, I'm going Buck DMR.
Mid floor after that, and if you can open up both, even better. As it stands, it's not really sparked a reaction, has it? That opening pick onto Hayes. It's not like NIP have gone, oh, we've got to be, you know, good on this roam clear now. Not a lot has happened. Dodez has taken some damage, and eventually will be finished off and pinched. But the trade's there straight away. Liquid's so consistent on this trade game.
Buck DMO's up. Yep, Spider has spoken. Spider have never said anything more true.
Enough is enough, Loban. Just go back to site.
But why not? He's basically won the round.
No, I know, but it just makes me nervous. It makes me antsy. It makes me feel like surely if 3 attackers are thrown at a vigil, surely somebody can do anything. Can find a kill, do some damage, set up his team for a win. I beg them to stop Loban and that my prayers fall on deaf ears. Match point for W7M.
Well, probably a mistake for NIP to be going here. Not gonna win an attack. 2 defenses.
Guys, look, I got 2 kills.
We thought this was match of the day, and unfortunately, I needed to see a little bit from NIP this game to prove, because right now they are second place in the standings.
We accept it, and we appreciate you letting us know.
But I just don't think they're a second place Brazilian team. This has kind of proven to me a little bit.
a lone vigil that can't be dealt with?
I think they're a playoff team.
In 2025 with this
But,
much utility? I don't know about that one.
Why are we getting so many trades? It's a great question.
To NIP's prayers. Do you remember last week when we watched Consulate and it was nothing but split sites?
It's like 4 split sites and like no,
we haven't, at least we haven't seen
a great question. We are seeing way too many though.
I was looking down at that and was like, oh,
no.
We're in piano. It'd be nice to see a split site.
I'm not entertaining.
A lot of thrown rounds. Yeah, I mean they can go back and bot review this game, but they're gonna get sick to their stomachs when at least 2. They should have won at least probably 2 more defenses.
And I think that W7M are a team that could control it quite
People
well.
are loving the Jaeger shotgun TikTok, Ali.
Quite a lot of map presence.
You need to
So
control
a split
yourself.
site. No, but
Last I saw, people were loving.
And I think the NIP would find great pain in attacking onto it as well.
All right, we're just gonna agree to disagree on that one. I will say I like the expo site. I like when when teams bring Solus and either try to play plant denial from the vertical or go from below in garage in the late round. I just like watching the site, so I'm a little bit biased when you make a point like that. Well, speaking of, Solus not above, not below, on the same floor as the site, and unfortunately spotted in front of a Visa drone that she is blissfully unaware of. Will be spotted by the Deimos and likely hunted down momentarily.
It's only on TikTok right now. I met with someone about doing YouTube shorts and was recommended, like, it'll hurt the algorithm if I upload YouTube shorts. I would need to make a separate channel just for shorts, and I just haven't done that yet.
It's like, that's your only job. Like, your only job is to find the drones. And maybe to deny a plan later on if you live that long, but primarily, let's just find some drones. A rare opening pick, though, for NIP. Are they going to be able to make good on it? W7M look fairly dug in right now. There's the pressure from below that could be the big problem for them. Nade's going to get sent in, but Fancy nearly getting caught flat-footed there in front of the doorway. It still is a very difficult area, regardless of if you've got a man count advantage to try and bust through, and especially when you've got a deployable.
They have nothing for this shield. They just gotta walk. Oh my god.
Now, but how far can they push up?
That's a good pick, though.
I'll feel a little bit more comfortable pushing into projector now that Loban's cut down, stuck inside of the little cubby right on the breach. Double swing out.
There's that DMR. God, a rooted DMR is so good.
DMR sounding quite nice to Palu's ears.
Can we just reset NIP? Can we just plant? I know we got 2 smokes, but
a bit better. You know, just 1 bullet away from death. Wizard out of
can we just walk in that, John? Walk in the site? Do they have vision? Solus is dead. Maybe Malusi had a BP? I didn't really tell.
And with W7M not even really mounting this retake, NIP have completely seeded the vertical.
We took too long.
Let them take this spot.
Took too long.
W7M didn't have to fight a single inch to retake these angles, and now they're scrambling.
Oh my god, he died to the smoke.
It's all left up to Wizard. We claimed this was the game of the day, and now it seemed NIP might just fall asleep yards behind the finish line.
You gotta at least try to plant the bomb.
Planning and running right in front of Palu. No time to finish.
Just drop down the hatch,
it's
please.
all in W7M's hands. And with 1 drop, he doesn't see him. Loses the
no!
fight. But no, Dodes manages
Oh
it.
my god.
Comes a little too close.
That would have been insane to keep the game alive.
In the playoffs.
Holy cow.
A little bit of a scrappy end there to that final round where it was a frantic barrage of bullets being sent out of the DMR by Dodes. But a win is a win, and a 7-2 for W7M today against NIP. We kind of questioned the map coming into it. We were like, we've not seen these 2 teams play this map in a very long time.
Do you think SAG fumbled by not picking up spirits? Yeah, 100%.
And maybe there's a reason we haven't seen NIP play it too much, and maybe there's also a reason why W7M
100%.
let it through today.
I think they were trolling.
Good on it. They got a great split on the attack.
That would have been, yeah, that would have been crazy if he was able to get that one.
But overall, they played some incredible siege.
All they need, yeah, I don't know why they were trying to kill the guy from top down holes. Like, literally, there was no time on the clock. Just one person dropped down the hatch. If he gets off,
4-2 split on a
Has to replant.
It was always going to be at least
Match of the day? Yeah, not anymore. Maybe next game. Hey, next game, match of the day. We got Furia.
Like you said, the attacks were not terrible.
Black Dragons?
As I think
Maybe
Dask is
match
about
of the
to
day.
agree with us,
We can
they
hype this one up. Black Dragons, 5th place. Furia, 6th place. Eh?
Thank you very much, Links. Next to
Maybe
Jordan.
chat?
Like we said, oh, Habibi! Oh no, it's small cat, Links. Oh my god, it's so
just
pretty.
really young. He was also
So
baffled
beautiful.
by the quality of siege that we've just seen. So many frags, so many multi-kills. Insane.
Okay. I was gonna say we had this conversation before the game started. When it's two teams that are at this level of competition, usually
They got Newers. I mean, Newers was a great pickup for him. He's obviously already like one of the best players, but role-wise, it's not working right now. I feel like
redemption from this gen.
they dropped their support.
Scoreline one-sided, yeah, but in
Picked
terms
up
of
a
control, I
fragger.
would say there's at least 3, maybe 4 rounds, Leo, that NIP strategically won, that W7M managed to get over the line. Those, on the balance of things, they go the other way. We're actually looking at a very, very close game.
Yeah, there's no spirit slander in this chat.
I don't know what the hell was going on inside of this first round.
No spirit slander.
I don't know how this Deimos has repelled in with the Vendetta and managed to find the kill. And that really set the tone for the game, I thought, because
I thought you said this wizard guy was the GOAT rookie. All right, wrong region, Zella. Wrong reason.
And then it was just late round after late round after late round clutch W7M to get over the line.
At some point, I think I said it to you, Jack. I was like, this should be 4-1 for NIP, because I cannot disagree with Oli saying that NIP weren't in first gear today. I think actually they dominated the first half of the map. It's just that somehow
We need a wizard versus wizard.
W7M found a way, found a multi.
But I don't think we're going to get that, because I don't think Fnatic are going to make it.
The quality
This round
of
was
the players.
crazy.
Yeah, once again, look at this.
The drop shot pistol is
He
tech, though.
rushes in, gets the kill with the gun.
Love doing
In
that,
so
some
many scenarios,
TDM.
It's like the first one where he happens in with the Deimos and somehow one taps the last remaining player. In so many of these scenarios,
Vote, all right, yeah, vote Black Dragons, please. Guys, I'm going to give you some ball knowledge. Furia loses this game.
Let's listen to it. Round 1, Lobin gets a triple kill. Round 2, Dodes gets a triple kill. Round 4, Dots gets a 1v2 clutch. Round 7, Palu triple kill. Round 8, Lobin triple kill. Round 9, Dodes 4k and clutch. It's consistently individuals on the side of W7M that wins the round with multi-kills. Second thing, and I said it in the beginning, the strong suit of NIP is opening engagement. But in this match, they lost 6 out of 9. Yeah. And so for all of these reasons, we thought it was going to be a great matchup about great, I guess, level on each team. Well, it was a great
Would you pay
matchup
to
in
see
terms
me
of
in mint
skill and
box?
gunplay.
Ali, I was helping you.
Cat's meowing.
What?
This, by the way, here from
I was helping you. I'm trying to get everyone to vote Black Dragons.
He was just staying.
So that way you get points on Furia. Do you not know how a hustle
It
works?
speaks to how confident this team
Oh
are,
my
right?
god.
The fact that they're just wanting to take gunfights, especially once they're on the defense in W7.
Okay.
And they're just
That's fine,
staying in
man.
position. They're not leaving
I can do
that
that.
position. If you want them out of that position, you're going to have to kill them.
I guess the streamer can do
It's
something.
so good. Like, their confidence must be sky high right now.
Absolutely, and actually, one person I do want to discuss the specific topic of confidence with is Palu, and that's exactly who we have on interview. Let's bring him up.
Hello, guys.
Palu, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. It's good to have you back on here today. You and the entire team looked incredibly confident on Consulate. Why the map specifically? Because we haven't really seen either really on it, especially in CJax.
Huh?
It's hard to say. Like when I think the last lineup, they wasn't too confident on Consulate. They were struggling a little bit, but we were working on the map since I joined. And yeah, we haven't had the opportunity to play it, so we always had it like, you know, hiding it kind of. So yeah, it was a good opportunity to show off, and yeah, we did.
I've got to ask you, Palu. You guys, ever since you joined that roster, honestly, you've been looking super dominant, like barely any losses. And then last week, boom,
Canadian and eighth
How
box.
did you guys manage to deal with that?
It's hard to say. I think last week we were.
We do need some
was
Siege
really
Pros
off.
boxing.
Like, we were
Where's the
struggling
content on that?
the last seconds of the round.
Celebrity
we were,
boxing
like,
night.
Kind of playing as a team, you know. Everyone was like just playing by themselves. So yeah, we were struggling a little bit on our communication, but I think we just like put that in practice to try to stay calm on the
Oh, W Dizzy. W add time redeem.
And focus on one thing.
Someone's a real one.
I think it worked a lot. So yeah.
Palu, since joining W7M, it's fair to say I think the team has done well, and you've also done well in terms of the team. How much fun is it playing with these guys as opposed to obviously he was on Liquid for a very long time?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's hard to say, like it's so different to play in that scene. Since I joined the competition, I only play for bootcamp, and now playing for W7M is amazing. Like to meet new guys, I never like spoke too much with them. Of course, we meet on the events, but we don't know how they are on the day normal. So yeah, it's always fun. Like they are always joking, we are having fun. So yeah, it's have been like a great experience for me. I've learned a lot, and I think how can I say? I improved as a player, learning new play styles, new things I can do. So yeah.
Yeah. On that, who
so
do you think is the
nonchalant.
funniest person on your team?
The funniest? Maybe though there's like he's really tiny and he just like removed some teeth and he was like with his sticks really swallow.
No.
So yeah, he was so much.
Is that why the communication?
JJ Blaz for a citizen, really. Hot and cold versus hat would be a classic.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Paulu. Congratulations again on the victory. Good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys.
Love the vibes.
Love the vibes. All right, Dizzy redeemed ad. Boom. Ad time,
what you look for
aka
in a team
Dizzy
like this,
time.
and that's why we emphasized when we're just saying Palu is smiling or
What a
X-Play is
fast
smiling,
morning, guys. What a fast morning of Siege.
not
We're
just
all
saying
ready.
it for the fun of it or because it's funny or whatever.
Already.
It's because we've seen over the years how
One game left.
The psychological impact of the environment that you're in as a player and really anybody else, but specifically in this case as a player, has an impact on your performance. If, to really simplify it, your team passes the vibe check, especially on big game days like today, you're going to have a good performance. And that's what we got from W7M, from Paolo, and really from everybody on the squad. But it's what we got from one specific person, our MVP for this match. Who is it? It's Lobin.
It's Lobin. It could have been Dodas, Jack. I don't know what you think. I think both of them had incredible moments in that game. Both of them dropped double digits. Both of them went crazy for this team. And once again, I think it proves the point that you were saying before this matchup, where yes, this team is very dominant, and yes, they've added Palu. That's even more firepower. But if you look to the side of Palu, I mean,
I'm about to make a fruit smoothie. What fruit do I pop in to drop 20 in my next game day?
If you think of it,
You need.
Dash, and Dash arguably was the best player on Wildcard at Reload. That just tells you how much talent this team has, you know?
Yeah. No, it's crazy. I mean, you remember...
Start with a spinach blend or kale.
Atlanta Major? So you're talking a long time ago.
A little bit of protein milk.
The main guys for this team was
some frozen peach. Yeah, we'll go mango. Frozen mango.
Meyer at that point. And
half a banana.
Thinking, well, Volps has got that star player potential. We've seen him come alive at events. We've known
some extra protein powder because why not? Why not? And at that point, you're at 20.
And Dops is there very consistent as well. And it's just like, this team, these guys are absolutely crazy. And when it's like a perfect storm, when you've got all of these players individually playing great Siege, collectively they're playing amazing Siege.
Second Twitch count and have Mint mod it. Wait, that's tech. Hey, yeah, you gotta let me struggle sometimes. That's all good. I will figure it out.
Good when we see it in this way, of course.
I'll figure it out.
The different kind of scoreline as
gotta have lemonade here. Chick-fil-A lemonade though, like.
Shout out to Emmy, by the way, wherever she may be watching us from, because apparently our broadcast is up in a bar somewhere.
There could be a cute little kid with their own lemonade stand
at some point on the broadcast. So
selling lemonade, 25 cents, so fresh. It's 115 degrees outside. That pitcher's sweating. You're like, wow, that lemonade looks refreshing.
That was game
I'm about to stop my car. I'm about to get out, give this kid $1 for some ice cold lemonade. But before I stop, I see the sign.
Furia versus
There's a Chick-fil-A right down the street. I'm not getting out of that car. I'm beelining it. I'm beelining it for that Chick-fil-A, and I'm paying $4 or whatever it is. Frosted lemonade equals greatest drink. Ooh, frosted lemonade is that is fire. I have to drink a high protein diet for the next couple weeks before surgery, and I've never felt so sick. If you're not used to eating just high protein, yeah, I can see that. I could definitely yeah.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
Kicking kids for whoa! I didn't say I was kicking. Where did that come from? Score of the W7M game. Okay, if you don't want spoilers, look away. I'm not gonna say it on stream, but here it is. Here's the games that happened today.
And you know what?
They're right.
All right, we're back. We're back, chat.
Welcome back,
We're back on
everybody,
Brazil.
to SAL, our final matchup.
Who would I say has the
day is
most
about to begin,
potential
and here we are
in Pro
flying
League?
over wonderful Rio.
Troy
de Janeiro.
Canadian.
So much.
I think he's got potential after this rookie year.
Which is the Sugarloaf Mountain.
Most potential. Are we saying like a rookie though? What are we saying?
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful city. It is. To me, walking in Rio de Janeiro is like being in Beirut. But just
I think Spoit's got pretty good
beach.
potential.
I'm sure it's very close to how Hull is, Jack.
Very, very, very similar.
Did not expect you to say Canadian.
Great memories. Copacabana I had an amazing day there with
Ambi. I mean, Ambi's already like, I think, I'll just say one of, but arguably the best NA fragger right now.
There's no need for and yes,
arguably.
Leo, we have to talk about our teams here because first of all, let's take a look at the standings. I just want to make that.
Let's see. Oh, we're maybe not a fun game. Hang on, I'm not gonna quite say the game.
Here at the top, and if
Austin?
we're really zooming in up close on.
Wait.
Teams that are
Oh, I picked
next,
Challenger League. Okay, I was so confused for a second there. Oh my god.
Currently, Furia are potentially on the edge of the top 6, but Black Dragons, of course, they haven't played their game. They have the opportunity to even jump up.
Guys, I did not mean to scroll down here. I'm sorry. Dream's got the most potential to bounce back from this. Stream is somebody save our king. He is not the worst rated player in NAL. That's like, come on, man. We already know Dream is sexy and was one of the best players on LAN. Get him back. That's on me, guys. That's on me.
And then they don't even make it to playoffs to stay.
Definitely best in the NAL right now. I agree with that, Stubbs. I mean,
and what happened afterwards.
I think he plays a little bit of a different role than Citizen.
But they're also playing against
more impact with 71 kills. Like,
they're in the 5th spot. Kind of same story.
I think Ambi's the best right now.
This is a very nervous
Ambi,
game, I would say, because
I love Robbie. I think Pambazoo has been. You guys, man, people hate on Rob at LAN events. I'm sick of it.
It's gonna have a liquid.
Rob, you guys have no idea what Rob puts into the game, besides just kills. Like, he sees the game at such a high level, and his frags are so impactful. So glad to see Rob back where he belongs. Absolute king. Ambi, Rob, we'll go Ashen, not on shields. I'm gonna put an asterisk. Ashen's fragging ability, not on shields.
Yeah, and you know you're not
Rexon, I wouldn't say he's fragging right now because he's a support player, but also very happy to see Rexon having a fantastic season.
Maximum night point that you can collect anyways from these last few play days. However, our teams. Furia is up first, Jack. And
oh, I didn't mean to single out the king. What else, fragger-wise?
There's been some shakeups here that they haven't been.
Diffuser also having a little bit of a pop-off. Everyone's talking about, yo, Gavetti. Where the hell's Gav at? Fraud. Fraud. This guy needs me.
What they are not is a best of one team. What they are not.
Diffuser's king.
I think they're suffering a little bit.
Gav, I'm just kidding. I hope you're not actually here.
If you want to be the best team in the world, you should be able to overcome those slightly smaller hurdles.
Can you watch EML stats too? I want to glaze Pasha. Sure. Let's glaze. Let's glaze.
The most perfect front line and balance that you could get with Philippox and Nade kind of in the.
How would I adjust the SSG roles?
Equally as strong in their own right. This team seems to have the perfect mix of everything.
I don't know if they have the. I would have got spirits. That's for damn sure. That would have been perfect roles.
The fact that they've gone to overtimes has cost
Right
them
now, it's a little weird.
significantly
They need
in the
like
fact that
Jack
they're
or
still in a
Fultz
race
to
or
run
whether they're
shields.
going to be in playoffs or not. If they were clean overtime, clean victories,
Gab's the
over
fraud.
overtime
Yep.
victories, we're talking
Yep,
about
yep,
a team
yep.
here that's kicking on, going into playoffs.
Who do you think's the best fragger right now out of all regions? The
just that
best
differential
fragger
of losing those
right
points
now,
that's been a
all regions. And there's going to be a video that I'm recording right after this game.
Jack, we've said it that they had
Pasha.
more points than their current
This
level
guy
shows.
is the
I think
highest
it's the
rated
correct
out of
opposite for
all
Furia. I think
regions
that
in the
Furia has a
world right
very
now.
much high
This
risk,
guy
heavy
is going
workplace style.
absolutely
I think everybody
insane.
knows this.
We
They
literally
said it
see
himself
him
in Philippo's interviews. He said we're better at line.
at
He
plus
said, "We're better in
42.
BO3s."
Who else
They
is
know
even
they
close to
struggle,
that?
and it's because in a BO1 you get punished really hard in some.
What's the
mistakes,
highest
in
here?
some tools, some
28?
moments where you overextend. Where you
What's the
play a
highest in
little bit
NA?
too aggressive, you get punished for that by losing rounds you should not, and then eventually going in overtime, meaning that these guys, despite having
30?
a strong record in this stage,
Like, he's literally
they are
42.
all the way only to 9 points, only 1 point above a team
That's
Liquid that
insane.
struggled heavily.
That's
So
actually insane.
Today, it's the kind of moment where they need to start putting up numbers and regulation.
Like, it's not
They
even
need 3
close.
points. They need to be safer for once. And it starts today against one of the teams that has had the most momentum.
What are we looking
of
at
this
EML
stage here so
stat-wise?
far.
Some top fraggers in EML.
And that's Black Dragons, of course, on the other side.
One that's
If
not up here
anything,
getting
a
talked
win
about.
today for
I like to
Furia
glaze
means that
Mowgli
they're
quite
gonna be
often.
fired up and
This guy's
probably stealing a bit of
18
that
and 4 on
momentum
the entry,
going into the
guys.
final two
You know how
games,
impressive that
propelling
is?
themselves higher up, but that is all
18
in
and
theory.
4?
Black Dragons,
We're gonna have to
they've
do a
taken
video just
Furia,
on these
they've
entries
turned it into
and
pure
see where they're coming
practice
from.
and numbers on the board.
That is
You know, that's where
insane
it
impact, and it was a
Yeah,
huge fucking
we've heard,
pickup for
about
Secret.
that momentum, and I think it kind of stopped. It stopped last week because they had their first big loss, and also, I guess, an unexpected loss as well. I will say this: what Muzi has been saying in an interview that we saw earlier is very interesting. It seems to be good vibes on that team. It seems to be well created. If you look at that roster right now, it's just a beautiful story. You look
Let's
at Flash
see.
3, you look at Muzi. It's an incredible redemption story from Flash 3
Where's
being
Fr- oh,
dropped
oh,
by
it read from my
Cloud,
face was Freck.
From Muzi taking away
Read from
for
my
a long
face.
break after struggling with an AP
He's
for
impressed
years,
me.
and then it's
Always
the
is obviously very
uprising
good.
of
Now that he's taken over
Martina,
Rod Yelling,
the
being a
best
top
Brazilian
3
rookie
player
we've
is
seen from last year,
very, very
has been
good.
dropping heavy numbers, and then on top of that, you've got Rare, Omnetao, guys that have been there for a long time.
Why's that popped
but
up?
were not really spotlight players in Brazil.
Why is
Despite
that
having
popped up?
great skill, all of it makes it a weird patchwork team, and yet they make it work. It seems that they have a clear vision, a clear direction, and a clear cohesion with that roster. It's been beautiful to see them, I guess, upset big teams and make it into the big 6. Is it a question right now of, I guess, Jack, consistency to bounce back after a first loss? That's my big question mark because we've not seen them react to that yet.
Yeah, it's about getting back up after you've been hit ultimately for this team. I will say you called them a patchwork team.
Who looks
Leo. I would
stronger,
completely
SR,
agree with that.
DZ? I
It's a
think purely
beautiful
the
story. I
eye
don't think it needs to
test,
be taken
DZ
in a
looks
kind of
stronger
negative
right now.
light whatsoever. One of the things that I love about this is the emphasis on teamwork. Black Dragons are the best team in the world for trading out their deaths at 24%, which 1 in 4 deaths will have a direct trade. Now that shows how much they're playing together, how close they are in terms of physical location, close to each other.
Yeah,
to trade
purely
those
the eye
deaths.
test, I would say
And that's
DZ,
best team
but
in the
like
world.
teams
That's
match
what's
up
been
differently
the
against other
foundation
teams.
of
The
those
top 4
successes.
is like a
So, sure, they can
rock,
have a
paper,
loss. Every
scissors,
team's going to lose at some point in the
Spock.
season, but it's about
because
how you
there's
bounce
4 of
back
them.
from that
Anyone
and
know that
find
reference? What is it? Rock, paper, scissors,
And
lizard,
today is
Spock?
again that moment
Anyone play that game?
for it, that there is no better moment where you can collect 3 points from today, plus go comfortably into
Or is no
tomorrow,
one as old as
and,
I
of
am?
course, the final play day of this stage with as many points as you can. Maybe even hit the top 2, which of course would be preferable. You get the bye in the first round. You'll be comfortable going into playoffs. That's something that I guess any team is.
Shepard on
fighting
VP has
for,
some crazy
especially
journeys on the
someone
skylight. He's able to
like
look through the
Black Dragons,
skylight. Yep,
for
yep.
example.
I
If
did
Furia,
see
if
that,
they go
Zella.
on a great run over the next couple play days,
It actually got
with
shown
9
in their
points,
last
that'll
border
see them
too,
way ahead
like on
of the
screen.
competition. They'll be pretty happy to see it, but those are all ifs.
Might
and
consider
buts.
doing a video on the
Our map
top
for this
entries in
game,
each
though, has
region,
already been
compare and
set
contrast.
in,
Maybe.
stone. And which one will
Maybe.
it be, Jack? Can you take us through this, please?
Got the reference by guy
Furia
Greg.
Vanishella is a surprise. It's a map that they
Maybe, though.
absolutely love. Now,
Again, I
if
think-
you remember Furia once they was at Reload.
I want to try getting
I would
better
say one of
at the
maps
commentary
that
videos
they
that I'm
set a
posting.
trend on
Maybe
was
like
Cafe particularly. It was a map they loved playing during Reload. And one of the things that
I
they
want to
did
dial
in terms
in
of
the
Cafe,
thumbnail,
they
make
were
them
banning
all
the
kind of
Twitch
look the
and Bravo very
same.
often on that map, and then playing a lot of
I want
utility,
to
maestros, you
have a
go
little
over
bit more,
Lucy,
maybe of an
all that
intro,
kind of stuff.
Instead of it just being ripped off my stream a little bit, like maybe more of a 10-second intro.
was their advanced
some
Furia
flashy
crafting of
editing.
the operator bands.
Anyway, try to make those
Cafe was a
better.
perfect example of it.
And then
So, in a
after
way,
that, again,
I'm actually
I was
very,
thinking like
very
an operator
surprised to
guide
see
series, but we'll
Black
see.
Dragon take us there, Leo.
I'm super surprised.
I gotta think of a better way to do strat guides, because my strat guides, I know some of you guys like them, but my strat guides are like, you need a 5-stack, or you need a coordinated team, or you gotta play competitive for you to care. Otherwise, the general public doesn't care about, you know, the best way to set up bank basement. Like, you just don't.
And it chose to go attack. I'm bamboozled by two things. The pick of the map and the pick of the side. Well, whatever happens, it will be a super interesting matchup into two playstyles that are highly explosives with incredible
Cafe, brand, what's that, 5 new maps today? Love that. Love that. Furia, though, have looked very impressive on Cafe at Reload. I broke down a lot of their Cafe games. And yeah, I thought they were able to abuse the ban phase very, very good on Cafe. Their defenses were like very innovative. You actually see a lot of teams in the NAL. There was a Cafe game. I'm sure you guys know the one I'm referencing. But if you watch the game, it was literally Furia's attacks versus Furia's defense. A lot of it got kind of stolen. A lot of people look to Furia for Cafe. So time to see if it's the same as Reload, or do they innovate again.
We mentioned games of the day. We've mentioned that sometimes
I don't know if it's controversial, but 5-stack versus 5-stack is how the game's supposed to be played. Everything else is poor. I don't think that's controversial, Greg. I wish we could
calling this game that we're in store for a potentially disappointing experience.
Q as a stack, right? And I don't think that's a hot take either. I think everyone here should agree with that. Like, I feel like why is there not a ranked setting for, like, there should be a separate rank almost as well. I know you don't want to split the player base up. I know that stuff is not good for a game. But like, if Halo 2 was able to do it like 15 years ago, you can queue for different game modes and all that shit. Like, how are we not able to do that now?
10 minutes ago with the fact that he used the hiccups.
Yeah.
Got iron hiccups.
It's really bad. It is really, like, whenever I get them, they
Go to
last
bed.
for ages.
Yeah. In your opinion, with map bans, is banning first or second better? Depends if you want side choice. I always like second. I always like map pick. It's either do you value map pick or do you value side choice. At T1 level, I really don't think side choice matters.
Drink water with your head upside down.
Except for like maybe
Talk
Consulate
about the op vetoes.
or Sky.
Actually,
Sure, maybe.
Gave a shout out to the Azami Castle ban earlier.
I would just say just Guy. I don't even think Consulate really. At a T1 level, if you're good at attack, if you're a top 4 team, you should be good at attack. I just don't believe in side choice.
Bottom floor, you can basically create a
We like to attack on like every map. We prefer to play attack, so like at that point, I'd rather pick the map.
This map, for example, not only does Castle can it segment Bakery up quite nice, the site that we're going to, but also on the top floor, there are many different ways that you can put up Castle barricades.
Then I can truly know how washed I am.
Allow you to play deep in the
Yeah.
third floor
I just, what is it that I've seen other people ask for the same thing? Either a 5-stack queue or a solo queue would be nice. I mean, again, I hate to keep referencing old games like Halo 2, Halo 3, but even those games, what was it called? Lone Wolf? You could Lone Wolf queue 15 years ago?
My eyes did not just deceive me. I was about to
Why
say,
could I not do that now in the big 2-5?
I was correct.
Please.
I really enjoy how Fresh was talking about Furia theory crafting, like incredible bans and like really going. They've banned Azami and they've banned Van Castle. Like,
whoa.
Load times be longer? No, 100%. I think that is their thing, is they don't want to split up the game, but like.
Give it a little bit.
Excuse me.
Does anybody in this chat play hostage?
If it translates.
Does anybody in this chat play secure area?
Castle is pretty much as standard as it's gonna
Like,
get.
we're already splitting up our game by playing these game modes. Like, can we just get rid of those game modes? Is that a hot take, guys?
You know, like I will just like I like take a breath in and I just like.
Or do
hit
people
my-
really like playing those game modes?
I'm not hitting my core.
I'm not even messing with you. That's literally what I do. Like you just
Secure
like,
area
try to
hits?
You're
Oh,
just,
boy.
like, trying to beat the hiccup out of you. That's
Oh,
literally what I
boy.
do.
Okay. My bad, chat. I didn't know we loved that.
When you try that,
Now I've
and
got
it
a
works.
sore chest and hiccups. I love this position from Hornetal. Has the C4 ripped and ready? doesn't really want to be peeking the window with the C4.
Wait, why is he trying to throw it? It's too late. He's trying to get the guy backing him up. He's waiting for this guy. Yeah, that was easy timing. Easy timing. Good C4 from Hornet. Fellapox, I don't think he can just plant now. When you do a plant like, or when you do a kitchen bunker plant, you need all 5 alive. In that ISO, you need everything covered. And that was a good defense from Black Dragons.
With 80% to go and active information, recent information.
Also, like them going kitchen first here. Underrated, but they got rid of Castle, got rid of Zami. What's the one site you don't run a Castle or an Azami? It's basement.
In the battle
it's
of
kitchen.
The Titans. We'll take the first round.
I think it comes into Leo's
Either just
point
playing Fuse or Thorn and
Hot.
Yeah.
Really, why did Furia choose the attack?
I don't play those game modes much, but I will say every once in a while it's fun. I get it. It's fun to explore and play very casually.
Why have they given
I think Secure Area one time is a different goddamn meta. That's what's crazy about it. Queued into it, it's like
So excited.
all 5 players sitting in, like, because there's not 2 bomb sites, it's 1. All reinforced off, sitting inside, it's crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Some secure area meta.
I see one right now.
I don't even know where the secure area spots are in the map.
Not, you know what? How time is happening, like...
We might have to try that out, Mine and Alley. Next time we do a little standard. I know we were talking about not playing the comp maps. Maybe try to play like Yacht and shit.
Did you get like liquor hiccups?
Maybe we got to
or
play
is this really
hostage
hiccups?
or
'Cause it really
secure
seems like the
area.
former.
That's the way I see a game of Siege.
All right, top floor.
Tried Fresh's method.
No Azami, you can't play aggressive in piano. No castle, so you're not going to play in shop. You're not going to do a shop extension. And we are going to play a Rooney, Jaeger, Wamai with a shield pixel. So we're going to have that time waste.
You get hiccups like me.
This is also really good as Flash 3 playing the C1 position. Usually, you could just spam nades on it, and I honestly think that's what we might see out of Furia. I think they were one of the first teams to also do this, what I call a C1 execute. They have 6 nades.
It'll be fine.
I don't know where the ADSs are. Are they for more for Pixel or are they for
Hey, why don't you
C1?
break down this cocktail defense with the hiccups?
Do not play those bum maps, man.
I can certainly try.
Loves playing hostage, knows tech to
Do you like how we
hide
have the Legion below?
behind the hostage. Oh, that would drive me insane.
I mean, yeah, it's a cocktail defense, but is it going to be a cocktail attack?
Wait, so what happens in hostage
Look at KZ's position right now.
if you put a thorn and the other team activates the thorn? Like if you put a thorn behind the hostage and someone goes to pick up the hostage
He's out. He's also disabled a Gumine. So they'll know that he's there.
and the hostage dies to the thorn, is that like the defense's fault? Or is that like the attack's fault? Oh, whoever kills the hostage?
All the magnets, they can burn through all the WAMIs. It shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Like 2020 all over again. We gotta burn the pixel shield with all the projectile denial behind it. Somebody tries to cut off the Wamai.
I can't believe we're just walking right now. Key's so aggressive. How did he get control? I'm telling, like, this would just not work.
Take that space.
Pixel shield just in a minute 30, he just solved it by walking at it. They burned a little bit of util. No one's even on the window. And he has piano control. Insane.
See herds dropping down below. Furia looking in a very nice spot to push forward, but something still needs to give.
I really like how aggressively KZ's played this whole round and still kept himself alive.
Guy has massive
take up that pixel angle as well.
Skill.
I guess the only negative he could say about this attack so far is that they didn't have anyone on that white window to try and catch across, which maybe would have given him an opening pick that they could have used at this point. Because
all right, it's kind of like FaZe's take, but they like doing like C1 skylight sides. We see the flashbangs come out, recruit on the skylight. We jump over skylight. We push across the bar. We have a heaven swinging. All the defense is pinned down, cocktail side, stock side. This is all just going to come down to gunfights. That guy's frozen though with Lion. I'm surprised he's not swinging him here. Nade's back up. Good trades. 2v2. 15 seconds. Gotta get the bomb down. That is a mistake from Makita right there. Why are we moving too much? We have a flanker coming up red.
No man's land on red
Oh
stairs,
my God,
trying
he
to
didn't
get
check.
up, can't spot nade.
He didn't check
They
the
brought
default.
this round back from the brink.
Wow, Furia diff.
Just
Furia
pins
diff.
and needles on red stairs. Rare losing half his HP.
I was gonna say
How is
cojones,
KZ
actually.
won this one.
KZ was everywhere in that round. It was like a minute and 10 seconds
Global.
in, and he's already at the top of.
Do I think Mr. B is a T1
And he's
IGL?
just dominating on that gridlock.
I do. I
I'll be honest,
personally do.
Really surprised to not see just.
I don't think we have enough good ones in NA to say.
Where KZ was over in Cocktail.
You can't tell me there's 10 good IGLs in NA and Mr. B is number 11. I just refuse to believe it.
So I don't know why he just doesn't peek that.
I
and try
refuse
and
to
kill
believe
the guy planting. I was very surprised
that
to see
there
Nate get
is
away with that.
10 better
Get
ones.
away with the plant and then being able to turn around and pick the kill up. Seems a little bit unrealistic. But Black Dragons have snatched themselves around and Furia themselves as well. So, at least we have an equal game. This is shaping up to be a little bit like a game of the day. Excuse me. But we're not going to call it that just yet, just in case.
Try to lambast Furia's attacks after one round. Now you're calling it game of the day after two.
Who could you replace? Well, I mean, Cruelty.
We're going big.
You can just get rid of Cruelty and get Mr. B's team in there. That would be an improvement.
Tingles might actually help.
I
don't know who LFO's is, but I just think Mr. B's team could be competitive. And who else?
No, because I'm just going to end it with a reading for chest then.
Sometimes you have to do it a few times.
No, that's really bad advice.
Okay.
Reading
room defense for Black Dragons. Saw the cocktail position work out quite well before. Flashtree in particular.
What other team? What other team?
Not the SMG-11.
Like, I wish we were like, I wish the region was like EML. They had 2 Challenger League teams make NAL. And I 100% think JJ and Mr. B, both in the NAL, would have been fantastic. First and second.
Will pick up the first quite quickly, and unfortunately that's mocking it down. One of the newer players in the Brazilian league, not a rookie.
Cruelty better than any team. Wow. Cruelty good, so.
One very exciting prospect that we've been watching so far. Put in some good work on Black Dragons. Furia will take him down early at no cost to themselves, and in the 5v4, they'll just do a whole lot more waiting.
It's a good example of how patient Furia can be as a team, just getting that opening pick and then just waiting to see what the reaction is.
Do I think let's get rid of the Latin quals? Yeah, I just think they should have had to compete against, at least, like, compete against some people in NA. I just don't think they should have got the spot for free. That's all.
I can't believe he got away with that.
I think they should have had to earn it somehow versus NA.
Found a response. Looks like KZ's going to be picked up. Muzi picked up on the defense as well, so fairly equal, but a HP advantage right now for Furia.
HP and arguably control. They got a full minute to get this vertical. Sledge might be the more inefficient of ways, but he can start opening up these floorboards. Flashtree considering a flank, but we saw how heavily
40 seconds left. They have top floor. Now the question is, it's mining. Do you go for just a plant behind the wheel, or do you go and take through reading and walk down white with the Montane? That's the two most common takes we'll see here. It looks like we're sledging above reading. Oh, we're just gonna go for a reading plant. I didn't mean mining. I meant reading. What am I talking about here? Monty should be able to just walk in. That's all the smokes off the board. We're just gonna be playing for flanks. Did he just die to a gridlock? Yes, he did. Oh my. Oh my god. We're dying to gridlock. We're dying to gridlock. We're shaking. Bombs down. Feldbox goes down. No way Nade wins this 1v3 though.
Now he's gotta go loud.
Yeah.
Only one left. Can't go full shield. Can't even look the right way. Black Dragons,
I mean, Gridlock is nasty on Cafe, but like, my god. Also, the new audio, I actually like it.
We've seen someone die to trike stingers.
I'm a fan of it.
I'm sure we saw something else a little bit strange earlier on with someone dying to maybe barbed wire or something like that. Just those pieces of utility that you kind of forget deal enough damage that in the heat of the moment they are actually going to find somebody. What bans are we going to get now as we enter round number 4. I think I've solved the hiccups, by the way. I'm on top of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Flash.
I kept my mouth.
Wow,
open,
really didn't want
my
Keys
chin
to play
on my
as
chest.
Gridlock. That Gridlock death actually chalked them. Yo, guys, get rid of
So
Gridlock.
I'm hoping that
I'm
this
sick
is
of it.
like at least a.
So we're gonna see Nomad come out,
fix for the next few times,
which
and
I
then
mean, sure, it's not a bad, it's still not a bad ban. Gridlock has like the best kit on attack for all the haters out there of
dog
Gridlock,
or something like
because
that.
you don't want to play it because it's 3 armor, but like a solid ass gun,
Grid is banned.
2 nades,
When was the last time we
4
saw a Gridlock
tracks, like track whatever they're called, Gridlock thingies,
It's warranted though, because
which can burn
He's a
ADSs
menace.
and nade. Like you can like that's why he was able to get pixel shield so fast. Just burn, nade, fantastic gun.
To try and do that because they know that Black Dragons are going to be that loosey-goosey team that will.
Rack stingers, thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
You have to control
That's the milk steak I was looking
everything
for.
happens on the staircases in this map. So it makes sense to see it brought out, and it's one of the reasons why I love the new ban system in CGX, is because if someone is doing something particularly well in the map, you can just say, right, we'll get rid of that. Now what have you got?
Oh, and the
Give me
super
a new
shorty.
gun.
Yeah, how could I
Out of all
forget
of
the
that
super
problem, give me
shorty?
a new
That's
gun.
100% right. And the shotgun.
I mean,
Right, able to open up the
handled it pretty
hatches.
well last time. Sure, you couldn't do red
Able to make
stairs when it comes to
rotates. Like
Furia,
people hate on
but
Gridlock, but my god.
that means brown and white, in particular brown.
If Gridlock was 2-speed, holy shit.
in comparison to that cocktail
People would like get put onto the meta.
So it was a problem that did stump Black Dragons for one particular round, but it's a round that they still looked very.
All right, we
good
didn't
and
ban
also a
Montaigne,
problem that
so
didn't
because of Gridlock, I think we're gonna see this Montaigne every single round. I would not doubt Montaigne very strong on Cafe. We haven't quite seen it. Everyone's dying around the Montaigne right now, but we are gonna see a full clear again. We brought the buck, we brought the sledge. Probably could just do the exact same thing. Do all the top down. And what I'm seeing out of this lineup is there's no smoke on board. Pretty easy to plant sinks. No way to stop a sinks plant if we can get there. Which we have Montaigne, so I guess we can.
Kind of interesting they've not got that reinforced.
Grid being 2-speed would be OP. Oh,
Looking to
yeah,
try
no,
and use the
100%.
Zoto kind of
That's what I'm
still.
saying.
Didn't sound like the Zoto
100%.
kind
If
of
Grid was
still actually hit smart
2-speed,
there. It sounded
insane.
more like the hatch got open.
Like, that's the only reason people don't run
Another
Gridlock.
attempt
It's because
now
it's
as
it's a
second
1-speed.
Zoto gets placed and JV still trying to get that hatch open.
That's why
It's
people
very
hate.
Closed at the moment.
That's the
only a
balance.
temporary fix.
The Gridlock is nasty.
Yeah, you'll be able to Zoto
Maestro
it off
killed
for a
Sledge
time,
through
but
the
it
top
doesn't last
down.
Forever. Rare. Oh, he's found a freebie.
Or was Nade lurking?
I think Nade has probably just tried to walk in there, and there's maybe been a lack of info on the drone.
This might be bad. There's
Either
one
that or he swung the double door.
nade.
But it's given a great
We have
advantage here
Goyo
for Black
fires. We have
Dragons.
Maestro
Losing out on
bubbles.
Nade,
This
losing
is
that
not
self-destruction.
looking
They've
good for
still got
Furia.
these Vulcan packs that they can use
What's
as
the
well.
call here,
Leave us in
Fellapox?
position.
Arguably
I
the
don't
best
think they can
IGL in
drop
Siege
into
right now.
Freezer for free. They
What
need
is
to
the
deal with
call?
guy in Christmas.
Because we cannot just do a normal plant.
He did drop into Freezer for free before, but
He's
then
in Freezer.
the rest of his support was cut off because, as you just said,
EMP?
they never dealt with the guy VIP.
What about the Goyo
He continued
fires?
to pose problems. So Fellabox could very well drop for free. Indeed, he has. But that position is still going to be a massive threat and something that Furia have to deal with.
What is up with this Buck DMR today? It is throwing me for a
All
loop.
this worth. Black Dragons doing so well in all of these positions. Furia cannot find a gunfight if their life depended on it. Well, actually, that might be the problem. Is they can
Black Dragons looking good.
It's winning it that's the issue.
Lost last week pretty badly.
His life very much did depend on winning it.
But
Because if he didn't, Black Dragons are going to win the round, which
a lot of
they
points on the
did.
line, Ali.
3-1 so far for Black Dragons. Furia taking that tactical timeout. Obviously expecting that this attacking phase would go a little bit differently. And again, it comes back to a point that Leo made on the desk. Why have we seen Furia start on the attack here? If Black Dragons choose the map, then your opponent or whoever
Cafe
chooses the
defensive side of the
your
map?
team gets to choose
I
the
don't think
starting
so.
side. Furia have opted to go for the more
Personally, I
difficult
don't
side
think
of
so.
Cafe here.
I
Cafe
think with the
is not
ban
like a
system,
skyscraper where a map can be
getting rid
defined
of
by 1 or 2 rounds.
like
You can't get
Castle
teams that are good at attacking
Azami,
on Cafe.
powerful like defensive
So far,
ops that
we've
you
seen
need to hold
Black
on the
Dragons
top
have very
floor.
handily dealt with everything that Furia have thrown their way. So they're going to use this timeout.
Bunch of SAL
stabilize,
players
try
running the
and come up
DMR on
with
Buck Brava
a little
lately.
bit
Yeah,
more
I don't know
solution
what is
because
going on.
some of the things have
We
been
saw it
working very
earlier
well.
with the
They've been
Brava
taking very
DMR.
good map control. I think back
On
to previous
Nesk.
rounds were, well, in the last round it was JV92. In previous rounds,
I don't
it's
know
been
who
played
was
by
running the
KC.
other buck one. It was last
Very
game, I
quickly
think,
got
right?
in and
Someone was
established
running it.
themselves in the map, and having taken that control, their team can then start to fill.
BD's the
gap
wild
behind
card. Has the ability to beat top teams. Also ability to be ass. Okay.
dealing with players in certain positions and maybe making too many assumptions on.
Well, I kind of like them being the wild card because they have Machina, which everyone is hyping up to be the next rookie up.
For Furia so far.
Mosey, obviously, experienced fragger from all over. Flastry has been amazing for this team. Like, Hornet's been around the block. Rare, an upcoming IGL that's not on a top team. They are impressive.
Giving them a lot of problems.
They are a dark horse right now.
From the fact that when Fury would push upstairs on a CEO, they would just assume they could outduel them or assume a position was clear. And to be fair to Fury, that game,
Look
there
back.
were quite a few rounds
Look in
where
the
that
back of
genuinely
Felly's
just
camera. They are
did
watching the
actually
game via the
just brute
spectator
force a
view. Is that
position in
allowed?
low
Someone in the
time,
room
little
can
control,
watch the
little
stream.
intel, and they came out the
You
back
can
because
watch
they're
the
some of the best
stream.
players to ever play the
It's a
game.
4-minute delay. What do you?
Go sometimes. But
You're telling me you don't think people have it up on like? There's no way to monitor other coaches. Teams are going to be on their phone watching the game, getting your operators. Hey, they ran a Valk twice. This is the spectator showed they threw the Valk cam here. Like 100%, that stuff's being
Is that
communicated.
going to have the same effect? I think Machina just gave us a good example of that.
0 and 5 for Fleetbox. Not someone that we look to for the kills, but still 0 and 5. Now it's okay because he died on Striker, so who cares? I don't like Striker.
It's online Siege. You kind of look for any advantage you get.
So at least we don't
I
have
don't know if it's allowed. I don't know if it's allowed, but like there's no way to monitor it. It's like literally 0 on online Siege. You take whatever advantage you can get. Obviously at LAN, phones and stuff are gone. No one can watch the stream.
Why am I becoming a little bit more popular in this pixel spot? It doesn't really give me the jingles. Very quick clear though.
What is this? Got the supernova and the blitz. Heard Nade with
What are we
diffuser.
doing here?
I'm a little nervous about Nade being the tip of the spear right here.
Wow, Maestro just swinging? That might have been a mistake.
Machina finding a lot of impact with this Solus so far.
3v3?
The only one keeping
Habana shotgun, huh?
Furia at the moment.
Interesting.
Problematic. He's in the wind. Gridlock's banned.
That's a
Might
free
be able to
kill.
rotate up those
Where
red
was the
stairs. In fact,
trades?
that might be required of him. As both Muzi and
Needed someone to hold
Hornet
the
go down,
cross.
They know this Solus
Machina,
is offside.
where you
He's
at?
just slipped past, taking the next fight. But Herds on flank watch is a very tall foe indeed. Not the lead, not tied just yet, but Furia after the timeout stopped the bleeding.
I would love to be.
Isn't that the whole reason they stopped listening? Because their teams would listen and then call timeouts. That was what was argued that could happen.
Because I really want to know
But
what
yes.
the content of that timeout was to understand how we got to a supernova and a blitz, just straight pushing everything, kind of ignoring the pixel player. I'm going to be honest, like it wasn't like we saw the shield even
Do an interview with the
fall
face
on pixel, like,
cams.
he just disappeared.
I mean, if it's just on a screen in the
How
background,
does that come off the back of the timeout?
you might not. Like the players
Super
aren't looking
successful
at it.
round. Use the blitz
But
to bully the
I
players.
know
The
what you mean.
supernova
I know
was
what you mean.
devastating at close range, and
But it's like, yeah, teams got like 4 coaches, so like only one coach behind. The other ones at a team house are like watching the game back on their phones or on the TV, taking a little couple notes.
They needed it.
Do you like apples?
If they gotta call a timeout.
Oh, them apples or something.
Do you like apples? 5 seconds to go.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan.
Evan, you're gonna try the backwards hat? I'm gonna remember this.
Reading room defense.
I'm gonna remember this right now. On Monday, I swear, I better see backward hat, and I'll bring it up to chat. This moment in time, and when you guys win, we'll know why.
2 for Black Dragons feel quite nice if you're them. I think Ollie, we could both agree on that. If you're able to get this, I mean, you're not feeling bad if it's a 3-3 either. Could be a very workable half indeed. And Furia have certainly, in the overall trend of this game, struggled for consistent solutions to your attack, only just now bringing it out, and you still started out with an advantage. Machina was able to get aggressive pretty quickly. We're hoping you might get away with something similar, but smartly, you'll shoot the drone, back up, don't need to push the issue too much, rely on the bulk of the setup, which, just like before, is over on the cocktail side, with some defenders spilling out into the mining and pillar areas down below.
Furia have done a good job so far in all staying alive. The opening pick hasn't been something they've been too great at. It can be a difficult map.
Yeah, Furia's just hoping for a 3-3 here. They get 100% still win us a 3-3. Cafe, I think it's pretty even. It's pretty even. I've seen both sides. I've seen a huge attack half, huge defense halves. Someone's playing Phasmophobia right now. How am I not signed off Steam? Who's loading up Phasmo at 2 p.m.? Who's getting scared at 2 p.m.?
Started to put a bit of pressure onto those
middle of the day.
Players. They've quite rightly at this point backed off, knowing that it isn't beyond the realm of possibility to make a rotate here. They can.
All right, top floor's theirs. And this is the way most teams without Azami, without Castle, are electing to play. Reading and mining. Is you can have the top floor, but you have a minute left. You got to work top down. We have no C4s on board, though. We do have 3 smokes for default plant, possibly Goyo fires that we need to clear, and the potential to flank many staircases. Make the late round hectic.
Likely air jab that
Ghosts don't sleep.
So it's not free whatsoever for Black Dragons, but now they're just pushing into the site. You can see Flash Street going for it, but is the time
wow,
there?
pushing deep. I like that rotate 90 that they have. Kind of beats the top down. I've always been a big fan of that rotate.
But he's waited so long to plant.
Very, very good. Look how hectic the late round looked. They try to push through. There's smokes. There's Ella. There's coming up round flank. They're going through that 90 rotate. Like, it's just too much. It's just too much to deal with.
To get that diffuse plant covered. 4-2 for Black Dragons. Only about 1 good round for Furia out of that whole half.
I mean, I'm not going to say why didn't he plant, because I don't think that planting helps the round at all there.
I agree.
But how are those defenders allowed
We're going to see probably the same bands. Castle. I think Castle Zami.
With all of that control above. Furia didn't have any sort of control in that. Any control that they had or were given. Sorry, any control
if I could change, would I change any of the rules?
Black Dragons were really happy to just give it up. I'm really surprised because it's not like they gave it up to play the C4s. They didn't bring a single C4, as you mentioned. So
yeah, you have to run 3 shields.
It kind of feels a little bit strange.
No, I don't know. I can't think of one of them on the top of my head right now. That something I would change.
It kind of feels a bit overcooked. I mean, obviously, you know, you can't play in the default spot because
I'm sure there's a bunch.
It's a 5v5. You've got JV92 up on Nubalk if you want.
Okay, yeah, Castle Zombie. So again, top floor, gonna be difficult.
Inside of the site.
Gonna be difficult. But we're running a dock. How difficult can it be when we're running a dock? We're running that same kind of hold. Jaeger. Wamai, a Rooney.
You know, Muzi was flanking up round. It's a 5v5 for the defense too, but
look at that, look at that. And they got a shield, so they're gonna be able to put this pixel shield here, protect it with all the ADSs and a Rooney's, or not a Rooney's, Wamai's, and then they're gonna stack over here with the Renegade, so you can't just die to the C1 take where you just nade everything. Good defense, good defense out of Furia. Usually they bring an Echo and they place an Echo drone up here, above the hut, which a lot of teams have started stealing. But no Echo on board. Instead, we're running a dock.
Shut up.
I'd like to see a few more kills in this server, to be honest with you, from Furia.
A lot of, honestly, like, very, very lackluster on the killage so far.
JV92's 2 and 6. Bleepox still hasn't got a kill. Like,
most of KZ's kills came in 1 round.
Yeah, and then you've got people like Flastry, Hornet, like 6 and 3, 5 and 2, 5 and 3 from Rare.
I mean,
from Rare, by the way, he's a support player.
It's also like criminally even.
Yeah, support players don't get kills. What's going on here? He's a support player. That's foul. That's foul. We don't think Evan could drop 10. We don't think Evan's dropping double dig.
That was a good game.
Put some respect.
That was. I don't
We've
think I
avoided
realized it in the
cafe
moment,
as well. Like,
I
one
hate this
cafe on the day, I can deal with that.
Oh my god. 0. Oh, that'd be great. Ooh, hello. Aw. Opportunity slips away. Hornet with a nice little vertical angle. Does really seem like on Cocktail we're seeing the return of this utility meta, though no deployable shield present.
Or I think Furia's struggling to stage. Usually it's just domestically. Teams kind of, I don't want to say know what they're doing. I said about this earlier though. One, team's kind of like they scrim against Furia, so they know a good amount of times. But two, Furia's a little bit different at lands. From what I've heard, they like to counter a lot, like prep wise. The first 3 rounds of an attack or defense, they will heavily prep and counter, and like it definitely helps them internationally. Or domestically, I almost feel like they're just like playing their game a little bit. Like they're just kind of they're just kind of running through the defaults. I don't know.
No, actually reinforced. Interesting. Maybe just gives a good place to sit inside of Cocktail. Yeah, the C4 rip there as well, so you need to be cautious. You don't want to be giving that away on those white stairs. And in contrast to the way that Furia took this map, Black Dragons have gone for a much more wide sweeping approach. But with 40 seconds left, they've still not really got any level of control.
Yeah, I was about to say Herds has been there the entire time, by the way. Pushed up into Christmas and unfortunately not been droned by Black Dragons, who, well, have been out of drones for quite a long time. It's funny, you called Black Dragon's attack pretty wide-reaching, and I would agree with that, and the one place it lacked was, well, the bulk of the defense's hold off the site.
All you can do is ban border versus Furia. I mean, that's definitely one thing you can do for sure. That will try. You try.
0-7, that's very funny, but as for what, 2 kills only acquired by Black Dragons overall.
Love watching a Furia
defense,
demoralize.
The bulk of their resources were barely tested.
Yeah. Furia not really put to any sort of pressure there from Black Dragons, and I guess that's the fear of the way that this game will go.
Velopox, is he 007 right now?
Good enough.
I didn't see if he got. I didn't see if he got one.
On Cafe.
Is he 007? Poor guy. Been there, done that. Velopox, all good. You're the goat still. You're the goat.
Maybe a side that could be seen as a little bit easier to approach.
And he's got to play Goyo TCSG. Oh, Velopox, why do you do it to yourself? Give yourself the vector if you're making the strat. What are we doing? We're running double TCSG. JB92 is allowed to, though.
I'd quite like him to play the shield.
I would too. I'd like him to stick Fuse, to be honest.
All right, pretty typical bunker defense here. Yeah, should be a bunker. You play a smoke here, so you can smoke this. You play a Cade VIP hatch. You got the Goyo fires for bunker. Everything's chilling. You're good.
For me, you saying roar doors is the equivalent of Tim saying laser gates. Like, it just fits both of your guys' tone.
It really rolls as well.
Prepping for the ACOG nerf? I mean, even Vector Hollow. I mean, come on.
It does roll. It roll us. Oh, you actually laughed at that. I didn't expect that.
Team player IGL right there. Yeah, he's taking one for the team. At this point, he's 0-7 too, so he's like, all right, I'll just take it.
Good to see a little bit of a direct from Black
But they got plenty of shotguns. They got smoke and TCSG on Cade and the bailiff on. Anyways, I digress.
And a Monty, I feel like Ollie, obviously seen a lot of Monty
all right,
pushes, but back
thought we were gonna see a roar off small door bakery direct, which teams are stuffing a little bit more often. Teams are also smart in bringing impacts. We should see an impact going out in that door. Boom, there it is.
First door will go out. Smoke grenade too.
However, if you guys could do math in my Twitch chat, and I don't know if you can.
It looks like they don't know about Nate's
but we got
right now.
3 more doors. Let me help you guys. We got 3 more doors. We got 1 more impact.
Not seeing any
so we could play the little mini game here if we want.
Okay.
We could take our time.
I made the stupid assumption
regardless.
That would have been reinforced. You know, because that's
smoked, opened the bakery small wall.
Left, so surely everything that needed to be reinforced was
isolating the bakery player. This guy's on an island at this point. Here comes Monty. He's walking. He's looking at him menacingly. Hitting him with the little fake. Oh my god. But he's got Goyo shotgun. It's over. Oh, poor Velopox. Just getting absolutely baited in there. JV92 does manage to get his trade. Machina taking down Herds. And that's just wraps. Good fucking attack from Black Dragons. A lot of pressure caused.
Ends up making the whole house of cards tumble.
the only player that died.
TCSG's a crazy gun. Why be downplaying it? You're telling me, as the bakery player in Fellapox's position there,
Everybody else, 2 players died on red. So
you want the TCSG if they're attacking Bake?
And
it's a good gun. Don't get me wrong. I had my heyday back with it when the thing was buffed, and you were able to collat with it, and it did like 20 more damage. I'm telling you, if they're going Bake, I want the Vector in my hands. That's all I'm saying.
Where's the player that's
I'm getting 2 with the Vector.
Why have we got 2 people dying on red and 2 people dying in bakery? At most, you should have 1 person dying in bakery and 1 person dying on red.
Saving is Furia save strats for international, or what is it? I don't think they save strats for international. Because here's the thing: they have 9 points.
The shop and then just played in front of it.
They are barely making playoffs right now.
Also, the one thing they had to try and
Vector better overall, but TCSG is the top defensive gun. That's all I'm saying.
Black Dragons again proving that they're no slouch of a team in the 5v4. We're ready.
I agree with you. I just like to have fun with it in the sense of like you just said, the Vector's better.
Waiting for somebody to flank.
So if you don't need to run the TCSG to make holes,
against 3 on the bottom floor,
then why run the worst gun?
Waiting for a 1v1 that he basically knows is coming. It definitely might be a bit strange from Furia, but I think Black Dragons also just continuously proving that they've got good ideas and are not making the kinds of mistakes that a team like 9Z
Philpots gets 2 this round, huh? He is on Legion. Oh, they're targeting him. They know where he is. This is a fast train execute. Here comes the blitz. Here comes the Deimos track. They're going for the guy with 0 kills. Smoke off his help. Which this is fantastic help from Furia here. Keys.
Has Muzi and Machina both fall,
we have to pivot. We got to go top floor. Can't go site.
We find a way into this 3v5.
This round is absolutely chalk now. We are just in. We need picks.
Can go 10 and 5 and not solo carry the game, but certainly keep his team in it.
Literally full panic mode. A minute 40 in.
Good information right now from Hornet. Send his death mark out, and Rare can try and bear down on some of these defenders over toward Cocktail. Needs to be cautious, especially with that amount of HP. He's going to get tagged up significantly here. JV going to find one onto Hornetow.
Guys, let Fellapox run at him.
Only a matter of time now.
Let Fellapox run at him. Give him one. Oh, is he about to get one with the goo? He got one with the goo mine on the board. Holy confidence now is flowing.
Just as Black Dragons seem to be gaining a little bit of momentum in this, Furia snatch it back.
Pretty simple round, too. Black Dragons try to make a quick play in through the red single window, and one gets shot, I'm pretty sure, through the wall, if I recall correctly, and then the blitz gets put down to very low
Monty Fenrir. Okay. All right.
Oh no, that was.
I love the third ban in the ban system because it's usually like, okay, you could use it reactively in a sense and like get rid of something that's just been annoying, or you could kind of use it proactively and like almost you can almost tell what the game plan is and switch up your full attack strats for the next 3 rounds based off it. So like Fenrir could be one of those. We could see just like a lot more Anaconda or like more lurking strategies.
Every man for himself.
Or it could have just been, sure, it's annoying, get rid of it.
It's kind of tricky because a lot of stuttering I just did there. It's kind of tricky because maybe you're
my ego is huge.
KZ, like looking towards where the blitz is, but it's also a 5v5, and Furia have been around the block before.
10 seconds to go. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, they're not going to fall for that trick, are they?
5 seconds.
Oh, I don't think
Fury rotates bodies so well. I mean, yeah, I think they're the best in the world at it, for sure. Once they even get an inkling of what you're gonna do, they flood bodies and they put them in the right positions better than any team I've ever played against or watched.
They can be that team. Black Dragons was such a 5th, 6th place team back when me and Demo were doing Brazil week in, week out. They were always that team that was like scrapping for the playoffs or kicking the top team out or getting that upset. And it's nice to see that although the team is very different, its sentiment has kind of remained the same a little bit. But they've had a much better stage this time and given a great account of themselves. And they've shown some really good teamwork as well so far, even throughout, you know, not only throughout the stage, but throughout this match as well. It'd be nice to see them nail down on that. Did have the bans at the start of round 10 as well, the Monty and the Fenrir. Fenrir has been used quite extensively by Furia, and Monty as well by Black Dragons, but not opted to go for an alternate shield, instead just going to go for...
I was staring at chat waiting for the stomping to come out. Nice one. Good job, Obi. Way to come through for me.
Don't actually mind the Thatcher in this instance because there is the yokai. Well, the echo with the yokai, so you should be able to get a bit of an
guys, Fellapox on the fucking board again.
Like that Flastry.
What are we doing? Giving freebies.
What have they been doing with him?
See that's what I mean. Up until this point, Black Dragons weren't often making the kinds of mistakes that Furia could exploit, and it might seem like something so silly. Why would anybody be down in code check on a cocktail defense? But that's the kind of things Furia does that teams don't expect. The kind of assumptions you make that surely nobody will be down there when half the round's been gone. And probably in most games, you assume it's clear and we just move on and you don't face any consequences for it. But this time, you end up dying. And now you're looking to Herds in Pixel to try to find the 4v4. Able to back off. Fellapox.
Dommy said it. All he needed was one.
He runs out of
we shouldn't have let him get that one. He is on a heater. On the most important role, arguably, right now for Bar, he is on the roam around, get people off Windows position, running out Bakery, see you later. Now he's flanking red stairs. The amount of pressure he alone is putting on this attack, while the rest of his team just gets to be a sentry turret. Fellapox read the guy walking down red. Oh my god, he's frying people right now. Rare, just start running. Get the 30-second timeout. Get out of here. It's like a horror game right now, and Fellapox is hunting.
I mean, what else do you do? It's one of the first times we see this. It's going to take a little...
It's been a while since we
I thought you couldn't leave in Phasma when they're hunting. Thought the doors were locked.
The most out of these 15 seconds. Save a little bit of KD as well. He's 5 and 5 now. Doesn't want to be going negative.
Dude, Rare's popping off too. Look at him.
If only we could lip read Portuguese.
Keep bringing up my trauma now.
Good to see Felipox getting back in the fray. He's got a Jaeger round. Yeah, he's back on his villain arc. 5-5, all leveled up now.
Ooh, extra timeout. IGL, Rare yelling at him. Here comes the coach yelling at him.
Unofficial timeout into an actual timeout.
Guys, let's stop throwing.
Rare did look like he was spitting, though. Isn't saying too much now.
Coach should be talking.
Getting involved.
Yeah, I'm sure the coach is talking. What are we talking about?
For Black Dragons, time to stabilize. They've had a good handle on this map so far. And even though the score's 5-5, I mean, strategically, you maybe could say that they've been owed a few more rounds as well. There's some big impactful plays from players like KZ earlier on. Think back to the 1 versus 2 on Cocktail that realistically Black Dragons could have very easily won. So this game could already be done, but Furia have managed to hold on. That's it. No more timeouts now. Just the players in the server.
Let's see what they can manage.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Furia will have no choice, but... Well, I suppose they do have a choice. They could go back down to kitchen, or they could have gone mining. But they will go back down to kitchen. Oh, that...
Attackers have discovered the location of
I'm still... Part of me is not getting used to the fire extinguisher still, so I saw the fire. I'm like, how have they popped the Vulcan pack already?
I saw that earlier. Cafe being one of the maps inside of CJ.
Did the players ever talk during a tactical timeout? Should be 45 seconds while coach.
Little fire extinguishers.
A little biased. I think the coach,
tubes, I guess.
like as soon as the timeout goes out, give the coach a chance to speak.
What do you call them?
But can the players get involved? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I just call them pipes. But
sometimes the IGL just needs a little bit more time to go over the game plan. So you could just get the IGL some time to speak.
Either way.
Other guys should be able to chime in. Yeah, I mean, it's a full team thing, but...
Basically, the full might of the attacking side bearing down on Bakery and Small Bake. Furia biting. trying to call their bluff, but in a 4v5, it's always going to be difficult, especially when Black Dragons had read into Furia's game plan so well. Probably imagine something they talk in the tactical timeout was highlighting that early kill acquired by Fellapox on a flash. We're saying, hey, we got to tighten up there. Might have just been a mistake, might have been a one-time thing, that's possible. But if we let that continue, there's a very good shot Furia closing this out, not just with a win, but maybe 7-5. Got to be closer together. Don't assume anything is clear, because if you do, I swear to God, Herds will be there.
Someone will be there.
Happy with the Falcons coaching team. It's never Stuflex, always Julio now. Why is that?
This time.
Probably a team decision. I do know what you mean. I realized like second game in, I think it was, that they switched to Julio. Maybe just want a more strategical timeout. I don't know if Stuflex was more on the strategical side or more like on the mental side. Comms and stuff focused. So Julio kind of going in gives them another guy on the strategical side with some ideas and advice.
It is going to be a vertical clear. Oh, JV. He's hotter on the trigger. Downed and likely finished off by the nade. Not a bad trade.
This is one of those
not a really bad trade. Like, if we were able to get the Goyo fires already.
That you can do a lot of work with, but in the 4v4, you aren't given anything direct to work off of, you know?
But not bad. They got keys, smoke. Fellapox has a C4 playing the whiskey bar. Probably, I mean, I'm sure Fellapox the GOAT knows the lineups to get anyone bunker or anything.
Daisy's in the vicinity down there. So could choose to rotate himself in.
And they haven't even got hatch open yet. 50 seconds left. My God, I hope the Goyo fires are gone.
There aren't very many places in the site where you can be.
Oh, they're not. Oh, they're not. Keys able to get into a really good spot here. They haven't even made the bunker angle yet. Oh man, this is a mistake from Black Dragons. This is not good vertical. It's very, very important to make the bunker angle in mining. Through the wall. Now Keys is able to sit bomb. Totally safe in that spot, and we just see a crossfire. We're just literally going to hold this together. 3 smokes. They're going for a back take, but they didn't know Keys was closed bunker. Does end up getting one. Walking down Brown. No one else even looking at him.
Muzi coming back from a long break.
Demoralized.
Makes it look like SI 2020, but Furia know how to play passive. They know how to not repeat past errors. 6-5, 1 round away from a very crucial.
Not a good execute for Black Dragons here. That might have been their worst one.
It really needs to be a full 3 points as well. Furia have guaranteed themselves points, but this next round is going to be massive for them in the standings. Look like they played an entirely different game there. Really passively held out. Well,
the Furia plot armor. Yeah, I don't want to say it. Some teams just have they're just diff. I don't know what to say.
Confident Black Dragons in the early couple of attacks that they had here, and confidence, I don't know, it just seems to have waned a little bit over the course of the matchup.
I feel like inexperience is going to come in, and Black Dragon's about to hit a rush.
In their face a few rounds ago.
They're about to hit a rush, aren't they?
As it stands, there's a real heavy lineup being brought from Furia here. That is information and then some.
Yeah, I mean, Furia knows.
You got the potential to catch a couple of drones on
6-5. They might switch it up. We got Maestro. Like, this is a late round / ready for rush lineup. Black Dragon's got to take top floor. The ace is a really good pick. So you can do the ace trick for the hatch, but that's why JV shotgunning the floor right there. To prevent the ace from going around the cade.
Find a way back into this mentally. I mean, as you just point out, the amount of information that
but they're gonna take top, gridlock off the flanks. They got the ram, they got some vert, they got the IQ for Valk, got the Doke. So if they do hack vision, you do have the Valcams in the Maestros. Furia, I mean, it would be a big mistake to someone die earlier for Furia here.
You don't have to flick. I mean, you got the Banshees too that'll give you information. Barbed wire as well. A lot of the stuff that gives you indirect info. Not something you can see with your eyes, but will give you confirmation with your ears. Furia have been more than happy to exploit any gaps in Black Dragon's attack. But they know how to operate and make sure that exact same advantage will not be given to their opponents who have started to feel the weight of the pressure of facing Furia, facing such a strong team. It's not like this stage is over for Black Dragons, but their 12 points might seem comfortable right now, but if they start spiraling after here, that 12 points can get real dire real quick.
I feel a bit nervous for Black Dragons and how much top floor control they're taking here. The C4's below. We've got Herds playing on Lumber. He is going to drop off.
Yep, good time waste. Good time waste. They're still not in. A minute 30. This is good.
Yeah, you might not be able to jump on the counter.
Yeah, and they have so much late round here.
Good idea of where someone is. You can send that. You can rip it and throw it on the ceiling. And
You're already going to see him layering back. Nade's in the basement. His job's going to be to deny all of mining.
Later on.
Furia just has to defend dining from playing like on the white side, the dining side, the reading side. Give up mining control. Let the C4s.
Lostry. Seeing if he can find one for free right now.
What?
Oh God, how does he lose that?
Did he stop shooting?
There's a Maestro crouch walking down below with the largest gun on the planet and Flashtree, unknown to Furia, has lost that fight as his last Dokkaebi call goes out.
That would have been such a good kill if Flashtree got the Maestro there. They would have had bottom control.
But it's not enough. It's not decisive. And with
3v3.
The C4s, the Evil Eyes, how many options do Furia have to win this without having to fire a single shot? Cade and Maestro both softened up as Machina looks to enter into mining, catches the
collapsing on the Cade, but all he's got to do is look one way. That's a free kill for JV.
They've slipped through the cracks. It's not.
There's too many Maestro vision. Too much vision. There's nowhere to plant. They got to push through. Yeah, too much vision on board.
Shut the door on Black Dragons. They feel the breath of ENX and Liquid.
The panic execute. Flashtree has got to be absolutely kicking himself on that one. He kills Maestro there. Oh my gosh.
What a last round.
Actually a good attack from Black Dragons. They knew they didn't need a 5-man top clear because if you look at that lineup, Furia does not want to hold on to the top floor. Lurk a guy in the basement knowing they're going to layer down, and he gets absolutely shit on. Oh, plot armor. Furia plot armor, guys.
Barrel stuff in each other. Incredible stuff there.
You hate to see it.
Final round. Nade getting a C4 kill. When it was all said and done as well, that information still clearly coming through as to where the players were. We commented that the info game was going to be massive, and it certainly turned out to be. Furia turning it on there for that final round and getting the job done. You kind of feel a little bit sorry for Black Dragons, but I just don't think that they closed the game out soon enough. They had a point in that game where they were on top, and you just let it go a little bit too far. The balance shifted. You don't need to give Furia much of a gap before they're filling it.
But they might be on top in that matchup, but now on 12 points, Furia is still in the 5-6 position. Their stage is not, you know, all wrapped up just
I love to see it, actually. No, I hate to see it. Hate to see it.
But some very important
match fixing.
Furia, but that's Ollie and I done for the day. Let's toss it to Kassan, Jack, and Leo to break everything you've seen down.
There's a lot of action that we just got to witness, and honestly, the move for Furia to come into this and then play with our hearts, toy with our hearts as they started on attack, and then bring it all back.
Yep, it's just real. It's real.
All 3 points later.
Yeah, back to a normal.
I mean, good for Black Dragons though to be able to take a team like Furia. Like, I mean, right now, standing wise.
And then in the end, what made the difference was for 4 to split on one side.
They're still in the chance for playoffs. We'll have to see. Like,
in the opening engagements, you had
I got W7M and Los. Oh man, that's gonna be close for those 5th, 6th spots, especially with Liquid starting to win some games here.
Same story. 5 opening kills for Furia. The real question was that they traded.
Who's the IGL of Loud? Is it Passetto?
Every single opening kill
I thought it was
that they
Passetto.
got when they switched to defense.
We gotta watch Furia lose the next international tourney.
Picking attack. I know I was a doubter, and in the end I said if they win 7-5,
Furia, best team in the world still. You can't tell me otherwise. They won the last event.
They would be super strong in defense, and
then here comes the guy that goes, well, that's because VP wasn't there.
We're gonna get as many rounds as we can. When
Don't tell me that.
We're gonna be fine.
Appreciate it, Peak. Have a good one.
Interesting. We're gonna see that a little bit later.
All right, just in the sake of like,
played it 5 rounds.
Let's see.
Monty from Furia, a lot of bleeds because they were struggling to get a hold into the building. And if you look at this setup, you know, it started.
VP wasn't there. Yep, there it is. There it is.
3-1.
There it is. There's the rage bait. We're rage baiting me.
Bomb site
I'm so mad.
Was able to attack Bar Cocktail.
I'm so mad right now.
The weakest one on Cafe. I think it was very clear and defined. The strategy in defense, abusing the intel, the echo, the Mosey, the Valkyrie to play aggressive, smart play. But overall, I think the better team wins here, and some incredible moments from KZ and Felipox.
Yeah, I think so. I think the bans were kind of curious in terms of both teams. Both teams going for the Castle and his army ban initially, and also both teams doing the Ying and the Grim ban as well. And I think when that's leveled against Furia,
I wasn't there. That's also true, Zonky. That's also true. If the Turtles were there, I mean, holy shit. They'd be the world champs for sure. Furia looked ridiculously strong on Caffeine, but they threw a lot of rounds this game. Yeah. All right, that's gonna be it. But quick updates. So again, enjoy the games tomorrow, guys. If you want to watch them, I will not be streaming them. I am on the road. I am road tripping, and I need to start packing ASAP because I need to go to sleep pretty soon. Not that soon, actually. I mean, like 3 hours or so. I got to wake up at like 2-3 a.m. and start driving. So a couple updates again. Yeah, if you guys want to watch the games, please check out another co-streamer. Keep supporting and watching some Pro League. That would be sick. Also, the Turtles, I believe, are playing today. I don't think it's going to be streamed, but it is a grand finals, so possibly streamed. Maybe Zonky knows. Hit up Zonky. I don't know. But yeah, I believe it's a grand finals game versus Outlast Black tonight. I'm thinking it should be streamed because it's a grand finals, but again, I don't know. But if you want to support the Turtles, again, they are playing tonight. Stay, you guys can talk in the Discord, the Turtle Talk, all that. Yeah, other than that, I'll be back on Monday. Monday's going to be a huge day, guys. If we just take a look over here as I scroll up. Monday is going to be a massive day. We got, obviously, EML going on. Some big games. We got Evan going against the number one player in the world, VP, with Pasha. We got, of course, the game we're all looking for. 2 rookies going at it with fucking Wizard versus Stompin' over there. Massive game. Secret versus Falcons. I mean, arguably, and people have been saying the number 1 versus the number 2 team. Some teams, I mean, these teams are already locked for playoffs. I know they're going for the bye. The bye kind of matters a little bit, so they should still be playing the hardest with 3 games to play, so that'll be a really good one. And then also, I believe Element is right after this on Monday. After this Secret Falcons game, we go into watching Mr. B versus the Turtles, and that is our qualification game, I believe, versus or an Element to make it to the next stage. So again, Monday should be a fantastic and also a very long stream, so excuse me, guys, as I need to travel a little bit and what's it called? And get to a new location before we continue streaming. I'm going to host this little-known guy named Bolo. Guys, if you haven't had a chance to check out this little-known streamer yet named Bolo, I used to coach him. He just started streaming, I think, recently. Just kind of trying to play the game, get used to it. So if you guys could support him, I appreciate that. And I'll see everyone again on Monday. Everyone have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.